Chapter 1591. Rumble. With an earth-shattering sound, half of the dazzling hall collapsed under the violent energy. A large group of figures screamed miserably as they were thrown out like trash, drawing arcs in the air before landing heavily on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. They were half dead. Bastards! Trespassing into my spirit sage hall, are you courting death? The silhouettes hidden in the space burst out with loud shouts, adding a trace of chaos to this chaotic place. More than a dozen silhouettes suddenly appeared around the collapsed hall. After a moment, they revolved the energy of their whole body and rushed towards Yun Nuoshing and Hui, who were in the center. One by one, attacks broke out from their bodies. The majestic attacks came from all directions, blocking all the escape routes of the two. It's just a dozen Tianjun guardians. Your courage is commendable for daring to block our way. Hui looked at the dozens of people rushing towards him, and a playful smile flashed across his face. A golden light burst out from his body, and finally turned into a huge golden shield. The expanded shield fiercely blocked those attacks, and all of them were reflected back. Bang bang! Winter's sudden change in direction caused the dozen or so people to be stunned. They didn't have the time to defend themselves or stop in their tracks. Their attacks landed on their own bodies without reservation, and a series of muffled groans and screams resounded in the hall. Ha! Yun Nuoshing stomped his foot on the ground and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Violent, dark red energy erupted from his body, sweeping out in all directions like a headache-inducing storm. The remaining half of the hall was ravaged by the storm of energy, and the collapse became even more severe. Several large stone pillars and entire walls were blown away, smashing into the ground 100 meters away and shattering. The dozen or so Tianjun guards who had been sent flying were affected by the energy, and their speed increased by at least 100 times. They instantly vanished from sight, slamming heavily into the ground and walls. After a series of loud booms and many strange sounds, their bodies were distorted beyond recognition, and some of them were even reduced to a bloody mess. After this portion of hidden forces had all appeared and sent themselves to their deaths, the Spirit Sage Hall, which had turned into ruins, became completely quiet. Only the faint sound of residual energy rolling could be heard, and many energy waves slowly dissipated into the void. This time, they did not use too powerful an energy attack, but this portion of energy was enough for this world to digest for a long time. A bunch of cannon fodders. They appeared quickly and left even faster. Yun Nuoshing lazily yawned. After attacking 3 times, this Spirit Sage Hall probably did not need to be rebuilt. There was not even the aura of living people. As far as the eye could see, the walls and walls were in shambles. The magnificent hall that was thousands of feet tall had completely become a thing of the past. Not satisfying, not exciting enough. Hui grinned as he scanned the wreckage of the Spirit Sage Hall. After a while, he suddenly raised his hand and waved. A pile of rubble not far in front of him suddenly burst open. A ball of light floated out from the rubble and landed on Hui's hand. The light faded away, revealing the thing stored inside. It was a few pieces of azure talisman paper. He looked inside and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Feng, I found a map. It recorded more of the secret strongholds of the King's Hall in the Grayish Land. Those 3 people obviously didn't collect this information. Yun Nuoshing, who was setting fire and cleaning up the battlefield, was stunned when he heard that. He turned around and the flames behind him suddenly increased by several times, turning into a monstrous fire that engulfed the entire ruins in a blazing inferno. He walked to Hui's side and took the talismans. After looking inside, he understood. He could not help but frown. The degree of secrecy is not low. Even with their identities as early-stage Origin Realm cultivators, they could not find the stronghold. I'm afraid, Hui nodded as well. There should be something hidden there. It might have something to do with one of the Sovereign King Palace's plans, some secret plans that had been prepared for hundreds of millions of years. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the divine Shadow Clan. When the vast Sky Clan was in charge, it took them a few eras. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Quickly storing the contents of the talismans in his mind, Yun Nuoshing clenched his fist and burned all the talismans to ashes. He yawned again and suddenly looked at Hui. Hui, are you hiding something from me? His gaze swept through the sea of fire, trying to find something that would not be destroyed by Maple's energy. Hui suddenly paused when he heard this. He turned his head with a strange expression and scratched his head. What am I hiding from you? Why are you suddenly talking about this? I have a feeling. Yun Nuoshing looked at him with a curious gaze. He crossed his arms and said softly, aimlessly visited the cloud continent again and dragged it out for a day or two. It seemed like nothing had happened. But when we met the Sovereign Hall, they suddenly... I didn't even know that you had arranged for other people to eliminate the strongholds of the Sovereign Hall in other lands. When I found out, the operation over there had already ended. If you say that nothing happened, do you think I will believe you? Hui was stunned. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. He was so guilty that he did not dare to look into Yun Nuoshing's eyes. About that, actually, forget it. You don't have to say it. Yun Nuoshing suddenly spread his hands and sighed. Hui was stunned. Why? Yun Nuoshing looked at him and said seriously, when you want to tell me, you will naturally tell me. Well, although I don't know what you are hiding and what you are planning, it doesn't matter. It won't affect you much. Before you are willing to tell me, I won't ask too much. Maple. Hui looked at him blankly. Their eyes met. After a long time, Hui could not help but smile faintly and nodded. Well, I will tell you when the time comes. But what surprised me more is that you can actually think for yourself. It is really amazing. Yun Nuoshing suddenly changed the topic and joked. Hui smiled bitterly. I have already been kicked out. This is a great humiliation. I have to use my hands and brain, right? Otherwise, it would be meaningless. That is true. The barrier that severed the space in the real world slowly dissipated as the two of them left. In Myriad Gorge City, the magnificent hall that originally stood in the middle of the city suddenly turned into a monstrous sea of fire the moment the barrier dissipated. Scorching waves of fire swept in all directions along with the wind, causing everyone in Myriad Gorge City to widen their eyes. The 3,000-meter-tall hall that stood in the middle of the city a second ago had now turned into a purgatory shrouded in a sea of fire. This strong contrast made everyone unable to react at all. The Spirit Great Hall that was located in the middle of the Thousand Ravines city was the main defensive force of the city. The news of its sudden destruction could not be concealed. Especially when the two from the Yun Nuo star were recklessly destroying it and deliberately leaving a large sea of fire there, it was even more impossible to suppress the news. In less than half a day, the news of the Spirit Great Hall's destruction had spread throughout the entire gray expanse at the speed of light. It even spread to the neighboring lands. This was not the most shocking news. The more shocking news had yet to come. News of the Sovereign Great Hall's destruction spread throughout the gray expanse. In just half a day, it was confirmed that a total of 27 Sovereign Great Halls had been destroyed. When this news spread, the entire Yunduan continent was shocked. The Sovereign Hall's strength and status had stood in the Yunduan continent for so many years. It had always been like an indestructible myth. The existences on the same level as them had more or less changed over time. Some were destroyed due to some unforeseen events, and some naturally declined. Only a few had survived, and the Sovereign Hall was one of them. Putting aside the ice region, the Sovereign Hall was even faintly recognized as the second most powerful force. Although their actions in recent years had indeed caused many people to despise them, their strength was undeniable. However, such a colossal existence had actually encountered such an unforeseen event in just half a day. This caused everyone who knew of this news to be shocked. This was simply a direct declaration of war. Moreover, it was the kind of war that would not stop until one of them was dead. It was just that they did not know who exactly had the means to declare war on the Sovereign King Palace. As for more information, no one knew the process of the destruction of the Sovereign Hall's branch palaces. All they knew was that there were many branch palaces, from the June Throne Palace to the June Tian Palace. A total of 27 branch palaces had been destroyed. Not a single expert from the Sovereign Hall had survived. When all this information was put together, one shocking secret was revealed. There was actually no similarity at all. There was no unifying method, no unifying aura, and even the way they were destroyed was different. Furthermore, no one had seen who had done such a thing. Oh, it was not that there were no similarities at all. The only similarity was that in 1 second, these branch palaces were still standing there perfectly fine. In the next second, the palaces were gone and the people were gone. Everything seemed to have happened in an instant. In the ruins, there were no traces of a fierce battle. It should have been a one-sided battle. The attackers had effortlessly killed all the people from the branch palaces on the ground. On the opposite side of the gray land, in a hidden space, there was a gigantic mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. It was a mountain peak that was completely symmetrical on both sides, like a gigantic sword. Especially the thin edges on both sides, it looked like an unsealed sharp blade. The smooth surface could faintly reflect the sunlight, scattering the rays of the sun onto this deathly silent mountain range. Restless roars of tigers and wolves could be heard in the mountain range, revealing an unsettling and ominous aura. Looking up, the clouds that covered the mountain range were ring-shaped clouds. With the entire mountain range as the center, the sky was clear and boundless. Within the ring-shaped black clouds, there was a weak surge of energy. From time to time, it would churn, and a large-scale energy anomaly would appear. It seemed to be telling the world that, I am still here, but it was so weak that there was no energy reaction. It was very strange. Continuing to look up, on the peak of the Sword Peak, there was a huge group of shrines that were releasing a brilliant golden light under the sun. The overall defense looked loose and there were many loopholes. However, if one were to carefully sense it, one would be able to discover that there were countless energy constantly sweeping through the space, with the shrines as the starting point, scanning the entire mountain range, monitoring even the most insignificant things that were happening here. Only those who could sense this energy would be able to tell that this was obviously a group of shrines that were abnormally heavily guarded, a glorious fortress. In the center of the group of shrines, there was a magnificent and domineering hall that was dyed with a black gold color that was incompatible with the surroundings. The black part of the hall seemed to have energy hidden within, like a shadow that was constantly wriggling. The building was very new, as if it had just been built not too long ago. However, there was a strange sense of vicissitude. There was not a single guard in the entire hall, and there was not a single expert hidden in the space. There was only one person in the hall, and that was the Lord of the Sovereign King Palace. There were no superfluous decorations inside the hall. The 4 walls were white, and there was a ceiling engraved with some unknown meaning. This was a slightly unusual hall. In the innermost part of the hall, there was a flight of stairs more than 1 meter high. The stairs extended in all directions and formed a platform that was 1 meter above the ground. On the platform stood a young man with his hands behind his back. His sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he was holding his breath in concentration. He was wearing a white robe with gold and black lines engraved on his shoulders, back and abdomen. They were exquisite like clouds and flames. As the faint energy light flowed, they were vivid and lifelike, as if a cloud was drifting and a flame was swaying in the wind. The young man's eyes were tightly closed. In front of him was a hexagonal fish pond. There were 6 stone pillars that were engraved with complicated patterns. Half of the pillars were embedded in the wall, and the top of the pillars was a semicircular basin. In addition to the hexagonal fish pond in the center, the energy of the 6 pillars was finally connected to the fish pond in the center. This combination looked like something like an altar. After an unknown amount of time, the young man slowly opened his eyes. He plucked a strand of hair from his long white hair and slowly threw it into the fish pond. The fish pond was dark like a pool of ink. It was so dark that it made one's heart tremble. When the strand of white hair fell into the pond, it splashed a circle of weak ripples. After waiting for a moment, it slowly sank into the darkness. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a breath that contained energy. The light in the hall suddenly dimmed, and the vision became dark. The circle of stone pillars suddenly lit up with a circle of black flames in a clockwise direction. The patterns on the stone pillars also surged with a surge of dark energy. As the energy emerged, the light in the hall disappeared without a trace, as if it was hiding from something. When the entire stone pillar was dyed black by the dark energy, a thin black energy thread emerged from the bottom of the basin and connected to the 6 corners of the hexagonal fish pond, one by one, guiding the dark energy into it. When the young man saw this, he lowered his head and opened his mouth to mutter a few words. It did not sound like a normal voice, and it did not sound like a normal language. It caused the space and the void to faintly tremble. The surging of energy and the trembling of the void continued for a while. Suddenly, energy gathered in the center of the fish pond. Strands of energy condensed towards the center. As the energy light in the fish pond appeared, a small black flame appeared. In the next 5 to 6 seconds, it rapidly grew and became a swaying flame the size of a basin. The black energy spread out along with the emergence of the black flame, turning into a thin layer of black mist in the air and spreading in all directions. As the energy surged, a voice suddenly came from the black flame. "But what is it that you have to report?" The voice was hollow and dull, as if it was the effect of speaking to the wall in an empty house. Just the sound alone made the light in the space even dimmer, as if night had fallen. The young man was silent for a while, and then said, "The branch palaces that we have stationed in various parts of the Cloud Continent have been attacked by unknown people. Several June thrones have been destroyed. I am worried that our plan will be obstructed." "It doesn't matter. Those weak strongholds, if you can keep them, then keep them. It doesn't matter if you can't keep them. As long as the well of remnant souls is not destroyed, there won't be too much of an impact." The deep voice echoed in the hall, and there was also a strange low laughter coming from the black flame. After a while, it suddenly changed the topic. "A few days ago, I told you that there was an anomaly in the Cloud Continent. Have you investigated anything?" The young man shook his head. "Our forces have been operating in the entire Cloud Continent, but we haven't found anything in the past few days." "What is the anomaly that you are talking about?" "Maybe it's something from the outside. Maybe it's someone from the outside. An aura that doesn't belong to the Cloud Continent, something that doesn't belong to the Cloud Continent." The deep voice came from the black flame. The young man smiled bitterly in his heart, and his face was expressionless. "Someone from the outsides. Like that group of people last time?" He frowned. "That group of people are indeed not people from the Cloud Continent. I only noticed it when they attacked with all their strength." "How did you know in advance?" "Maybe in your eyes they are no different. Maybe in everyone's eyes everything in this world is no different. But to me, everything is not the same as what you think. In my eyes there are no secrets in this world." The young man was silent. He couldn't help but recall the scene of the battle with that person from the outside. There was still some fear in his eyes, but when he looked at the flame in front of him, he felt a little relieved. Even if it was an expert of that level, they were still driven out of the Cloud Continent in the end. The young man let out a long sigh. His expression suddenly stiffened, and his slightly squinted eyes slowly widened. There was some fear in his eyes. "You are afraid. There is still fear in the bottom of your heart. That fear is making your soul tremble." Black Flame's voice came, and the young man's expression returned to normal. He took a deep breath and his face trembled slightly. Maybe. We found the anomaly. King June's guard in the Grey Lands sent back a message. He saw the outsider who was driven out of the Cloud Continent by us not long ago. This time, it is said that he brought another helper. We don't know the details, but the person who sent the message back has already died. Is that so? They are back. Black Flame's calm voice didn't have the slightest fluctuation, as if he wasn't surprised. Your people are not their opponent. If they want to deal with you, it is just a matter of time. The young man's expression turned ugly. This was the truth. Even if the Sovereign King Palace went all out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to that group of people. Moreover, this time, he seemed to have brought an even stronger helper. That would be even more difficult to deal with. Should we contact the people in the ice region and the others to deal with them? Black Flame fluttered a few times, and the energy gathered slightly to make it bigger. After a while, he said in a low voice, "There is not much time left. Put all your attention on the Well of Remnant Souls. Let it do whatever it wants. The price to pay can be anything." The young man's face trembled fiercely. His eyes flickered a few times, and he seemed to be hesitating. There are some things that, if we fail, the price to pay is everything. You and I have no choice, and we can't avoid it. When you still have control, make a choice. You know what I am talking about. Don't let me underestimate your determination. I understand. The young man clenched his fists tightly. After taking a deep breath, his tensed body slowly relaxed. He already knew that this was the price to pay for pursuing another path. It was unavoidable. This price could be the entire Sovereign King Palace, or the entire Yunduan continent. Everything could be paid, everything could be sacrificed. The young man nodded at Black Flame and waved his hand to make it dissipate. However, the darkness in the hall didn't disappear at the same time. There was something that had turned from a distortion into reality that remained in the real world. When I decided to embark on this path, the result was already unchangeable. He turned around and walked out of the hall. Standing at the top of the hall, he looked down at the entire land, the entire Yunduan continent. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. Suddenly, he slowly extended it forward and waved it down. A wave of extremely dark energy burst out from the Sword Edge Mountain and rushed to the top of the sky, spreading in all directions. The ring of clouds also emitted a vast amount of black energy, turning into pillars of smoke that rushed to the sky. Let this world burn. Chapter 1592. Yun Nuoshing, who was far away in the Grey Land, suddenly turned his gaze to the horizon. He reached out and pressed his chest, then tilted his head with a blank expression. "Feng, what's wrong? Did you find something?" Huey's figure flickered and appeared beside him. Seeing his confused look, we couldn't help but ask, "Is it here or somewhere else?" Yun Nuoshing frowned, shook his head, and said, "My heart palpitated for no reason. I don't know what's going on." Ever since he directly broke into the Thousand Ravines city and pulled out a Spirit Supreme Palace, his soul had been in an extremely active state. It spread across the entire Cloud Continent, monitoring this continent and this void. Although he said this, he hadn't reached the point where he could see and monitor everything that happened on the Cloud Continent. He was just vigilant against some powerful existences. We rubbed his chin and was silent for a while. He reached out and poked Yun Nuoshing's forehead. "This space is still not normal. If you can't bear it, you should take back your soul." "It's not because of that." "Well, it's because of that." Yun Nuoshing reached out and twirled his long hair and said casually, "I don't know if my soul touched something at that moment, but it suddenly made my heart palpitate. It could also be an illusion. Whatever, the destination is right in front, right?" We glanced at him and nodded. "It's right in front." Yun Nuoshing was about to lead the way forward when the space beside him flickered gently. A spherical space about 10 feet wide caved in, and then two beautiful figures emerged from it. Jing Yuanji and Min Du looked at Yun Nuoxing. Jing Yuanji said softly, "We didn't see anything abnormal. At least within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, it's relatively safe for us. Thank you for your hard work." In the wilderness, everything was brown and yellow. Beside them were some giant trees that were more than 10 meters tall. They were bare, and the ground was full of withered branches and withered leaves. It was as if the autumn wind had harvested the last bit of green, making this place look lifeless. The sunlight was also blocked by the dark clouds that covered the sky, making this place look even more lifeless. "It should be around here. Strange, is there something wrong with the coordinates?" Hui muttered and waved his hand. An energy wave swept across the void. But a moment later, the space around the four of them twisted again. A young figure emerged from the space. His white hair was very dazzling. His slightly thin face and deep eyes revealed a trace of laziness. It seemed that he was born like this, but he did not show it at the moment. "Law enforcement? Why have you been abducted by Hui?" Yun Nuoxing could not help but be startled when he saw the person. This fellow could be considered an old acquaintance. Recently, he had been talking about him. It just so happened that he had something to look for him about. The young man who had just emerged from the space was also startled. A touch of embarrassment appeared on his handsome face. He scratched his head and said, I was suddenly abducted." "Ahem, why are you guys here? There shouldn't be any problems with the coordinates I sent, right?" Xing Lv coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. Send another set of coordinates for me to take a look." Hui was also a little surprised when he heard this. He asked law enforcement to send the coordinates again, and then repeated it verbally. The result was that the two did not match. There was a slight difference. The range was not small, but it was not big either. It was about 100 miles away. It was lucky that it did not involve the coordinates of the void. Maybe there are some problems with the rules of this cloud continent. The wrong link may be cognition, transmission, and there are many results. Yun Nuoxing listened and gave a simple explanation. If you want to delve deeper, you have to touch the level of the concept of the rules. But there are very powerful restrictions and defenses there. If you touch it easily, it may accelerate some bad things to happen. So, I don't touch it easily. Hui thought about it and felt a headache. He quickly waved his hand and looked at law enforcement. "Well, let's not talk about that first. Take us there first." "It's right in front." Xing Lu nodded and flew in front to lead the way. After passing through a barren mountain range, in the middle of the withered forest, there was an extremely open flat ground. In the middle of the flat ground, a giant golden hall that was over 100 feet tall appeared in Yun Nuoxing's line of sight. The dazzling golden exterior was covered with a layer of gray, and some of the fragments on the ground could still be seen with very exquisite decorations. It was not difficult to see that it should have been quite grand and magnificent when it was intact, but now, after being destroyed by Xing Lu and the others, it had turned into fragments all over the ground. Even though it was a mess, even though the ground was filled with broken pieces, and the makeup of the past was completely gone, from the wreckage that was still 1,000 feet long, it still gave off a very, very uncomfortable aura. Just as they approached the wreckage, the expressions of the four people from Yun Nuo planet changed, becoming somewhat solemn. "Lord Hui, Lord Feng, over here." A figure stood in the middle of the ruins. When he saw them coming from the sky, he quickly raised his hand and waved it with all his might. Then, he lifted his leg and kicked the fragments of the ruins to make a flat land for them to land on. He said respectfully, "This place seems to have been called the June Throne by them. The standards are quite high. There are 7 beginner-level heavenly gods of origin here. It took me and law enforcement quite a bit of effort to get here. 2 high-level heavenly gods of origin against 7 beginner-level heavenly gods of origin?" We could not help but be stunned. Law enforcement scratched his head awkwardly. It took a bit of effort. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything left of this place now. The four of them let out a long "oh." It turned out that it was a problem brought about by too much power. These little things were too fragile. If they were careless, they could easily fall to the ground. Since they were coming to the Sovereign King Palace, they naturally had to leave something for them to investigate. Otherwise, if they were placed 10,000 miles away, it was guaranteed that there would not be anything left of them. No one would know, and victory would be decided from 10,000 miles away. Yun Nuoshing sniffed lightly and frowned. The aura of non-order. Oh ho, could this be a big problem? Does the Cloud Continent have non-order specialties? Hui exclaimed, and at the same time, he communicated with the others in his soul. The result of the feedback was as expected. So far, they had not found any non-order specialties in the Cloud Continent, and they had never heard of such a thing. The origin lifeforms of the Cloud Continent did not even understand the term non-order. For the time being, they could rule out the possibility that there were natural non-order specialties here. Then, it could only be done by humans. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, this is the place. I didn't dare to deal with it. I also felt that something might be wrong, so I asked you to come and take a look. Xing Lu helped the person to clean up the surrounding ground. On the ground piled up with debris, an ancient well with a diameter of 10 feet appeared. The non-order aura was coming from the bottom of the ancient well. There was also a faint sealing power in it, as if something was being pressed down in the well. The group of people circled around the ancient well and stuck their heads out to look. When they saw what was inside, their expressions changed slightly. It was darkness. The ancient well was filled with darkness. There was an energy seal on the wall of the well, emitting a faint light in the darkness. The darkness was some kind of physical existence. It could block the light of the seal, and it was flowing like a cloud. As the darkness continued to surge, the few people's eyes followed the seal on the wall of the well and kept looking down. They waited slowly. How deep they could see was purely a matter of luck. As long as those black cloud-like things leaned to one side and revealed a gap, they could see the bottom. It was very dependent on luck. In the 10 minutes they waited, the luckiest thing they saw was 1,000 feet deep, and it seemed that they had not seen the bottom. We looked for a while and felt bored. He rubbed his eyes and quickly poked Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Feng, do you see anything? Is there something familiar down there? Yun Nuoshing raised his head and was silent for a while. He hesitated for a while before shaking his head. It is indeed a non-order energy. But if you say it's something familiar, I really don't feel anything familiar. Hui pondered for a while and muttered, so it's another non-order energy excluding the Divine Shadow Clan, the Underworld, and the Annihilation energy. Could it be the power of divine destruction? There is no reaction from the element of annihilation. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. If it was the power of divine destruction, he would have reacted long ago. He could sense it from thousands of miles away, even if it was in a sealed state. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while. Suddenly, he flicked a dark red energy into the ancient well from between his fingers. It easily got into the seal and flew toward the bottom of the ancient well. Everyone's eyes followed the red light closely until even its light was covered by the flowing black clouds. In the end, they could only look at Yun Nuoshing. Seeing that he was so focused, they did not want to disturb him. The air was quiet for a long time. Min felt a little bored and hid in the void to be vigilant of his surroundings. Hui kept staring at Yun Nuoshing's eyes. It was as if he could see something from his black eyes. After waiting like this for dozens of minutes, Yun Nuoshing's expression suddenly changed. He quickly waved his hand and let the energy rush into the void and disappear. How is it? What did you see? Hui saw that he was moving and quickly came up to him. The others also pricked up their ears curiously. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while. He rubbed his eyebrows as if he was sorting out what he had just seen. After a few minutes, he said with a serious expression, "The non-order energy is spread all over the underground of the Cloud Continent. It covers a very wide range. This ancient well is just an energy well that transforms ordinary energy into non-order energy. There are thousands of similar energy wells in various places of the cloud continent. They are like energy hubs that weave a huge energy web deep underground. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and looked up into the distance. There is a place where the energy reaction is particularly intense. The energy of the entire energy web seems to be moving towards that place. However, before I could find the source, I felt that the non-order energy was acting abnormally. So, I threw that energy into the void. Hui was stunned when he heard that. He said with a shocked tone, "This thing is definitely man-made." "Oh, you're talking nonsense. By the way, you don't have to look so shocked and serious when you're talking nonsense like this. It's ruining the atmosphere." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He crossed his arms and whispered softly, "But what are the people of the Sovereign Palace planning to do with these things? Such a huge energy web, so many energy hubs. It's as if a stake was placed at the intersection of every giant dragon vein in the celestial realm. In the end, all of them are connected. The pillar of creation can also do something like this. Let's assume that they want to gather all the energy together. But what are they planning to do?" Hui scratched his face and muttered, "We just came to the cloud continent not long ago. This arrangement of the Sovereign Palace has existed for at least 10,000 years. It's not that easy to figure it out." Yun Nuashing shook his head and let out a long sigh. No matter what, there was definitely something wrong with the Sovereign Palace. It was impossible for a life form of order to come into contact with non-order energy for no reason. Moreover, such an exquisite method of energy conversion was definitely not something that an ordinary life form of order could possess. There was no doubt that the energy of order and non-order were completely opposite. The only connection between the two was the one that existed on the surface. They were both born in the void. Yun Nuashing, who often studied these two types of energy, knew that they could be converted into each other under certain conditions. Order could pollute non-order, and non-order could also distort order. They were each other's nemesis and would affect each other. The underworld's experience in this aspect was probably ahead of everyone by an era. As for him, he more or less understood it a little, but his understanding was not deep. He also had a way to convert the energy of order and the energy of non-order. However, to achieve this level, to make the energy of non-order reach the level of order, it was very difficult. After listening to his introduction, everyone was silent for a while. Hui suddenly said, "What level is this?" "The level of this energy of non-order in the level of order. It's a little weaker than the origin energy and the annihilation energy, but the distance is not as big as you think." Yun Nuashing looked at them with a solemn expression and said word by word, "It has the level of a threat to us, including you, Hui." Hui's expression froze. He was so stiff that he seemed to have turned into a stone statue on the spot. This time it was really a disaster. Originally, he only came to the Black Nest to investigate its existence. He did not expect to encounter an incident of this level. Could it be that the two incidents were superimposed on each other? Moreover, it was a superposition of a big incident and a small incident. Hui glanced at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing was stunned. The two of them knew each other's thoughts. In the next few minutes, they tried their best to deny that they were the bigger one. At the moment, we still don't know why the Sovereign Palace wants to get so much non-order energy. Yun Nuashing held Hui, who was still causing trouble, and said with a serious expression, "Moreover, I don't think that an ordinary life form of order would have this kind of energy conversion method. Either there is a problem with him, or there is no problem with him, but there is a problem with the people he knows. In any case, this energy well is a big threat to the cloud continent if it stays here. We are still in this space at the moment, which means that it is a threat to us as well. It's better to get rid of it first." After Yun Nuashing finished speaking, the color on his body began to fade. A pure white light slowly covered his body. The energy that belonged to the observer in his body also began to circulate rapidly. He pulled the others back for a distance. With a thought, a vast amount of energy suddenly fell from the sky. The brilliant pure white energy beam with a terrifying energy fluctuation fell accurately into the ancient well. At the same time, Huey's body also emitted a golden light. With a wave of his hand, the space around him fluctuated. Dozens of order chains swept toward the energy beam and wrapped around the light beam. As the light beam surged into the ancient well bit by bit, the chains became tighter and tighter. Finally, it turned into an energy seal that covered the ancient well. Pooh! The pure white and gold energies suddenly vibrated, and a circle of energy shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted from the ancient well and spread out in all directions. The hall, which was already on the verge of collapsing at any time, was now damaged even more severely, as if it was a ruin hit by a typhoon. The broken bricks of the building were flung hundreds of meters away by the energy shockwave. The area within 100 meters was clean, and traces of smoke and dust could be seen being blown away. Only the wreckage of the main building was left in its original place. The energy left behind will annihilate the energy that exists in the energy well and the converted energy. However, if we want to destroy the entire energy web, I'm afraid we have to destroy all the energy wells. Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and frowned. Destroy them all? You just said that there are thousands of them buried underground. Huey's face was filled with despair when he heard this. He rolled his eyes and didn't want to do it anymore. Is there a faster way? Yun Nuoshing pinched her arm and looked troubled. There is a way. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. What way? Let me destroy this continent. Won't the energy web be gone too? Yun Nuoshing chuckled and said this nonsense with a calm face. Everyone was sweating profusely. This was like cutting off the entire hand when the finger hurt. No, it might be more serious. She might as well just make the person disappear. That's right, it won't hurt when the person is dead. Cough, cough. It's very easy for me to destroy the cloud continent. Look, with the amount of energy I've accumulated, I only need to use origin, primal chaos, and nothing will happen. I'll directly restore the cloud continent to its original state. Everything will reappear, and even the so-called schemes and tricks hidden in the dark will all be crushed to death in the cradle. Everyone was speechless. They had to quickly think of a way to divert this lunatic's attention. Don't talk too much. If she turns into a netherworld sword and stabs it into the ground in the next second, then all the people in the cloud continent can only report to the Yellow Springs. They would probably be crowded to death. Xing Lu was sweating profusely as he wiped his forehead. His entire palm was soaked with sweat. In short, we have to get rid of these strange energy wells first. I heard from the people of the Sovereign King Palace that there are many similar king-level Junes in the Cloud Continent, and they are all very secretive. They are not known to the public. It is a coincidence that we found this king-level June. Another person nodded and continued. Halfway through the fight, they called for people. We followed them through the teleportation door they opened and arrived here. Then we destroyed it. Yun Nuoshing and Huey's mouth twitched. They suddenly thought of the scene where they caused a ruckus at the Divine Shadow Clan. It was the same method. Hui patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and sighed. Let's leave this to them. They should be able to destroy King-level June. They should be able to seal the energy wells. As for us, Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows and looked at him. As for us? Go deep into the enemy's rear and attack the root of the problem. Hui grinned and opened the map of the Cloud Continent. His palm slapped on the ridge origin land in the northeast direction and said, Kill them directly. Kill them. In the Seoul, Siyu, Feng Qinghuang and the other two girls were also shouting loudly. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. She looked at the map and thought for a moment. Actually, there was nothing to think about. They were moving in such a large area and targeting in such a large area. The Sovereign King Palace would definitely be prepared. However, it was not a problem. Then, let's kill them. I'm just saying it casually. Hui was slightly stunned. He smiled awkwardly. Actually, I wanted to destroy all the strongholds one by one before charging in. Why are you even black? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't come over. Give me the 10,000 elephant attraction. Chapter 1593. Although the elegant tower was thousands of feet tall and huge in size, its lines were beautiful and artistic. It didn't give off the feeling of majesty and grandeur at all. From afar, it looked like a landmark building. It was conspicuous and pleasing to the eye. Rows upon rows of gorgeous buildings were arranged in this city that was filled with luxurious aura. The neat streets were actually made of the so-called magnetite. The sound of footsteps was accompanied by the tinkling of energy. It was pleasant to the ear and didn't feel noisy at all. Even during the busiest time of the day, when a large group of people walked past the door, it wouldn't wake the people inside the house. Listen, these crisp footsteps, the wind chimes that sounded when the wind blew through the house, this was the sound of money. I'm going blind. Is this the legendary power of money? As soon as Yun Nuoshing entered the city, he could smell the stench of money. His breathing became sluggish, and his eyes were a little stunned. The streets were filled with people dressed in luxurious clothes, and the streets were bustling with noise and excitement, but he could not feel the demonic sound piercing his ears. It was like a city built with money. Ah! No, my eyes are going blind. Money. Is this the power of money? This is the power of money, buddy. Hui was wearing a majestic and incomparably noble white robe. All kinds of golden lines that represented power and authority were engraved on the sleeves and trousers. There was also a golden pauldron on his shoulder that was cast with lines. This thing was just for decoration and could be broken with a light pinch. Hui, who was already handsome and talented, now looked like a young master who came out to play from a big family. Coupled with his extremely bright expression, one look from him could illuminate all the girls on the street. Well, it was just that Yun Nuoshing wanted to give him a kick. Yun Nuoshing pulled the excessively long sleeve. It was a bit awkward. He only had a few sets of clothes. This set. It was the one that made him look like a 16-year-old girl attending a wedding in the grandest and most beautiful dress. Before entering the city, he was forced to put it on by Little Angel and Feng Qinghuang on the bed. Although he was very reluctant, he couldn't persuade those girls. Bah, that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was, those who can afford to live in Yangtian City are either rich or respectable. Although they don't prohibit anyone from entering, I don't think anyone would have the nerve to come in ragged clothes when they see all the neatly dressed and elegant people on the street. Jing Yuanji said softly from the side. It was rare for her to wear clothes that were much more decorative than practical. She looked more graceful and luxurious than ever before. She whispered in Yun Nuoshing's ear, "So, Lord Feng, don't pull your clothes anymore. It's going to be messy. It wasn't easy for me to tidy them up for you. I don't feel well." Yun Nuoshing only felt very awkward. Her neck was bound, and she felt that her whole body was not right. This thin gauze-like cloak was almost dragging on the ground. Speaking of which, was this kind of high-neck design with two streamers behind the waist and abdomen really necessary? The whole street's attention was on them now, damn it. Why were there still people looking at him with red, green, and purple eyes? He really was a man. He walked awkwardly on the street. Even though he was warned a few times, he still couldn't help but tug at his clothes. Yangtian City was a major city in the Gangyuan continent that was jointly controlled by several superpowers. Aside from the sovereign's palace and icefield, the other superpowers all had their own businesses or branches here. Some of the first-rate factions were no exception. It was located at the border between the plains and the hills. There were mountains and rivers, and the 3 seasons of the year were like spring rain. Greenery was always present, and the location was excellent. It covered hundreds of thousands of square miles of land, comparable to the area of some large cities in the realm of the god. It was probably some kind of holy city, but there was no such thing here. It was also because of the large number of important figures that this city grew from a small city to its current size. It was said that this city was the most prosperous city in the entire Gangwon continent, and could even be ranked as one of the top 3 cities in the entire Yunduan continent. Since they were here for sightseeing, they were here to cause trouble. Naturally, they would pay a visit to Yangtian City. The businesses and branches that were left behind in this city must have been heavily invested in. Those important figures weren't stupid. They wouldn't turn a blind eye to such a piece of cake. If they did that to the emperor's palace, something would definitely happen. By the way, the actions against the sovereign's palace in other places were also speeding up. This was basically left to Xing Lu to handle. The few of them really came here with the goal of infiltrating the enemy's rear and taking the enemy's head. Traveling and whatnot. Well, that was just in passing. Looking at Hui, Jing Yuanji, and Min in luxurious clothes, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. She felt that she couldn't convince herself no matter how hard she tried. They really came here to travel. Those who dared to come to Yangtian City were either nobles or rich people sitting on billions of assets, or there was no or. These people were all powerful. This was just a prerequisite. The previous ones were additional conditions. Looking at herself, well, she was clean. I've been living in seclusion for a long time. I don't remember much about money. Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief and looked into his own pendant. Looking at the treasures that filled up the entire space, he felt a little more at ease after a moment. Although that was something used by the God realm and not something from the Cloud continent, no matter what, he could still be considered a person with a little bit of wealth. Walking here shouldn't cause him to lose face. Every time she arrived at a new place, her soul would naturally open up. Then, she would unscrupulously scan her surroundings to get a better understanding of the city. At the same time, she would also check if there was anyone hiding in the dark, or if there was anyone casting special attention or hostility towards them. The news that dozens of the sovereign palace's sub-palaces had been demolished spread quickly. Many people had already heard about it and were paying attention to it. The only reason they didn't pay much attention to it was that no one knew who did it. Most of their guesses could only point to the dozen or so superpowers or even the ice domain. No one had an answer, and everyone was panicking. Well, it wasn't to that extent. It was just a little chaotic, but it wasn't to the extent that the whole world was in chaos. Yun Nuoxing's scattered divine soul heard a burst of hurried footsteps in the alley next to him, and a low voice came out from the hurried gasp. It seemed that the person did not want too many people to hear it, so he lowered his voice, which made Yun Nuoxing slightly stunned. He stopped and turned around. Every city had many small alleys, but the alleys here were not as dark as those in other cities. There was enough light here, and he could see clearly that a figure suddenly rushed out from the corner, much faster than the owner of the footsteps behind him. A hesitant sound came from her throat. Yun Nuoxing was about to turn around and ignore this matter when she suddenly felt a flash in her vision. A pair of clear green eyes appeared in her line of sight. Following a whiff of fragrance, she suddenly felt a small figure under her left arm. She even pulled on his loose robe and rolled herself up. "Quick, catch her!" She ran that way. "Don't let her get out!" A few loud shouts came from the small alley. A few people wearing clothes that didn't look like ordinary people rushed out. They waved sticks and sacks in their hands and ran toward the front of the street while shouting. They even pushed down a few innocent passers-by. They spurred their horses all the way and left a cloud of dust behind them. Yun Nuoxing stared blankly at those people who had gone far away. Hui and the others also saw those people. They were about to turn around and say something to him, but when they turned around, they found that he was still more than 10 meters away. They hurriedly walked back. "Feng Feng, why are you still standing there? Why is your hand swollen?" "It's swollen." Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. When those people spurred their horses and disappeared into the end of the world, he looked at his obviously swollen arm with a strange expression. Under Hui and the others' strange gazes, he slowly lifted the corner of his robe. Then the three of them were stunned. A little girl about 13 or 14 years old was hugging Yun Nuoxing's waist. Half of her face was buried in his waist. Her big green eyes squinted slightly because the corner of his robe was lifted. Then, she curiously looked at the three people who were staring at her. Suddenly, she grinned and quickly let go of her hands that were hugging Yun Nuoxing. Then, she gently bowed to Yun Nuoxing and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, big brother." Yun Nuoxing and the others were shocked. There was actually a little girl who could tell at a glance that he was a man. "This was too. Why are you so excited?" "This little girl hugged me. Although she's small, I can more or less feel it." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and said to Hui and the others through their souls. Then, he muttered, "Probably." At this moment, Yun Nuoxing finally had the time to look at the little girl. She was wearing a luxurious green dress that was not particularly outstanding. She was from a wealthy family, but in Yangtian City, she looked very ordinary. Her long black hair was draped behind her back, and two small bunches of hair were tied into a small ponytail with a belt with two sparkling accessories. Her green eyes were exceptionally clear, as if they could reflect 1,000 things in this world. The little girl tugged on Yun Nuoxing's robe and looked into the distance. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see a faint smile on the little girl's lips. She was very happy. Translated, it meant that the plan had worked. As for those guys who were chasing the little girl all over the world, Yun Nuoxing felt a trace of hostility from them. They didn't have good intentions, so they shouldn't be important people to the little girl. Jing Yuanji squatted down and stretched out her hand to pat the little girl's head. She revealed a gentle smile and said softly, "Did you get separated from your family?" The little girl shook her head vigorously, the little ponytail behind her swinging back and forth. She giggled and said to Jing Yuanji, "I snuck out." Yun Nuoxing's face stiffened and his face twitched twice. Did little girls like to run out of their homes these days? Oh, that's right. He recalled that Yu had also run away from home that year. Yes, she had even dragged him along with her. This time, this 13 or 14-year-old girl had directly used him as a shield to hide. This was probably the only benefit of this set of loose clothes, although its use was a little strange. Oh! The little girl looked left and right for a while before suddenly exclaiming in a small voice. She bowed to Yun Nuoxing and the others again. "Oh yeah, I have to go first. Big brother, big sister, goodbye." Leaving behind a light voice, the little girl nimbly slipped into the crowd and disappeared into the sea of people in a few flashes. It was as if what had just happened was just a small episode. At this time, with the main character of the episode, it was as if nothing had happened. The crowd continued to move forward, and no one cared about what happened in the corner. What a strange little girl. Hui looked around for a while. Although with their strength, it would only take an instant to find that little girl in the sea of people, there was no need to do so. He poked Yun Nuoxing and said, "What's even stranger is that this girl has the aura of a beginner god. Do you feel it?" "Ah, I feel it." Yun Nuoxing nodded. "I felt it when she touched me. There seems to be an energy flowing from a long river in her body. Sometimes it's turbulent, sometimes it's like a vast lake with blue waves, but there's also an undercurrent surging. It seems that the energy in her body isn't very stable." Min immediately understood what he meant. The strength of her soul isn't strong enough, and the strength of her body isn't strong enough, but there's such a huge amount of energy in her body. Naturally, there would be such a situation. However, on the whole, it's still relatively calm, so there's no need to be too concerned. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered for a while before he continued, "The power of her bloodline is quite strong. Perhaps there's something helping her stabilize her energy, so there's no need to be too concerned. There won't be any danger." It was just a small interlude that ended as quickly as it started. Yun Nuoshing and the other three continued to wander around Yangtian City casually, collecting information according to fate and randomly picking ways to cause trouble. Yun Nuoshing always felt that there was nothing new about destroying a city with one move. They were drawing lots in their souls to see who would be the one to attack this time. This made Yun Nuoshing speechless. They were already in such a position, yet they still needed to draw lots to attack a city like a child. Wasn't that childish? More importantly, these guys even strictly forbade him from attacking. Wasn't that childish? They actually didn't want to play with him. Alright, the main thing is that phone, you're a trump card, aren't you? It's better not to use it easily if you don't have to. Keep it as a backup just in case. We looked at Yun Nuoshing, who seemed to be in a fit of pique, and couldn't help but say, ever since you told me about the non-order energy, I feel that there's a need to keep some backup plans to prevent any accidents, right? Yun Nuoshing looked at him with his arms crossed and sighed helplessly. The non-order energy won't give you any backup plans. Once the energy buried deep in the earth moves, there's only one outcome. The cloud continent will fall apart rapidly. It will collapse rapidly in as short as 2 hours, or as long as a month, leaving no time for anyone to prepare. Even so, seeing that we wanted to say something, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. I know. There's no need to say anything. I'll just keep an eye on it, if there's really an unknown non-order life form lurking in the cloud continent. Yun Nuoshing put down his hand and suddenly froze for a moment. His arm seemed to have touched something at his waist. He fumbled around casually and took something off from his clothes. He put it in his palm and looked at it for a moment before realizing that it was a jade pendant. The exquisite emerald jade pendant had the pattern of a certain creature carved on it. There was even a string of red tassels hanging below it. It looked unusually exquisite and didn't seem like something that an ordinary person would have. Moreover, there was a powerful energy seal on this thing. The level of energy was close to the peak of the origin level, which made him stunned for a moment. Is this that little girl's thing just now? We came over to take a look and peeked inside a few times. It has a very powerful defensive energy. She's really a naughty child who ran away from a big family. That child dropped this. Isn't it very dangerous? Jing Yuanji frowned. Her soul quickly swept through Yangtian City, but she was stunned for a moment. She actually couldn't find the little girl's aura. There's some kind of powerful shield on that little girl. Perhaps there are other auras. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment. When she touched me just now, I clearly felt 7 or 8 auras surrounding her body. Maybe it's those things that exist on her body. There's no need to be anxious. When the time comes, if she really encounters any danger, I'll be able to locate her aura for a moment. Patting Jing Yuanji's head, Yun Nuoshing smiled and said, Moreover, there are many hidden powerhouses in Yangtian City. Although the way we release our souls is secretive, it doesn't mean that we won't be discovered. For example, I was caught last time. Then what do we do now? Follow the original plan and find trouble with the Sovereign King Palace, or find that little girl? Follow the original plan. Don't worry about that girl for now. I have a feeling that we'll meet again. Yun Nuoshing put away the jade pendant in her hand and waved as she walked forward. Speaking of which, Yun Nuoshing was very curious about what these superpowers left behind in Yangtian City, which was similar to the Holy City. In the realm of the gods, the Divine Land's Holy City and other places were left behind for trading materials, auctioning, playing with stones, and she heard that there were also large-scale moving and the like. There were also mercenaries who set up adventurous mercenaries. Most of these were played by the reckless fellows of the Night Owl Alliance, and the places they went were all forbidden places. As for other things, there were also things like portals that were sure to be profitable. However, portals needed to be maintained all year round. It was fine if one had the ability to maintain them, but if one had to do it for others, the price would not be cheap. After listening to Yun Nuoshing's ramblings, Hui, Jing Yuanji and the others looked around curiously and scratched their heads. Most of them are about the same. At most, we'll count those who close stalls and collect rent. We also have alchemy shops and magic circle shops back home. In the Cloud Continent, it's probably not far off. Anything related to cultivators can be bought and sold, especially in an important city like this. As for the small businesses in the marketplace of ordinary people, there are actually more of them, accounting for about 60% of the entire city. So, what does the king's palace have here? I don't know. The three of them shook their heads and said in unison. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. Just as she was about to find someone to ask for some information, we suddenly remembered the talisman that the three of them gave him in Wushang City. He quickly took it out and flipped through it. He found the introduction of the king's palace in Yangtian City, then communicated with Yun Nuoxing and the others through their souls. It says that the king's palace has a stone gambling den in Yangtian City. They buy precious stones all year round, and also some non-medicinal materials. The more the better. I'm afraid that these materials were used to build the energy well. The seal used for the energy well, as well as the body, are all materials that contain a huge amount of energy. Thinking of the energy well that was destroyed by him, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hui and the others also let out an ah when they heard this. This was equivalent to letting others collect materials to help them do bad things. If they guessed correctly, the biggest use of this thing was to make the Cloud Continent fall apart. Wasn't that the same as destroying one's own sect? It sounded really exciting, but they didn't know if it would make it seem crowded. There's also. We continued to flip through the information on the talisman and said, talisman paper, materials, and. There were a lot of things that he didn't say too much or too little, but from some of the corners, they could hear that they were more interested in collecting things than selling things. They probably wanted to focus on destroying things and didn't have time to do construction. Then let's go to the stone workshop. After figuring out the direction, Yun Nuoxing turned around and changed the path forward. It's a good opportunity to find out if there's anything special about these things in the Cloud Continent. At the same time, we can also see if we can find that kind of white mysterious stone. Most of the king's palace's properties were near the west side of the city. Yun Nuoxing and the others entered from the east gate and crossed half of the city before arriving at this place. As soon as they landed, they saw a dazzling golden hall that was gilded from head to toe. Just by looking at it, they felt like they would be burned to death by the reflected sunlight. Their eyes were filled with gold, and if they got closer, their whole body would be plated with a layer of shiny golden light. My eyes are about to be blinded. Does this Yangtian City law enforcement officer not care about light pollution? Hui cried out in the blink of an eye. It was really an exaggerated action, and it had already attracted the attention of many passers-by. A knife smashed his head. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Do these guys like to use gold that much? If they don't decorate it splendidly and sacred on the surface, how dare they call themselves the king? Min looked at her and replied. The four people stood in the same place and hesitated for a while. They looked at each other, then braced themselves and walked inside. This kind of golden building made their scalps tingle just thinking about walking in. Moreover, why was it so splendid even inside? The color inside and outside was exactly the same. This golden light was brilliant. Not long after they walked in, and before they could think of how to cause trouble, Yun Nuoxing suddenly saw a small figure, a green dress dancing with her lively running. It was the little girl just now. It's really a bit of a coincidence. Chapter 1594. In the palace, the golden light was enough to blind the eyes. The walls and ceiling were engraved with some kind of energy runes, sealing off the overflowing energy aura. The huge palace was lined with rows of tables, on which there were all kinds of strangely shaped stones. They were simple and unadorned, as if they had accumulated a long-lasting aura, and there were also stones that were spewing out energy like sieves. In this incomparably sacred palace, there were many people quietly doing their own things. Among the crowd, Yun Nuoxing could clearly see a small figure leaning against the table with the huge stones, lost in thought as she stared at the stones in front of her. It was the little girl she had just met on the street. Coincidentally, she was just about to return the jade pendant to her. The little girl stared at the stone in front of her with her bright eyes. She stood on her little feet and swayed her body, as if she was very interested in the stone. Weaya! The little girl in the green dress rubbed her big clear eyes and continued to stare at the stone in front of her. The interest in her eyes faded a little and was replaced by some doubts and hesitation. She stretched out her little hand several times, but withdrew it again. She pouted her little mouth and looked anxious. "Hey Feng, that little girl is over there." We finally saw the little girl who was swaying there. He quickly poked Yun Nuoxing's back and said, "I saw her a long time ago." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. "She has been staring at that stone. Let me see." Hui narrowed his eyes, and a golden light surged into his eyes. He looked at the irregular stone that was shaped like a triangular pyramid, and his vision changed in an instant. There was a bluish-white energy flowing out of the huge stone like water, and there was a vague fog inside. He could vaguely see a faint, unusual energy light, but it was difficult to distinguish what it was. "Strange, I can't see it clearly. This resplendent palace is filled with energy runes. Other than protecting the energy inside from leaking into the void and the space outside, it also seems to be able to prevent people affected by the energy from using probing method. In addition, the huge amount of energy in these stones acts as a barrier. It shouldn't be easy for us to see what's inside before we get serious." Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and said faintly, "The goods that can be displayed here must have been touched by the people of the main family before they were released. Those that can be seen at a glance will definitely not be displayed here. The things that can be displayed here are all quite risky. Although the stone is filled with energy, it's just the energy that the stone itself has. It can't guarantee that there isn't anything inside. In any case, what's placed here is either completely unrecognizable by the person in charge of the family, or something that they've already seen through but didn't point it out to trick people." Hui let out a long "oh" and then looked at Yun Nuoxing with a strange expression. "No, why are you so familiar with it?" Yun Nuoxing's expression stiffened. She turned her head guiltily and couldn't help but mutter, "I've played with it a few times before, so I've studied it a little." "In that case..." Jing Yuanji looked at the little girl who kept rubbing her eyes, and her eyes flickered. "Could it be that she can also see with her eyes? It's probably some special identification method. Previously, didn't we guess that she might be the little princess of some big family? It's not strange that she has a little ability." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and said. With a wave of her hand, she took out the jade pendant and walked forward. Just in time to return it to someone else. Hui nodded and was about to walk forward when he suddenly caught a glimpse of something. He quickly reached out and pulled Yun Nuoxing. Hey, wait a moment. Let's watch the show first. If we go later, we can still increase the favorability points." Favorability points. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and then looked at the little girl. She immediately understood what he meant by good show. It just so happened that he was also curious about the little girl's background. "Let's watch it first." After standing in front of the gray boulder for half an hour, the little girl finally made up her mind. She nodded fiercely and reached out to lift the boulder that might weigh a few 100 kilograms. However, before she could touch it, the boulder in front of her suddenly floated up, causing the little girl to cry out in surprise. She looked up in confusion and saw a strong arm under the boulder. A loud laugh sounded behind her. "Oh, little girl, you actually came here to play. This is not a place for you to playhouse. Do you know how expensive these things are? You can't afford it even if you sell yourself. Little girl, why did you come here to join in the fun? You actually stared blankly at a boulder for so long. What are the guards doing? Why did they let anyone in? Hee hee, little girl, this place is not suitable for you. If you feel bored, go out and turn right. There is a good place there. If not, I can take you to play something fun. A few voices came from behind her, causing the little girl to be stunned. She turned around and saw 3 well-dressed young men looking down at her from above. The mocking expression on their faces was obvious. One of them was holding the stone that she had been looking at for a long time in his hand. He even raised it up and down a few times as if he was flaunting his prowess. The little girl's face suddenly became a little depressed and anxious. She anxiously shouted at the 3 people in a clear and slightly immature voice, "You are the little girl. Your whole family is little girls. Give the boulder back to me." Hey, did you see that? She still wants to snatch it. Hey, jump a little higher. Jump a little more and you will touch it. Naughty little brat, the boulder here belongs to the Sovereign King Palace. As long as you haven't bought it with money, hee, it doesn't count. What's the use of just looking at it? Let's go, let's not talk nonsense with this little girl. Hurry up and move the boulder over. Our mission can be considered completed. The little girl saw the 3 people laughing as they turned around and left. She immediately became anxious. In her anxiety, she subconsciously mobilized the obviously unstable energy in her body. Just as she was about to rush over with all her strength, a pink starlight pattern suddenly lit up between her eyebrows, suppressing the restless energy in her body. Her little body that was about to jump over staggered because of this. She cried out and fell to the ground. She raised her little face with an aggrieved expression. Her nose and forehead were red from the fall. Oh yeah. Unlucky. Not fun. The little girl pouted and muttered a few times. Just as she was about to climb up from the ground, she suddenly saw a pair of boots appear in front of her eyes. Behind the boots was an extremely gorgeous cloak that decorated the sky with stars. She was stunned for a moment. Just as she raised her head, she saw the person in front of her slowly squat down and reach out a hand towards her. The voice that sounded like a big sister's rang in her ears. "Are you all right?" Seeing the person who had come, the little girl was stunned. "Ah, it's that beautiful big brother." The little girl grabbed Yun Nuoshing's hand and stood up. She patted the dust off her green dress and stared with her big eyes in the direction that the 3 people had left. She gritted her teeth unwillingly. After a while, she remembered something else that she was concerned about. "Big brothers, why are you here?" "We came to find to play with stone." "But you, why are you here?" Yun Nuoshing coughed lightly. Her mouth trembled and she almost said that she was looking for trouble. She hurriedly changed her words and held the jade pendant in her hand in front of the little girl. She suddenly released her hand and the jade pendant popped out of her palm and hung below her palm. The little girl was stunned when she saw it. A jade pendant! The little girl panicked for a moment and hurriedly reached out to press her chest and shoulders a few times. She discovered that something was really missing. Only then did she realize that something was missing. She then grabbed the jade pendant that Yun Nuoshing had handed to her. "It's really my jade pendant. Thank you, big brother. I keep losing my jade pendant. Strange, I'm clearly wearing it very well. Why would I lose it?" The little girl mumbled and held the jade pendant around her neck and waist for a while. She probably felt that it wasn't safe to put it anywhere after losing it, so she simply wore it around her neck like a necklace. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing had been looking at her with a gentle gaze, her clear green eyes suddenly turned twice. She reached out her small hand and pulled Yun Nuoshing to run in the hall. "Big brother, come over here. I'll show you something good." In front of another row of tables, the little girl suddenly stood in front of a grayish-white stone that was only the size of 2 fists. She tiptoed to the edge of the table and pointed at the stone. "Hee, big brother, there's something good in here. I'm definitely not lying to you." As the little girl spoke, she suddenly revealed an embarrassed expression. "However, I can't afford it. The stones on this table are very expensive." "Ha!" Yun Nuoshing and Hui responded in a daze. The two of them touched the stone that was only the size of 2 fists and took a look inside. It was a blur, as expected. Then, the two of them looked at each other and revealed a faint smile. The energy in their bodies quietly flickered, and the majestic energy rushed through their bodies. This lasted for a short 3 seconds. The two of them stopped at the same time and looked at the stone with a slightly surprised gaze. The little girl seemed to be very satisfied with their expressions. She grinned and said, "Big brother, how is it? It's something good, right?" "This? What is this?" The little girl's head tilted and she almost fell to the ground. Her small face had a very strange expression as she looked at Yun Nuoxing and Hui. She opened her mouth a few times, but she felt speechless and speechless. There was a circle of question marks above her small head. She could only say in a daze, "You'll know when you cut it open." "Bosses, what have you taken a fancy to?" A tall and thin young man stood up from behind the table and gave Yun Nuoxing and the others a fright. The former pointed at half of the row of tables and revealed a very professional smile. "This place is under my management. Seeing that you are new faces, I'll give you half price for the first 3 stones. I can also help you cut them open." "These stones? Where did they come from?" Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered. She pushed the white stone in her hand forward and then pretended to pick up the other stones to size them up. The land of the origin. The soaring dragon mountain range that had experienced a divine war in the past. It took tens of millions of years for it to recover to its current state. There are still many good things left there, the tall and thin young man said with a smile. He casually waved his hand and gestured to the stones beside him. "If you don't believe me, you can look at the stones beside you. They all have the same energy aura." Yun Nuoxing casually glanced at them and then withdrew her gaze. This was true. The row of stones they were standing in, and the stones on this stall all had the same aura. Even if they did not come from the soaring dragon mountain range, they were definitely produced in the same place. This, and this, a total of 3 stones. Including the grayish-white stone that the little girl had chosen, Yun Nuoxing also casually picked 2 stones that had barely restrained energy. It was purely for fun. They had not studied this kind of thing before. That's it. Help me cut them first. This one will be the last." Yun Nuoxing deliberately patted the stone that the little girl had chosen and instructed. The tall and thin young man nodded with a smile. He lifted the 3 stones together and said after a while, 410 caddies. Half price per caddy is 1,200 divine origin coins. Round it down and I'll give you 490,000 divine origin coins. His eyes were shining as he spoke. He probably thought of them as fat sheep and wanted to take advantage of them. They were new faces after all. Most of them were like this. Unless they were people who really studied this kind of thing, most of them were here to lose money. This tall and thin young man probably thought so too. But 490,000 divine origin coins. The little girl shrank her head when she heard it. This price was still too expensive for her. The stall just now was only 200 divine origin coins per caddy. It was still too expensive here, 500,000 divine origin coins. Hui swung his hand and threw a small pouch that looked like a silk pouch on the table. "You can cut them after you've counted them. As for where the money came from, they had already torn down the Spirit Paragon Hall and King Level Master June. They had to make 2 rounds, right? Cough cough. Using their own money to buy their own things. Just thinking about it was exciting." The tall and thin young man was stunned for a moment. He touched the silk pouch and took a look inside. Then, he looked at Yun Nuoxing and the other 3 who were indifferent. They must have some background to be able to throw out such a large amount of divine origin coins without batting an eyelid. After thinking it through, his eyes did not shine this time. He put on a serious poker face and said, "Okay, please wait for a few minutes." The tall and thin young man put the 3 stones on another table. He put 2 fingers together and used his hand as a knife to gently cut the stones. He was very careful, as if he was carving a piece of art. The little girl looked at it curiously for a while. Then, she turned to look at Yun Nuashing. Big brother, do you know about stones too? Yun Nuashing shook his head. No, we just bought them for fun. We bought them because we felt a bit of fate. The little girl experienced the third shock today. Looking at Yun Nuashing and the others who really did not care, she could not help but smile bitterly. Hui grinned and patted Yun Nuashing on the shoulder. Hey Feng, believe in your luck and, your ability to be a troublemaker. Even if those 2 stones are broken, they will definitely give you something good. Do you believe me? I believe in your ability to be a troublemaker. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He admitted it. He really admitted it. Anyway, running into the void would definitely lead to a lot of trouble. But if you want to talk about my luck, I'm sorry, my luck is not good at all. The tall and thin young man cut the washbasin-sized stone that Yun Nuashing had chosen from the middle. Stone chips flew everywhere. There was nothing inside. It was still a grayish-white color, which made him slightly stunned. However, he did not care. He raised his hand and slowly dissected the 2 pieces that he had cut off. His knife carried a cold light as it cut off the energy stored in the stone, which dissipated into the air. As the stone continued to shrink, the embarrassment on Huey's face became even more obvious. Yun Nuashing casually shrugged. He already said that his luck was quite bad. These things depended on luck under the circumstances where he did not use all his strength. He definitely would not, ding. There was a crisp sound, as if someone had gently plucked the strings of a zither. The surrounding people were all stunned. They all stopped what they were doing and leaned over. There's a feeling of energy resonance. It should be a profound stone. A profound stone from the soaring Dragon Mountain range can first exclude the outer heaven profound stone. As for what it is, it's hard to say. We have to completely cut it open to know. Ugh. It's better to ask someone to prepare a defense. Some profound stones with powerful energy will suddenly burst out with powerful energy when they are born. Ding! A long and melodious sound suddenly rang out. The tall and thin young man stood up excitedly. The knife that was formed by his 2 fingers suddenly dispersed. He waved his hand and threw out a few talismans. An energy curtain was set up in a 1-meter radius around him. Then, he shouted excitedly, "It's out, it's out, it's out!" Before he could finish his sentence, the thing that had been disintegrated to the point where only a head could be seen suddenly surged with a powerful energy. In just a few seconds, the surging energy showed signs of evolving into a storm. However, this area of 10 feet was restricted, and there was no way to plunder more energy. Naturally, the storm could not form. It only rampaged fiercely within the energy curtain for a while before slowly subsiding. Throughout the entire process, the lanky young man stood there very calmly, grinning at the place where the light was emitting. When the light completely dissipated, everyone hurriedly moved forward. Behind the curtain, the thin and tall young man was holding a fist-sized oval-shaped stone in his hand. The dazzling light reflected off the oval-shaped stone, and just the energy radiance it emitted was enough to make people intoxicated. It's a heaven-profound stone. Other than the outer heaven-profound stone, the highest quality heaven-profound stone. And looking at this round shape, this energy, this luster, it's definitely a high-grade heaven-profound stone. Hiss, just this piece alone is worth at least 2 million Shin Yuan coins. It's even more impossible to auction it off. I'll pay 2 million to buy this heaven-profound stone. Brat, you stay here all day to trick lucky newcomers. Do you have any shame? Do you dare to take this out yourself without at least 3 million Shin Yuan coins? Yun Nuashing. Holy shit, when did his luck become so good? Holy shit, did this brat use up all his luck for the past few dozen eras? Holy shit, could it be that the later generations were unlucky, because we hammered Yun Nuashing's shoulder forcefully? Not bad, this luck. Why can't it be good? Men can't say they can't, you know? Yun Nuashing. I'll press you into the void, okay? Cough cough. Look at this heaven-profound stone, it's rich in energy. According to the way it emits energy and the way it emits its laws, it can be used as an energy carrier with a huge amount of energy. It can do many things. We hurriedly turned to look at the colorful heaven-profound stone. He grinned and said in his soul, "It's a pity that it's not very useful. If we want to use it for anything, we'll have to change its laws to those of the realm of the gods." The little girl looked at the heaven-profound stone, her big eyes flashing. Suddenly, she whispered to Yunnuashing, "I've seen a heaven-profound stone of the same size before. It was used to create a space that was 7 to 8 times bigger than the Gangyuan continent. Moreover, it was said that it would never collapse. The energy inside was especially rich. I sneezed every time I went in. Then this thing is still somewhat valuable." Yunnuashing took the heaven-profound stone from the young man and looked at it for a while. Creating a space was something that any high-level lifeform could do, so it wasn't particularly rare. However, if something was added during the creation of a space, it could change the space a little. This should be what the little girl saw. Seeing the dozens of gazes following the sky-profound stone, he tossed up and down, bit by bit. Yunnuashing also felt a little unnatural. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Fresh sky-profound stone, I'll give you 5 seconds to bid. Those who want it, hurry up and bid. 3,200,000 divine origin coins. 2 million divine origin coins and a purple mid-grade talisman paper. 5 your head. 6 million divine origin coins." Yunnuashing and the others. Looking at the situation, the heaven-profound stone was probably something that could only be found by chance on the market. It was probably similar to the heaven-profound stone. Otherwise, the competition wouldn't be so intense. Chapter 1595. In the depths of the stone workshop, there was an exquisitely decorated garden. Ancient trees that were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old surrounded the garden. Green leaves accompanied by unknown flower petals danced in the huge garden. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air. The strange stones that were randomly placed naturally blended in with the landscape and did not appear out of place at all. Rather than goods, they were more like rugged landscape stones. The energy that seeped out from the stones was sealed in this garden and deposited in every corner of the space together with the spiritual energy, decorating this place as if it was a pure land outside the world. There were quite a few people in the garden that seemed like a paradise. From their clothes and minor details, it was possible to tell that the people here all had greater backgrounds than the people in the hall earlier. For example, the group of people who called themselves from the Sky sect had entered the depths of the garden under Yunnuashing and the others' noses. Who knew where they were hiding right now? In the deeper regions, the wagers were for items of even greater value. At this point, mere divine origin coins or profound stones were no longer of any use. They wanted to use even more valuable items as a wager. However, that only referred to the items within the stones. The stones themselves were still clearly priced with divine origin coins. And this place isn't for people at our level of cultivation to play. Look at this place. It's just a bunch of brats at the lower 3 realms of rebirth. It's not suitable for people like us to come here. Do you understand? As soon as he set foot in the garden, we could not help but begin to ramble. Yunnuashing rolled her eyes when she heard him. What nonsense was he talking about? There were not many people at reciprocity in the workshop. They were either hidden in the shadows or just here to watch. There were probably not many people at reciprocity who had come with the same mindset as them. Even if they had something they wanted or liked, they would not be able to find it here. Those people from before, they're here too. Let's see what they choose. There are quite a few things in this garden that make my heart itch. If they can broaden my horizons, I'll be satisfied. Another person stepped forward. His hair and beard were all white, and he laughed like a pine tree in the wind. His beard and hair were fluttering in the wind. He said to Yun Nuoshing and the others, "My friends, do you need this old man to introduce you to some good things? They have been nesting in this garden for many years. They have always made people hesitate, and they have not been cut open yet." Everyone was shocked when they heard this and quickly chimed in. They also wanted to know if there was really something in those treasures that they yearned for day and night. However, humans were such creatures. When they couldn't be sure, they might as well not make a move. Even if they judged that there was a 60 to 70% chance that there was nothing inside, they still had a little bit of hope. However, they didn't dare to make a move for fear that their hopes would be dashed. They might as well just leave it there and leave it for themselves. This kind of contradictory mentality, well, it was actually very normal. "Oh? Something good? Let's go. Bring us to have a look." Hui waved his hand and walked forward with a hearty laugh. Everyone agreed happily when they heard this and clustered around Yun Nuoshing and the others as they walked into the depths of the garden. Yun Nuoshing's face was filled with black lines. She was pushed to the side of a very large tree by the lake. Under the tree was a stone that was more than 1 meter tall. The upper half of the stone had 7 or 8 weathered holes, and the energy contained in the holes was all scattered in the air. The bottom half of the stone, which was as wide as a base, contained a huge amount of energy. Looking at it from the outside, one couldn't sense the energy, but one could clearly feel it if one looked directly into it. "Little brother, let me tell you something. The age of this stone is comparable to that of the Cloud Continent. It was moved out from an ancient realm that very few people had set foot in. I heard that a celestial was seriously injured because of this stone." The old man with white hair and beard pointed at the stone and whispered to Hui. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing stepped forward and reached out to touch the stone. A dark red energy flashed across her hand. After a moment, she nodded and said in her soul, "It really has a very thick aura of time. It is at least 100 billion years old. Its energy is all gathered at the base, and there is a thin layer of energy film blocking my view. But I can't say for sure what is inside. Such obvious weathered traces. Is it because all the energy is all settled at the base?" Hui replied. Yun Nuoshing nodded. This kind of energy flow seemed to be a natural change. It was a bit like an instinct to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. It was born naturally and condensed naturally. When the energy reached a certain level, it would also have this kind of spiritual instinct, especially when the energy was condensed together to protect something. Wait a minute, did he get something wrong? Yun Nuoshing raised her head with a dark expression. She let go of the hand that was rubbing the stone and said, "Do you still remember what we are here for?" Hui thought for a moment and replied, "To destroy the place." "So, you are telling me that we are here to destroy the place?" Yun Nuoshing's face became even more dark. Her face could not help but twitch. They came here with the purpose of destroying the place, but in the end they were playing with a stone. What kind of destruction was this? Even if they were here to destroy the place, they were too gentle. Shouldn't they have destroyed the main hall as soon as they came in? You didn't even think about how to destroy the place, did you? Yun Nuoshing said while glaring at him. Life is hard. Don't say it out loud." Hui laughed dryly and scratched his face. "Listen to me, there's a reason why I'm hesitating." Yun Nuoshing looked at him and narrowed her eyes. "Although we were chased out by the 80,000-strong army, and we can basically confirm that it was the king's palace who did it, we don't know how to do it at all, right?" Hui nodded. "So, we just let Xing Lu and the others slowly uproot the king's palace's stronghold on the Cloud Continent, and then destroy their energy well. As for what to do specifically, we don't have a clue at all." Unreliable guy. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him, and then said very confidently, "Unfortunately, I don't know what to do either. I am also unreliable." Jing Yuanji and Min. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and was about to say something when Yun Nuoshing tossed his long hair and complained, "Damn it, you have to get it straight. They offended you, the one who should be angry and resentful is you. You are the main character, I am just here to work as a tool. Now that you, the main character, are not doing anything and don't want to do anything, how can I do anything? To me, the Sovereign King Palace has no enmity, no reason, no motive. What do you want me to use to kill them? Hui scratched his head awkwardly and was about to retort, but Yun Nuoxing continued to hold him down and said, If you really feel that this is an irreconcilable enmity, no matter the extent or reason, I will do something right now. In 2 hours, the king's palace will become a thing of the past. If you feel that it is not a big deal, we will retreat. Don't you want to investigate Black Nest? I will violently tear down the layer of seal on the concept layer of rules, and slowly go there to take a look. After that, quickly return to the void front line. I have a bad feeling in my heart that something big is going to happen. Hui smiled bitterly and looked troubled. After a while, he held Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and said, Feng, let's do this for the time being. Leave it to me first. After that, it is up to you to decide. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered. She looked at him for a while and sighed helplessly. This expression, this gaze, he must be hiding something from her. He should know something. It was not as he said, that he did not know anything after coming to the Cloud Continent for a while. As for what he knew that made him want to hide it, forget it, there is no need to delve into that. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. Okay, then let's do this for now. Hui smiled bitterly and helplessly. Sorry, I dragged you here without explaining anything. Alright, I didn't say anything, you just need to know what you're doing, you just need to tell me that you know what you're going to do. I'm not going to investigate anything, I just need to know that you're not really here to wander around. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. The communication in their souls ended in a short while. Yun Nuoxing came back to her senses after 3 or 4 seconds. She just happened to see the little girl squatting on the ground and staring at the half-weathered and half-precipitated stone. Her big eyes were shining. She suddenly jumped up excitedly, hooked her arms around Yun Nuoxing's neck, and whispered in his ear, Big brother, there is something good inside. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. It can't be that kind of thing again, right? Oh, this. The little girl was also stunned for a moment. She laughed dryly and rubbed her ears. She looked to the side with a guilty conscience. I don't know, what does this girl think? We have been eyeing this stone for a long time, but we can't be sure. The old man with white hair and beard said with a smile while stroking his beard. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Let's look at something else. In that case there are more in front. The old man nodded with a smile and walked in front to lead the way. Not long after, they came to an open space by the lakeside with many strange stones. Compared to the strange stones that were hidden in every corner of the garden, the strange stones here were more formal. They were instantly pulled from the garden into the stone workshop. The old man pointed at the stone in the corner of the row of strange stones closest to the lakeside. It was brown all over and covered with a layer of moss. At first glance, it looked simple and restrained, and there was no sound. The other stones more or less carried their own energy because of their origin, but this stone didn't make any sound at all. It was like an ordinary stone that had been mixed into a pile of strange stones. Yun Nuoxing's soul could penetrate the stone's body and drill into it. She could clearly feel that the stone itself carried energy, just like the stone with half of the energy just now. The energy was all curled up in the innermost part. It was probably because it was hidden so well that Yun Nuoxing noticed it from afar. He didn't expect that the old man was also pointing at it. We old men have been itching to touch this stone for many years, but we don't have enough ability to see what it is, so we have always left it here. Yun Nuoxing stepped forward and patted it for a while. The little girl and Hui also came over and looked at it for a while before raising their heads. The 3 pairs of eyes stared at each other for a moment, and then they all showed a sinister smile at the same time. They all nodded and then calmly stepped back. How can you be so calm? You don't even like this lump. Wait a moment, come here and take a look. One of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw how calm they were. He waved his hand and led them to the other side. He brought them to a very huge stone. It was about 2.5 meters tall and stood in front of them like a rockery. The three of them swarmed up. The little girl clung to the rockery and walked around it. Yun Nuoshing and Hui walked around it 2 or 3 times. Then, they all tacitly stepped back and took the little girl from the top. After that, they all stepped back silently. The two people's souls were already exploding. Hey Feng, let me tell you, these stones are not bad. There must be something good inside. If we cut them all, it will definitely annoy them. The first and third ones are not bad. As for the second one with completely restrained energy, although it might be, I suggest that we don't touch it, Yun Nuoshing said. Why? Hui scratched his head in confusion. There is a weak, very weak aura of the law seal. Compared to the so-called divine object inside, I am more inclined to believe that there is something sealed inside. As for whether it is good or bad, it is not convenient for me to check. Ha! Hui responded and scratched his head. He looked at the 3 stones in a row. The prices were not cheap, but they didn't care. Anyway, they were using King Palace's own money, which was equivalent to taking it for free. Moreover, they couldn't use the Cloud Continent's currency. It would be useless if they left. Anyway, they came here to play while smashing the place, so they might as well play a little bigger. Then let's get it out, hee. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. It was an almost self-destructive idea, but he liked it. Since we said so, then they must cut it. But now, well, the time wasn't too good yet. It was better to walk around first. Since they weren't openly smashing the place, then they should take a roundabout way. I think the 2 of you are tempted. These stones are not bad. Why don't you cut 1 or 2 for us to see? Someone at the side kept urging. Their eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious that they were more interested than Yun Nuoshing and wanted to see the truth. Well, Hui lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Let's take a look at something else. Cough, but let me tell you in advance. We will definitely cut one of these 3 stones. Now let's go look for something else to get a feel for it. Oh, there will be a good show to watch. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go look at something else to get a feel for it. Master, this way please. A group of people surrounded the 4 of them and a little girl as they walked around the garden. It attracted the attention of the other people in the garden. Many people also leaned forward because of curiosity, wanting to see the show and have some fun. Although they said they were looking for something else to get a feel for it, in fact, Yun Nuoshing and the others were just looking for something else to play with. When there were more people, it would be best if the people from King Palace came to make a move. The effect would be better. However, after leaving that place, it was not so easy to find another stone that caught their eye. The 4 of them looked at thousands of stones in a row, but there were only a few that caught their eye. Little friends, to tell you the truth, we have seen most of the stones in this garden. Only 3 of them are enough to attract our attention. There is a reason for this. The quality of the stones in this garden is better, but the risk is also higher than outside. It is hard to say. The old man at the side said softly. That's true. But we are looking for a feel. Just take a look and take a rest. I am also very curious about those 3. Hui was about to open his mouth and chat with the old man when he suddenly heard the sound of understanding stones. There was a surge of energy, as if there was an invisible collision of energy in the air. He could not help but look at Yun Nuoshing and grinned. Let's go, there are people working in front. Let's go and join in the fun. Yun Nuoshing shook her head helplessly. Why are you still acting like a child? Wait for me. The group of people jogged to the other side of the garden. In front of a small lake formed by a waterfall, a group of people stood in a circle. There were men and women, and they looked very young. Their lifespans did not seem to be particularly long. However, this group of people had just entered the rebirth state not long ago, and there were even people in the initial god realm among them. What caught their attention was in front of them. There were a few old men surrounding the lake. In front of one of them, there was a 2-foot-long stone floating in the air. There seemed to be a mark left on the stone by energy. At this moment, he was using his hand as a knife to move his hand up and down on the stone. The surge of energy came from this place. The sound of the group's jogging footsteps attracted the attention of the people surrounding here. They all turned their heads and were stunned when they saw Yun Nuashing and the others running over. "Stop! What do you want to do?" A young man who had just entered the rebirth state not long ago stood up nervously and blocked Yun Nuashing and the others with his hand. He looked at the latter and the others nervously. This group of people was too aggressive, and it made people feel that they had ill intentions. "We heard the commotion and came over to join in the fun. Don't worry about it." Hui smiled and waved his hand. His gaze inadvertently fell on the stone surrounded by the few old men. He made a sound of surprise in his soul and hurriedly grabbed Yun Nuashing. Fong, look at that stone." Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. After a moment, she showed a knowing smile. The two of them looked at each other and grinned. Then, they saw that they were concentrating on cutting the stone and could not help but smile bitterly. They could only keep muttering, "We can't cut it, we can't cut it." "Old Lin, why are you not hugging that broken stone in the West Garden and sighing? What are you doing here in the East Garden?" A middle-aged man walked out of the crowd and asked the old man with white hair and beard. I'm leading the way for the two masters. I'm here to join in the fun." The old man said unhurriedly. "Masters?" The middle-aged man in a black golden robe glanced at Yun Nuashing and Hui. He could not help but frown. Just these two? Seeing old Lin nod calmly, the middle-aged man could not help but sneer. These two people did not have any ancient aura at all. They were probably as young as they looked on the surface. Moreover, he could not sense what realm they were in. They were probably just some small figures. There was no need to pay attention to them. The middle-aged man walked forward and said to the few old men, "Everyone, you must cut the stone according to the place I marked. There's no mistake. Don't go astray." "Got it. You just wait at the side." The old men nodded, and a burst of energy surged, bringing along stone chips and powder. One of them flicked his sleeve to disperse the smoke and dust, then gently patted the stone. The places where the energy engraved on the stone bloomed with light, and the stone shattered into 7 or 8 pieces, floating in the air. From the cross-section, it could be clearly seen that there were about 10 thumb-sized crystals embedded in the stone, and their shapes were irregular. The middle-aged man went forward to take a look. He could not help but smile bitterly. Sigh, only some ordinary mid-grade magnetite. It's not very useful. Cut these pieces open again. The few old men nodded. They took the stones he had chosen and quickly cut them open. After another burst of energy, there were only 3 or 4 pieces of gravel and powder left on the ground. There were also a dozen mid-grade magnetite that did not have much luster. The onlookers behind them could not help but sigh. I've misjudged again. The middle-aged man could not help but shake his head. He turned around and was about to leave when he saw 2 people blocking his way. He could not help but raise his head. "Sir, please wait a moment. These magnetite and gravel, if you don't want them, how about selling them to us?" Hui showed a bright and harmless expression and smiled sincerely. Chapter 1596. The sound of the waterfall splashing on the boulders and the lake spread far and wide in the garden, covering the many sounds here. The people by the lake were silent for more than 10 seconds in this sound. They all stared at Hui as if they had seen a ghost, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Hui couldn't help but scratch his head when he sensed the silence. He said, "If you don't want the magnetite and crushed stones." The middle-aged man looked at Hui and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He glanced at the old man standing beside Yun Nuashing, and then at the former. A hint of ridicule appeared in his heart. A master was nothing more than this. However, there was no need to argue with a young man. The middle-aged man coughed lightly and waved his hand indifferently. It's just some crushed stones. You can have them if you like. Oh, it's not good to take them for free. Let's pay. Just name a price. Hui shook his head and insisted. The middle-aged man's face twitched. In this day and age, it was rare to see someone not willing to pay for something for free. He shook his head and said, "All right, I bought that stone for 200,000 divine origin coins. If you want it, you can have it for 10,000 divine origin coins." Hui gave Yun Nuoshing a look. The latter rolled her eyes at him. She was about to take out the Xinyuan coins she kept in her pendant when the old man suddenly whispered, "Hey, little girl, I don't want to say this, but those stones have been cut into pieces. They're just some mid-grade magnetite. They're not worth much. There's no need for that." Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Just watch." He also handed the money pouch he threw to Hui to the middle-aged man. The latter looked inside and nodded after confirming that there were no mistakes. "All right, I'll leave this pile of crushed stones to you." The expressions of the group of young people around the shore became strange. Spending 10,000 Xinyuan coins to buy a pile of crushed stones? Even if you were rich, you shouldn't spend it like this. The middle-aged man also felt that it was a little interesting. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stood to the side and waited quietly. Is he putting on an act, or is he really the foolish son of some landlord who came out to play? How many mid-grade magnetite can he buy with 10,000 Xinyuan coins? What a wastrel! "Shoo, I heard from Elder Lin that he's a master. Maybe there's some secret we don't know about, such as those ordinary mid-grade magnetite." Poochie. Hui didn't get angry when he heard that. He turned around and threw a smile at Yun Nuoshing. After being threatened by the latter, he quickly walked forward and said to the old men who were standing by the shore and watching the show, "Can I trouble you to continue to cut the stones?" "No problem. Do you want to take out those mid-grade magnetite?" one of the elders asked. Hearing that, Hui shook his head and lifted up a piece of gravel that was only the size of 2 palms on the ground and handed it to an old man. Golden energy flowed through his fingers and fell on the surface of the stone, leaving traces on the surface. "Cut a circle around here, then here." Hearing him speak in such a serious manner, everyone was stunned for a moment. Other than a few people who were still muttering in secret, everyone else felt that there was something wrong. The middle-aged man was also stunned for a moment. He slowly put down his crossed arms and his expression gradually became serious. The few elders looked at each other and nodded. Using their fingers as knives, they cut down on the energy traces left by Hui. Following the energy traces, the stone split into 2 halves. Stone powder and debris were blown away by the turbulent energy. A fiery red light burst out from the cracks, illuminating the garden in red and causing the expressions of everyone on the shore to change. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. His jaw dropped. This. Fire origin heaven magnetite? Yun Nuoshing felt that there seemed to be something behind this. She lowered her voice and said to the elder, "I haven't seen a heaven magnetite with an attribute for many years." "Oh, little miss, you've seen it before. It's rare. I don't even know how many years it has been since this old man last saw it. It was even a piece of wind origin heaven magnetite that wasn't particularly pure. Even so, that piece of wind origin heaven magnetite was sold for a total of 30 million divine origin coins. Only this piece in front of us has grown eyes. I've never seen a heaven magnetite emit such a pure light in my entire life." Yun Nuoshing made an "oh" sound and continued to lower her voice. "I don't know where heaven magnetite with other attributes have appeared before. I also want to go and take a look. This is really not easy to see. The probability of heaven magnetite with an attribute appearing is too low. It would take countless years of precipitation for it to form. The heaven magnetite with an attribute that appeared on the cloud continent were all kept by the major forces. We can only dream about it. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. I didn't manage to get any information out of him. It seems like the Elder isn't sure if there are other heaven magnetite with an attribute in other places. Speaking of which, this thing is a little similar to the celestial crystals in the realm of the gods. The two grow in different environments. The energy contained in the celestial crystals is pure. If there's anything else, it should only be affected by the laws. There shouldn't be any more differences between them. They are all natural products of some kind of energy crystal. The middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He only felt that his luck was not very good. He was only 100 million points away from that piece of fire source heavenly obsidian. At this time, when he saw Hui take out a piece of fire source heavenly obsidian from the gravel he had given up, his heart was bleeding. It was as if 10,000 arrows had pierced his heart. Cough, cough, cough. Young man, this heaven magnetite. How about selling it to me for 20 million divine origin coins? The middle-aged man said with a trembling face. Old Lee, you're doing it again. You're trying to trick the newcomer again. The elder rolled his eyes and mercilessly exposed the middle-aged man's motive. The impure wind source heaven magnetite that appeared in the auction in Yangtian City last time was sold for 30 million divine origin coins. This one beats that one in every aspect. You have the nerve to say 20 million? Let me tell you, I can contact the auction house in the Frost Domain at any time and ask them to help auction this thing. Do you believe me when I say that it will cause a sensation in the entire Yangtian City? Don't you and me. Masters, let's ignore this little scammer. Let's go over there to choose the stones. You guys said that you want to cut one. The elder smiled and said to Yun Nuoshing and Hui. There was a more obvious and easier to understand version behind this sentence. Let's go quickly. Don't bring this scammer along to play. The middle-aged man had a bitter expression on his face. Looking at the few people who had just left, he scratched his head with all his might. It was really that close. If his finger had just trembled a little, the mark would have moved 2 or 3 centimeters to the side, and that piece of fire source heavenly obsidian would have been his. He was so vexed that his heart ached. The group of people who were present at the scene also had similar expressions. They were so depressed that they could not speak. TSK, I'd like to see what else you can cut out. It's best if you throw all your money here. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart. As he cursed, he sped up to catch up with the group of people who left. The group of onlookers looked at each other. After thinking for a while, they also hurriedly followed to watch the show. A group of people popped their heads out of the forest. They couldn't help but look gloomy as they watched the people leave. The swaying shadows of the trees parted slightly to reveal a young man in a black robe and a gray cloak hiding behind. He stared at the people who left with a pair of sinister eyes and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Our sky sect only has a very impure earth source heaven magnetite. How can those two fellows have such a pure fire source heaven magnetite? Those lucky fellows! It seems that I have to report this to young Master Lu. On the other side, Yun Nuoshing and the others who had returned to the West Garden as promised came to the stone workshop, where the stone with the sealing power was located. Yun Nuoshing and Hui Mei exchanged glances with each other for a while. After nodding, the two of them suddenly turned around and rushed in 2 different directions. They returned to the same place in an instant. Everyone was stunned. They looked carefully and saw that there were 2 huge stones on the ground in front of them. One of them was half weathered and riddled with holes, while the other was like a small mountain in front of them. There were also traces of knife and sword marks on the surface. It seemed like someone had used it as a sword practice stone. Just by looking at the appearance, the 2 of them were similar. You want to cut these 3 stones? A few old stonecutters who had followed them over were stunned when they saw the 2 of them setting up the array. The aura of these 3 stones is strange and difficult to identify clearly. They have been placed in our garden for many years. Do you really intend to? So these people were from the Sovereign King Palace. We grinned. Since they were from the Sovereign King Palace, it was even more appropriate. He casually threw a money bag over. That's right. Instead of leaving them here as viewing stones that no one dares to touch, why don't we just cut them up? We shouted and waved his palm fiercely in front of him. Half of the 3 boulders cracked, dust flew, and the ground trembled. If one didn't know better, they would think that someone was here to destroy the place. Everyone was stunned. They had seen people who cut stones violently, but they had never seen someone so casual. It was as if he had bought something and used it to smash it. Just listen to the sound and forget about it. We smiled carelessly. The 2 of them exchanged glances with the little girl. They each found a stone and used their energy to leave traces. However, the traces they left behind were not as complete and clear as the previous ones. They themselves were not very clear about these stones. Please, drag them out and kill them. We waved his hand and called the few elders over to cut the stones. The others also stretched their neck. Old Lin chuckled and stroked his beard. This time, he could finally fulfill one of his wishes. He could put down a few important things in his heart. He glanced at the middle-aged man standing at the side and saw the faint resentment and uneasiness on his face. He couldn't help but walk up and tease him. What are you doing in the West Garden? Didn't you say that they were all ugly melons and dates? There's nothing to see? The middle-aged man glared at him. Can't I come to watch the show? Old Lin laughed out loud. I'm just afraid that some people will disappear while watching the show. It's really a big mistake. Look at the stone that I've been holding. I'm about to start. What do you think will appear? Will there be another fire source, heavenly black stone? The middle-aged man's face twitched. This old bastard was trying to annoy him. He had touched his sore spot. So which one should we open first? We muttered softly in his soul when he was making the energy mark. The 3 stones weren't easy to distinguish. The only thing that could be recognized was that there was definitely a ghost inside. We'll leave the sealed one for last. As for these 2, Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment and looked at the little girl. She was also staring at the 3 stones intently. After a while, she threw her gaze at the half of the fake mountain. She tugged at Yun Nuoshing's sleeve and smiled cutely. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Then let's cut the weathered one first. The few elders walked up and the energy turned into long swords. Because they had already marked the energy mark clearly, they only needed to follow the guidance of the energy. Therefore, they didn't spend too much time. In just a few seconds, the elders flicked their sleeves and blew away the limestone powder. A gust of wind blew and an unusually dazzling light shot up into the sky. The light hit the top of the garden's barrier, causing the entire garden to tremble. The commotion almost reached Yangtian City outside. Is this garden filled with heavenly black stones? Do you have any other new ideas? The unusually dazzling light made Yun Nuoshing look sideways. He muttered at the same time, causing everyone to choke on their blood. This bastard's words were really infuriating. Even if the ground was filled with heavenly black stones, they might not be able to catch one. He actually disliked it. The heaven-profound stone, which was the size of a washbasin, was pulled out from the stone. The multicolored light could not cover up the most resplendent blue color. The blue light reflected in the air made people mistakenly think that they were looking at a long river with an invisible source flowing past. The sound of crashing waves resounded in their ears, as if it was real yet illusory. The few elders who were cutting the stone grimaced in pain. Their livers and stomachs hurt. This stone had been placed here for many years. They couldn't be sure, so they didn't touch it. If they knew that a water source heavenly black stone could be opened, they would have done it long ago. Moreover, this water source heavenly black stone was obviously much bigger than the fire source heavenly black stone. While they were cutting the stone, we hugged the rockery and looked up and down for a long time. He discussed with the little girl in a low voice and changed a few energy marks. When the light of the heavenly black stone faded, he gave up his position and let the elders start. Big brother, you should be able to directly see through the stone, right? The little girl suddenly leaned close to Yun Nuoshing and whispered in his ear. Her large eyes flickered with a lively light, as if she saw through something. I can, but it's not interesting. Yun Nuoshing nodded and replied, We're not really here to look for anything. We're just here to play, so there's no need to see everything clearly. We're just betting on the excitement of the moment the item comes out. Oh, the little girl replied blankly. Her expression was strange. This explanation was really beyond her expectations. She also thought that this strange big brother and the others were here to look for something. She didn't expect that they were just here to play. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the little girl who was deep in thought. His face twitched. He couldn't say that they were here to cause trouble, but the main character wasn't doing anything, so he could only use this method to cause trouble. The boulder that was as big as a fake mountain fell into the hands of the few old men. The few of them also injected energy into the boulder according to the energy traces left behind. After a while, they all stretched out their hands and slapped the boulder. A large piece of rock powder suddenly fell off. A faint energy mist suddenly spread out from a corner of the fake mountain peak, causing the ball of light under Yun Nuoshing's chest to suddenly move. He abruptly raised his head to look at the fake mountain, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Quickly retreat. Get down. Yun Nuoshing's shout stunned everyone. Before they could react, a strong energy suddenly erupted from his body. It turned into a storm and pushed everyone out. One by one, they fell to the ground. Then, they hurriedly grabbed the little girl and pulled Jing Yuanji back a few meters. Hui Zhe, who had a tacit understanding, grabbed everyone and pressed them to the ground. He elegantly turned around and prostrated himself on the ground. He secretly propped up an energy barrier to protect them. One vast purple energy with an astonishing momentum suddenly burst out from the crack in the rockery. The astonishing energy light dyed the entire garden a deep purple. A wide energy light pillar that was so dense that it almost materialized erupted from the top. In an instant, it broke through the energy barrier of the garden and rushed into the sky. The entire sky darkened. Only that wide light pillar emitted a deep purple light that illuminated the entire Yangtian city. Countless people in the city turned their eyes and looked at the drastic change in the city in astonishment. This energy, this aura. What is this energy that is even more ancient than the cloud continent itself? It's in the direction of the Monarch Palace's stone workshop. Interesting. How many years has it been since something like this happened? Could it be some kind of extremely rare outer sky black stone? Impossible. The energy fluctuation of the outer sky black stone is different. It's not the energy fluctuation of the black stone either. Even the law fluctuation is a little abnormal. It could be some rare item from the lower continent that came to the cloud continent and mutated. One figure after another appeared 100 meters away from the pillar of light against the energy pressure. Their gazes on the stone workshop gradually changed from shock to something else. No matter what it was definitely not something ordinary to be able to cause such a commotion. There were also gazes in the hidden space that were looking at the purple light pillar. After a few flashes, the space on top of a tall building suddenly flickered. A dozen figures in white robes and capes walked out. The young man in the lead said softly, "There are already undercurrents in Yangtian City. I'm afraid something is about to happen. The commotion this time will probably revive everyone in Yangtian City. I just don't know." Beside the young man, a young man who looked similar to him but looked very young had a twinkle in his eyes. The two's clothes were slightly more extravagant than the others behind them, with more symbolic patterns. The young man said softly, "Second brother, should we inform big sister? We have to at least report it. We can't handle this by ourselves." Look, those people over there are all people who eat people without spitting out the bones. It's best if we don't rush in and throw our lives away. That's true. The young man smiled bitterly and glanced faintly into the distance. In another hidden space, the real appearance of this world was far more lively than it appeared on the surface. The purple light pillar that seemed to contain endless energy suddenly flickered, making everyone's heart jump. A few rings of energy appeared halfway through the light pillar and slowly solidified, making everyone's heart skip a beat. It's over. It's going to explode. Someone mumbled in the dark, causing everyone's heart to palpitate in fear. They hurriedly turned and retreated. It was also at this time that the rings of energy suddenly turned into shockwaves and spread out with a boom. It instantly spread 1,000,000 kilometers outside Yangtian City, turning the green space outside into a red purgatory. The onlookers in the city were swatted down from the sky like birds in a storm. They all crashed into the city miserably. Be careful. The young man hurriedly put up a barrier made of ice. When the shock wave swept over, it instantly destroyed hundreds of barriers and sent them flying. Although they were a little haggard, they weren't hurt at all. The white-robed man's expression was solemn. He panted and said softly, "Looks like the situation is more serious. You two stay here and keep watch. We'll go talk to them. Some old monsters might be blown out, so it's best to be prepared." "All right." The young man nodded and turned back to look at the purple light pillar. His eyes flickered for a moment before he left with his second brother. Chapter 1597. In the center of the energy storm, Yun Nuoshing, who was lying on the ground, looked up at the storm-like energy beam. The destructive energy from the explosion of the halo was very familiar to him. He had seen this energy before, and he didn't even need to think to know what this purple light that changed the color of the sky was. His brain almost stopped working. Yun Nuoshing, carat at dollar, percent at Hui and the others could not help but laugh bitterly when they heard Yun Nuoshing spouting vulgarities in their souls. They were just guessing when Yun Nuoshing collapsed to the ground, but now they did not need to guess anymore. They knew what was going on even if they used their butts to think. The only thing that could make Yun Nuoshing flustered and exasperated to such an extent was the trivial matters of the heavenly gods of origin. Combined with the above scene, it was obvious that there was a relic left behind by the heavenly gods of origin in the rockery, and it was also filled with a huge amount of origin energy and origin rules. It was very difficult to deal with. Oh, such a big commotion. Hui pressed his long hair that was about to be blown away by the wind. He looked at the others who were lying on the ground and hugging their heads. He shouted in their souls, "Feng, you go and deal with the relic. I'll suppress the people here." As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered that they were in Yangtian City. The energy beam that exploded from the city had probably pierced through the sky. As for the outside, "Lord Hui, please help Lord Feng. I'll go outside. It should be enough to intimidate the people in Yangtian City," Jing Yuanji said softly. Jing Yuanji said softly and flew out of Yun Nuoshing's arms. Her body was covered by blue energy and melted into the space. The energy in her body rose to its peak state in just a few seconds. Min also stood up from the ground, and the energy of the void surged all over her body. "I'm afraid that she alone won't be enough. There are many powerful beings approaching here." After saying that, she also melted into the void. When she reappeared, she was already in the sky outside the garden. The energy of the void quietly spread in all directions. "Feng, you can go and deal with that thing as much as you want. No one will disturb us for a while." Hearing Hui's shout, Yun Nuoshing was speechless. He really didn't want to touch this thing. After the purple light pillar exploded, he felt that there was a source of energy in his body that had not been used before that suddenly came to life. At this moment, it was using his body as a racetrack, spinning rapidly in circles. It was already faster than the speed of light. If it was not for his huge capacity as an energy body, he might have been killed by this kind of torment. Damn it, Yun Nuoshing cursed as he propped himself up. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw the other little girl curled up in his arms. She paused and patted the little girl's long black hair, leaving an energy barrier. Then, she quickly flipped over and looked at the rockery. Oh, the rockery was gone. When a crack was cut out, the energy inside the rockery was boiling and rioting. In an instant, the outer shell wrapped around the rockery was destroyed. Right now, there was only a dazzling purple energy beam in front of them. It was so dazzling that people could not help but point their middle finger at it and curse. There was also a blurry thing in the light beam. It's not her divine tablet fragment. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed. He had mastered almost 70 of the 100 types of origin energy. The origin energy in front of him was one of the dozens that he hadn't come into contact with. Although it also emitted incomparably divine energy, it made him feel uneasy. To be honest, even if something like origin energy, origin law, and origin order were found in the world of order, it might not be a blessing. It might be a disaster instead of a blessing. They wouldn't care if the life near them belonged to order or non-order. They would only release this level of violent energy, as if they had been woken up from a near-eternal sleep. Anyone who got close to them would basically die. Most of the people watching outside probably didn't know what was good for them. This world probably didn't have the knowledge and concept of the heavenly God of origin. They thought that an incredible opportunity had descended upon Yangtian City. Little did they know that this thing was not an opportunity for them, let alone the Cloud Continent. It was just a disaster, and whoever got their hands on it would have to die. A gust of wind rushed past his body. His long hair and robe were stacked together, making a fluttering sound. It was like the battle cry of a large flag dancing in the wind. Yun Nuoshing withstood the indescribable divine pressure. The origin energy that he controlled in his body circulated together with the unfamiliar energy to offset the pressure from the outside, allowing him to raise his feet under this powerful pressure. We saw that Yun Nuoshing could only slowly walk over step by step despite the pressure. He had to pause for 2 or 3 seconds for every step he took. He was also a little anxious about the next step. What made him even more anxious was that when he saw that the others were showing signs of waking up, he couldn't help but shout, "Phone, hurry up! The origin energy's pressure on us is too serious. We can't use powerful means to suppress them. Don't rush me. Something big is going to happen if you rush me. Besides, I'm already rushing over as fast as I can." Yun Nuoshing replied anxiously without even turning his head. Because he had used all his strength to activate the origin energy, the origin imprints on his body had already started to light up one by one. Beautiful patterns also started to appear on the right side of his face, which made him think of the divine imprints on the spirit receiving godly body. Now was not the time to think about those things. Ugh! When he was 1 meter away from the light pillar, the energy wind around him had already solidified. It blew his energy barrier until it continuously appeared to resist the impact of the energy. Yun Nuoshing paused in place and panted a few times. Just as he was about to raise his feet, his expression changed. He groaned and half knelt down. "Phone, what's wrong? Why don't you come back?" Hui was slightly surprised to see that the closer he got to the energy beam, the more severely he was suppressed. He had never encountered such a situation before. Didn't the origin energy he encountered in the past pass smoothly? How could this unexpected situation happen this time? "I told you, these bastards are a disaster, especially when they appear by my side. Jinx, complete jinx." At Yen. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and panted. In this emergency situation, his mind was still thinking about other things, and he kept muttering. The energy belonging to the observer quickly fused into his body, and the colors on his body quickly faded away. The pressure on his body instantly decreased by more than half. He stood up abruptly and quickly took the last 2 steps. With a loud shout, His right hand pierced through the energy beam and grabbed something. Bang! An even more violent and boundless energy burst out from the energy beam. The energy that was more than 100 times more powerful than just now swept out with a loud bang. The ground of the garden collapsed with a loud rumble. The void and nothingness opened at the same time. The void energy that poured in mixed with the origin energy. The speed of the collapse of the heaven and earth was a bit faster, causing Yun Nuoshing and Hui to turn pale with fright. "Phone! Come back quickly!" Hui stood up in horror and rushed toward Yun Nuoshing. The golden light that overflowed from his body was about to wrap around Yun Nuoshing's body, but it was repelled by the impact of the origin energy. "Huh!" Hui just had time to respond with a startled "huh," when the strong purple energy turned into a strong wind and slapped him away. Yun Nuoshing saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Don't come over! Without the protection of the origin energy, the primeval god of the beginning will die if he comes here. Back off! Back off! Bring them back! I can take care of this!" An arm with a thumbs up stuck out from the rubble. Hui slipped out of the rubble and waved his hand to bring everyone back 15 meters. His vision flashed, and he blinked and realized that the purple light beam was still in front of him. He was a little stunned. "We can't run far. This distance is the limit." Yun Nuoshing had no time to care about anything else. The energy that came from his arm was disintegrating his existence. It was more violent than all the origin energy that he knew, and it was second only to the energy that belonged to her. This was also one of the reasons why he rarely came into contact with this purple energy. It was obviously not a good way to fight against this energy. Even if he squeezed himself dry and squeezed the 36 energy worlds behind him, there was no way to deplete the origin energy in front of him. It seemed that he could only. Her eyes flickered for a moment. Yun Nuoshing gritted her teeth fiercely. Anyway, there was no good choice now. If she hesitated, something big would happen. She suddenly made up her mind. All the origin imprints bloomed with light and gathered toward her right arm. "It's done. Let's go." Hui, who was going through all the knowledge in his mind, suddenly heard this shout and hurriedly raised his head. The purple light beam that was as bright as the sun suddenly shrunk in size. Its violent intensity also lessened instantly, and there were signs of it stopping. Yun Nuoshing scurried out pathetically from the place covered by the light beam. She gave him a bitter expression. "It's done, but it caused too much of a commotion. It can't be covered up." "The commotion outside? At least no one has broken in yet. It shouldn't be a problem." Hui raised his head and looked outside the garden. Due to the appearance of the purple light, Yangtian City fell into a state of half chaos and half excitement. Many figures arrived near the stone workshop with the sound of wind breaking and powerful energy. They looked at the purple pillar of light that shot into the sky and made the sky dim with all kinds of emotions and gazes. Their minds were active. "Did you invite anyone over? This energy is still growing. If we let it continue to grow, I'm afraid it will devour the entire Yangtian City. Hurry up and invite the mighty people from Sovereign King Palace, Sky Sect, Fu Xing Island, and Flying Feather Embrace to help suppress it. Stop yelling. We've already invited them for 10 minutes and no one has come. Do they not want to do anything? Who has the Ice Domain Talisman? Hurry up and call for help." Just as Yun Nuoshing said, once something related to the origin appeared, it was actually a disaster rather than a blessing for everyone. From the beginning, when people came here to watch and thought that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, to now when they were frantically asking for help, it was obvious that these people were still people who wanted to take their lives. They hadn't been blinded by the energy yet. Otherwise, Yun Nuoshing wouldn't have been able to save them. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Someone is here to help!" A loud shout came from the sky. Everyone turned their gazes. Following the shout, several figures flew out from somewhere in Yangtian City. Their bodies were surrounded by dense spatial energy, as if they had just been teleported from somewhere else. Before the teleportation ended, they had already rushed to the sky and stopped. Then, from several directions, more people appeared one after another. The figures flashed, and everyone's gazes quickly turned. They saw figures with enormous energy appearing one after another from the space. Whoosh! In the northern sky, a single figure slowly walked down from the sky. He was alone with his hands behind his back, but everyone who saw him felt a pressure that could suppress the world. It was a young man in white robes with blue patterns. At that moment, he was walking through the air with a stern expression. There was a snowflake pattern formed by several diamonds on his robes, and a golden spear pierced through the snowflakes at an angle. When they saw the patterns on his robes, everyone's eyes narrowed slightly, and they felt a little more at ease. With the appearance of this person, the dark sky in Yang Sky City eased a little, but it wasn't obvious. The temperature in the city also dropped a little. The young man looked at the other people around the stone workshop and nodded at them. The latter and the others also cupped their fists and bowed in return. This energy is extremely ancient. I'm afraid something has happened. Unrelated people, back away. Those at reciprocity or higher, suppress this energy with me. The young man in white robes gently called out. The energy within him circulated rapidly as strands of frost drifted through the surroundings. The other people at reciprocity used various methods as well. Several hundred reciprocity experts used their energy at the same time, causing the surroundings to collapse in a single moment. Back off. This energy isn't something you can forcefully resist. However, before the countless people in the city could let out a sigh of relief after seeing them take action, the entire space trembled strangely. The energy everyone had condensed was silently dispersed. Just as everyone was stunned, an indifferent voice silently rang out in their heads. The white-robed young man's expression was also slightly startled. His gaze quickly turned, and a beautiful blue figure had appeared in the sky 100 meters away from the light pillar. That pair of light blue eyes slowly swept in all directions, and finally stopped on him. The young man looked at her for a while, and became rather stern. He slowly clasped his fist. May I ask who you are? Jing Yuanji didn't pay attention to him at first. After looking at everyone present, the energy in her body suddenly burst out. The degree of the momentum made everyone's expression change drastically, and the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard in the dark. Just when everyone thought that the beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared would suddenly attack, she suddenly turned around and raised her hand to wave at the garden where the purple beam of light had come from. The entire space suddenly showed signs of freezing, slowing down, and other signs. It instantly froze, leaving the space of the main world and turning into another space. You can't deal with it. Back off if you don't want to be caught up in the shockwaves of energy. The indifferent voice rang out once again. Along with Jing Yuanji's shocking presence, quite a few people felt like they were unable to resist. They hurriedly retreated. The young man in white robes pondered for a while before waving his hand as well. Let's back off as well. After he took the lead and retreated, the others did not hesitate. They saved their energy and retreated one after another. It was only when they retreated 1,000 meters away that they felt the pressure from the two energies had weakened a lot. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. The young man in white robes retreated and landed on the roof of a tall building. As soon as he landed, a group of people wearing the same white robes flashed over from various places. The young man and the young man from before were among them. Looking at their slightly battered appearance, they seemed to have encountered something unspeakable when the origin energy erupted. Second uncle, who is that person? This presence? Hiss, it seems to be similar to father. The young man looked at the beautiful figure emitting light blue energy from afar. He did not forget to gasp as he spoke, looking shocked. It's not that exaggerated. There's still a big gap between her and fourth brother. But she's much stronger than us. The young man in white robes shook his head. He frowned slightly and whispered, But Why haven't I heard of such a powerhouse visiting Yangtian City? Those who can reach this level are not nameless. I know all those who stand at this level in the Yunduan continent. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a powerhouse who's hidden from everyone. The young man conversed with the others for a while before saying to his second uncle, according to the information we found, this woman only came to Yangtian City today. There are 3 other people with her. They're probably in the stone workshop as well. 4 people. The young man in white robes was slightly startled. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. There shouldn't be 4 people of this level. Otherwise there really was, sneaky bastard. What are you doing hiding there? A cold shout suddenly rang out. At the same time, a burst of energy that was not inferior to the blue figure suddenly burst out of the void. All of the bursts of energy were pointed in one direction, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. 100 meters away from the pillar of light, the void trembled violently. A moment later, a group of haggard-looking figures fell out of it. The leader was an old man in yellow robes, who was staring coldly at Jing Yuanji. The void gently rippled. Jing Yuanji turned her head. The space beside her suddenly rippled, and Min's figure slowly emerged from the void. Her body was brimming with surging void energy, releasing a presence of the same level as Jing Yuanji's. Both of them tried to appear as dignified as possible, but the suppression of the origin energy was too severe. They could not release all of their energy. After she came out, she stared at the group of people she blasted out of the hidden space and coldly said, "Get lost." They seemed to be people of the Sky Sect. The people of the Sovereign King Palace and the Ice Domain all obediently retreated 1,000 meters, but they are still hiding in the same place. They can't hide well. Now that they've been discovered, they really deserve it. But the presence of these 2 women. When did Yangtian City have 2 more experts of this level? The people of the Sky Sect all stared at her with hatred. After a while, the old man in yellow robes coldly snorted and waved his sleeves. He brought his people back 1,000 meters and coldly looked at them. The young man poked his second uncle's shoulder and said, "These are 2 of the 4. The young man in white robes was speechless. This powerful presence made him wonder if he had seen a ghost. Could there really be people in this world who did not say anything and only appeared in the end? Were they not afraid of suffocating to death? Although it's best not to provoke them. Forget it, let's leave it to fate. Those who stay in Yangtian City, pay attention to them. If possible, carefully collect information on them." The young man in white robes sighed. "I've already given the order. This is all the information we know so far. I don't think we can find anything else." The young man shook his head. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no trace of them before they appeared in Yangtian City. "In that case..." The young man in white robes frowned. He glanced at Jing Yuanji and Min, then at the purple energy pillar. His figure flashed and disappeared. "I'll go back and let them know." Chapter 1598. Inside Yang Sky City, the purple energy pillar that caused even the sky to dim suddenly started to fade. The energy fluctuations from within also gradually calmed down. The light that shone like a star was now restrained to the point where ordinary people could look directly at it. The thoughts that had just disappeared from everyone's mind suddenly popped up again. When they first saw it, they only felt the terror of the energy. Many people coveted it, but when the energy started to fluctuate, the covetousness in their eyes turned into panic and thoughts of retreating sprouted in their hearts. At this moment, the energy was showing signs of fading, but before it completely faded, these people's thoughts became active again. These people, they were the fastest to run and the fastest to retreat, and now their thoughts are the fastest to change. The white-robed youth caught the faint changes in the gazes of the people floating in the sky and guessed their thoughts. He said with a bit of disgust, You said it yourself that you're the kind of person who eats people without spitting out their bones. Isn't it normal to have such a reaction?" The white-robed youth with blue stripes put his hands together in his wide sleeves and chuckled when he heard this. His fourth brother also seemed to think that his youngest son needed to come out and gain experience, which was why he was sent to Yang Sky City. Second uncle, did father say anything? The youth looked at the white-robed youth, who had left for a few minutes, and asked curiously. If nothing unexpected happens, he probably won't send anyone here, the white-robed youth said faintly. His gaze was also fixed on the energy pillar that was fading from the tip of the sword. His eyes flickered. And looking at the current situation, there's probably no need to send anyone here. The matters that we were busy with previously haven't been dealt with yet. If we rush any movements, it might cause chaos. Previously? The youth frowned and thought for a moment before letting out a long "oh." Last time, we urgently mobilized the forces of our family and the Allied army to expel that race. Is it not done yet? That's not it. That battle affected a huge area. After it ended, some people were left to repair the damaged areas and strengthen the city's defenses. Now that the big project is almost finished, the army is about to reorganize and return home. Some of them are already on their way back to their homes, so it's not easy to mobilize them. The white-robed youth said softly, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be a problem. There are still some people from Yangtian City who haven't shown up yet. With those two girls in front of them, as long as they aren't crazy, they won't put their faces up for others to hit." The young man scratched his head. What if? Well. The white-robed young man took out his hand from his sleeve and scratched the back of his head. Then I can only wish them a safe journey. The purple energy beam had only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes from dimming until now. After a while, it slowly dissipated. The dim sky also returned to its normal state due to the dissipation of the energy. Jing Yuanji and Min looked back at the situation in the garden and felt that the origin energy had completely calmed down. Only then did they withdraw. When they left, they also repaired the garden barrier that was pierced by the energy beam. Oh, it's over. The white-robed youth watched the two girls leave. After waiting for a while, he saw someone suddenly dive down to the ground and rush towards the stone workshop of the Sovereign King Palace. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that we didn't see what was inside the light beam. It seems that the report can only be described vaguely. Let's go in and take a look too. Maybe we can catch up with that person. The young man watched as many people headed towards the stone workshop. His heart was itching, but since his second uncle didn't do anything, he naturally couldn't rush in recklessly. Thus, he could only stare at the white-robed youth and speak with a hopeful tone. The white-robed youth shook his head helplessly. With the other party's strength, if they wanted to leave now, there shouldn't be anything that could stop them. It shouldn't be possible for them to see the other party. However, looking at the young man's curious expression, he could only shake his head. He waved his hand and led his two nephews into the stone workshop. In the garden, the moment the origin energy dissipated, we quickly cleaned up all the energy traces left behind by them. At the same time, he also put the last stone with the sealing power into his pocket. He lifted the energy suppression on everyone and let them slowly wake up from the ground. After dealing with everything, he turned his gaze to Yun Nuoxing. At this moment, he was sitting on a blue stone. His left hand was pinching the position of his right arm. His expression was somewhat unnatural. "Feng, how are you? Are you okay?" The strange expression slowly faded. Looking at the person in front of him, Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, the space beside him flickered. Two beautiful figures rushed out from it. They first glanced at the garden that seemed to have been bombed once, then looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others. Min whispered, "A lot of people are coming in. I suggest we leave first." Someone secretly left a restriction in the space. "It's not particularly powerful, but it can stop us for a while," Jing Yuanji said softly. In fact, this short period of time was enough for the people outside to break in. She and Min had already shown their faces, so they could be recognized immediately. Let's hide in the soul world first. Yun Nuashing nodded and subconsciously raised his right hand. Suddenly, he was startled and quickly changed his hand. This little stiffness and unnaturalness naturally couldn't be hidden from Hui and Jing Yuanji. Especially when they had just dealt with an origin relic, they paid special attention to him. Under Hui's signal, Jing Yuanji quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm and pulled open his sleeve. A faint purple light came out from under the sleeve, startling the three of them. It was covered by a purple energy crystal. No, it was an arm that had turned into a purple energy crystal. The entire forearm had turned into an energy crystal, and the origin energy was still surging inside. I said that this thing is a disaster. Don't look, you guys hide first. Yun Nuashing hurriedly retracted his arm back into his sleeve. He waved his left hand at Jing Yuanji and Min and put them into the soul world without any explanation. Then, he met Hui's strange gaze and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I used a tough method, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to deal with that thing in a short time. But the problem isn't big. My hand became like this only because the origin energy was too large and was replaced. After a while, I will recover after dealing with this energy. Yun Nuashing saw that there was something wrong with his expression and was also stunned. Following his gaze, he turned to look at the side and was also stunned. He saw that the little girl had woken up at some point and was sitting on the blue stone like him. Her little hand was tugging at his robe. Seeing that he was looking over, she gave a sweet and naive smile. Yun Nuashing looked over and was also stunned. She saw that the little girl had woken up and was sitting on the blue stone like him. Her little hand was tugging at his robe. Yun Nuashing and Hui's face twitched. And this is a very magical girl. The others in the garden haven't woken up yet, but she had already climbed to the side and sat down. They didn't even notice. So, did this girl hear their conversation just now? But it didn't matter. Even if she heard it, she wouldn't understand what they were talking about. Big brother, do you also recognize the relic of the ancient origin spirit? The little girl's voice came out, and Yun Nuashing and Hui's expressions froze at the same time. They looked at each other like lightning and said a few words with their eyes that were beyond the limit. Then, they said in unison, "What the hell? We don't know it." The little girl laughed and didn't seem to care whether what they said was true or not. She said to herself, "It's the thing that you just made. They are all relics left behind by the ancient origin spirit in this world. Every time one of them appears, there will be a very big movement. But the one that we just saw should be the one with the biggest movement so far." Dad said that in fact, every relic of the ancient origin spirit is not something that defies the natural order as others think. The appearance of every relic is a disaster of an uncertain scale, and it is also a test. In the records left behind in history, 90% of these unearthed ancient relics will quietly disappear from everyone's sight after causing a big disturbance. They will then find a place to hibernate again. Only 10% will be obtained by someone. When the little girl said these words, she kept staring at Yun Nuashing with her big gem-like eyes. It made his hair stand on end. According to his understanding, according to his personality, this must have triggered some kind of terrible event, and he might not be able to control the direction of it. What do you want to do by telling us this? Yun Nuashing said this sentence with her heart in a mess. Her tone changed 4 or 5 times. The little girl suddenly smiled brightly, as if she was waiting for him to say this. She quickly got up from the green stone and whispered in his ear, "Actually, my family also has an ancient relic. Big brother, are you interested in taking a look?" Yun Nuashing's face turned purple when she heard this. She quickly stood up and stepped back with a face full of fear. No, it's harmful to the body. Let's go. Quickly jump out of the car." Don't be so nervous. Actually, seeing that she was treated as a wild beast and guarded against, the little girl pouted unhappily. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. She threw herself into Yun Nuoshing's arms at a speed that even Yun Nuoshing did not have time to react. She pulled his robe and wrapped herself in it, hiding herself again. This time, even her breath and vital signs were suppressed to the extent that they almost did not exist. Yun Nuoshing, who more or less understood the little girl, knew that someone who was looking for her had appeared in her sensing range. Moreover, the person who came to look for her this time was probably someone she knew. Otherwise, why would she hide before they came in? Yun Nuoshing threw a pleading look at Hui. Hui pondered for a moment and said, "If it's someone the little girl knows, how about we hand her over?" Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuoshing sucked in a breath of cold air. This little girl pinched his lower back. He quickly reached out and pressed down the mischievous little hand on his lower back. Yun Nuoshing's face was full of depression and distress. She quickly said, "No. I won't hand you over, so don't move. Hey! Don't touch my right hand. It's not a stone. Don't hit it." Hui stared at Yun Nuoshing as if he was looking at a beast and said in his soul, "You're a ****. F***ck. What were you thinking in your head just now? Do you dare to show it to me? Stop fooling around. Someone really came in. If you don't want to get into trouble, you should leave now." The light voice of the little angel sounded helplessly in the souls of the two. Yun Nuoshing glared at Hui. She half closed her arms and dark red energy surged. It turned into a black curtain and wrapped the three of them inside. It quickly shrank and disappeared with the three of them in an instant. Less than 10 seconds after the three of them disappeared, the sound of the earth being trampled came from the garden. A group of people rushed into the garden. A few figures flashed at the spot where the three of them disappeared. The white-robed young man squatted down and touched the ground. After sensing for a moment, he stood up and shook his head at the crowd. "We're late. We just left not long ago." The people from the king's palace looked at the devastated garden and their cheeks couldn't help but twitch. This was great. They couldn't see anything missing. They looked at the people lying unconscious in the garden. The traces are very clean. If we want to find those people, I'm afraid we can only ask someone. The white-robed young man waved his hand and condensed a few huge ice crystals in the air. He condensed the sealed energy in the ice crystals at the center and restored a part of the energy that had dissipated to the point where it was almost undetectable. His expression changed. "It's the relic of the ancient source spirit. I've guessed it. The only things that can cause such a disturbance are those things, but it's still hard to believe that there's an ancient item hidden in Yangtian City or something," a reciprocity expert said gently. The faces of the people from the king's palace twitched even more. Their faces were so dark that it was like they had been splashed with ink. This ancient relic should have been theirs. It was hidden right under their noses and no one knew about it. This was really a huge loss. The young man grabbed one of the ice crystals the white-robed young man had condensed and sensed it for a while. He softly muttered, "Why do I feel like little sister's aura is in there?" Just as he was about to tell this to his second uncle, he turned around and saw that they were discussing the aftermath. He shut up and scratched his head as he muttered to himself, "It should be an illusion. No matter how naughty little sister is, she wouldn't run over to the Gangyuan continent." Several hundred kilometers away from Yangtian City, in a mountain range that had been turned into a barren wasteland by the origin energy, a dark red sphere suddenly appeared. After expanding to 3 meters, it turned into energy and disappeared. 2 figures fell from it. Looking at the barren landscape around them, they could not help but smack their lip. "Setting fire to the mountain. When we came here, it was still green. Now that the origin energy has appeared, it's like this. I'm afraid it won't recover for a while." Hui could not help but say as he looked at the land that had been destroyed by the origin energy. Yun Nuoshing flung his long robe aside with a strange expression on his face. The little girl who was hiding in his spacious robe was holding his crystallized right hand with both her hands. Her big eyes didn't even blink as she stared at it attentively. Intermittent muttering came out of her mouth, but he couldn't hear what she was muttering clearly. The power of an ancient relic, it's like this. It's not quite the same. Strange, is it because the energy is different? Yun Nuoshing sighed and pulled his hand back. Feeling that her hands were empty, the little girl immediately raised her head and looked at him with an adorable expression. Let me see again, let me see again. Stop messing around. Finish what you were saying before. Yun Nuoshing raised his crystallized right hand to prevent the little girl from jumping up and hugging him. The little girl's large eyes fluttered a few times before she suddenly revealed a sly smile. Big brother, weren't you not interested just now? I'm not interested in your family's thing, but I need to understand it. Looking at the little girl jumping up and down, Yun Nuoshing could not help but let out a long sigh. He stretched out his left hand and pressed the little girl's head. Stop jumping up and down. Tell me first, and I'll let you study it later. Oh. The little girl muttered and nodded. The relic of our family's ancient origin spirit was sealed by my father many years ago. Every year, he would spend a lot of effort to maintain the seal, so that it would not run to some strange place and cause an energy anomaly that would lead to a disaster. That's what he said. Yun Nuoshing and Hui had a strange expression. This world's knowledge and concept about the god of origin might only be a very small part of it. They even changed the name of the god of origin. However, this did not have any effect as long as they knew that it existed. What made them feel inconceivable was that this world seemed to have a lot of ancient origin relics. Listening to the little girl's eloquent words, those ancient origin relics appeared and disappeared mysteriously. From time to time, they would appear on the cloud continent or the lower continent. Every time they appeared, it would be a disaster rather than a blessing, and it would cause a disastrous effect. Just from this, it seemed that the number of ancient origin relics was not small. The point was that the people of the cloud continent actually had a way to seal the ancient origin relic. This sounded like a fantasy story. They had to use all of their strength to deal with the ancient origin relic. Even Yun Nuoshing, who had mastered the origin energy, had to pay a price when he used the matching origin energy to come into contact with the ancient origin relic. How could the people of the cloud continent seal the ancient origin relics? It sounded like **T. Ancient origin relics that have been sealed. Oh, I heard from my father that there seem to be more than a dozen of them, and they are all under the control of other families. The little girl sat on a 2-meter-high stone with her legs dangling in the air. I only know the specific situation of my family. The rest is from what I heard. I heard that just maintaining the seal consumes a lot of things every year. The little girl's eyes turned and fell on Yun Nuoshing. Her big eyes were full of interest as she said seriously, "My family's ancient origin relic is also like that." So when it saw Big Brother, the ancient origin relic calmed down immediately. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. "You don't want me to go to your family's ancient origin relic to help you suppress it, do you?" The little girl nodded honestly, but when she saw Yun Nuoshing's crystallized right hand, she quickly waved her hands. I don't want Big Brother to take the risk. My family's ancient origin relic has been sealed for a long time, and its energy should have been depleted. Secondly, that ancient origin relic is not as powerful as the one that appeared today. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. To hell with depleted energy. Placing the ancient origin relic in the void with him to undergo the baptism of the great samsara, he died, but the ancient origin relic was still fine. Even if there was a little bit of energy depletion, it would not be weakened by too much. It could only be said that the energy released by the little girl's family's ancient origin relic was not as violent, and its form of energy was not the same, but it would not be weakened by too much because of the passage of time. Feng, the mess I've made in this continent may be a little more complicated than I thought, Hui said to the little girl in his soul. Hui said to Yun Nuoshing and the others in his soul, "At first, I only came for Black Nest. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Yun Nuoshing was also curious. Didn't you get attacked by the ancient origin relic when you were chased out by the 80,000-strong army? No, according to the little girl, they shouldn't be able to control the ancient origin relic, but I don't know why they allowed them to seal it. Hui frowned and thought hard for a while. Then, he casually threw out an irresponsible answer. Do you think this cloud continent is another world similar to the realm of the gods created by the origin heavenly god? Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji's bodies stiffened, and their expressions changed slightly. From the clues in front of them, the possibility was, a little bit. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and rejected this guess. No, from a variety of perspectives, the cloud continent is far from the world of the gods. It's impossible that they created the world of the gods, and then they can only make this kind of defective product out of boredom, right? What if it's a special situation? Hui suddenly became spirited, and the guardian, who had not used his brain for thousands of years, suddenly had a flash of inspiration at this moment, and he talked non-stop. What if it's a world created in an emergency? What if it has some special purpose, and it doesn't behave like the world of the gods? Just like those ancient origin relics, what if this world itself is just a huge storage space, and a long time has passed and a group of life was accidentally born from their energy and their rules? What if... The more Hui talked, the more excited he became. Yun Nuoshing also suddenly felt that this seemed to be reasonable, and it might really be the god of origin who made it for some purpose. Otherwise, how could they explain the many ancient origin relics that appeared on the cloud continent? Speaking of which, in the world of origin, the continent of origin, and the places related to them, there was nothing similar to the ancient origin relics left behind. Now it seemed that it was not that there was nothing left, or that they could not be left, but that they were all thrown here. Yun Nuoshing pulled her bangs and couldn't help but smile bitterly. So, is this some kind of arrangement of theirs? Or is it her arrangement, waiting for someone to come here to do something? Huey's voice came to an abrupt end and he laughed dryly. It's hard to say what if. After all, they were still themselves. How could they predict what people of that realm wanted to do? Maybe it was really as Yun Nuoshing said, that they had calculated something and deliberately left the ancient origin relics here, waiting for him or someone to come here one day and unlock the dusty secret. Chapter 1599. Can you feel it? That ancient and indestructible aura is the sound of the wind that reverberates in this world. The ethereal ancient words seeped into the space of this world from the void, accompanied by the endless whispers of the void that permeated every inch of space. It is the indestructible trace of the ancient gods that once existed in this void. Take a closer look at this world. It is shackled with the shackles of order. It is full of scars that cannot be concealed. The echoes that reverberate in the shadows are the painful roars and cries that once emitted by the void. Phone. The voice that reverberated in his ears, and the shadow that danced in front of him, made Yun Nuoshing slowly come back to his senses. Hui was waving his hand in front of his eyes. When he saw that Yun Nuoshing had finally come back to his senses, he let out a sigh of relief. Did your soul leave your body? I called you for a long time but you didn't respond. Yun Nuoshing rubbed his eyes and whispered, It's okay. I just saw something. The origin energy was attracted, so I saw it. Something about this world? You saw and understood the existence of this world. How can you understand it so quickly? Moreover, this thing can't be seen directly. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand and poked the head of a certain whimsical guardian. Because something was mentioned, the origin energy moved a little, so I can see a little sign. But to really understand this world, it's not possible. You need to explore it yourself. Perhaps it was because he had come into contact with the origin energy, but he could vaguely sense that something was related to the cloud continent and the heavenly god of origin. Those traces were all over the continent and had even spread to other continents. There was no doubt that this world was related to the heavenly god of origin, But it was definitely not the same as the realm of the god. They had created this space and this continent for their own reasons and purposes. It was just that he could not see through all of this yet, so he could only guess bit by bit. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead in distress. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps I need to collect the origin relics that are scattered in this world." Hui was also stunned when he heard this. He looked at him with a strange gaze and exclaimed in his soul, "Wow, how much mental preparation did you do? Don't give up on yourself, Feng." This guy, who would spiral up into the sky on the spot whenever he encountered something related to origin, wanted to self-destruct to erase his memories. This time, he actually took the initiative to attack and search for the origin relic. Was the void going to collapse tomorrow? "Tell me what happened to you. Don't take it too hard." Hui held Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and shook him a few times, his face full of pity and regret. "What kind of expression is that?" Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. She pushed him away with her left hand and said gloomily, "I don't want to touch those things, but the conditions in front of us. Do you think we can avoid it? Obviously, that's impossible. This world hides the secrets of the origin, and there's also that lump of non-order energy hidden under the entire cloud continent. No matter how you look at it, there's something wrong with it." Hui stared deeply into his eyes that were shining with pure white light. After a moment of silence, he said, "This is the first reason. What about the second reason?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. "The origin relic. They may not be able to use it, but I can give it a try. Since the destruction, her divine carrier fragment can have an inexplicable reaction to me, then these things that are closely related to them may be able to. You're throwing caution to the wind." Hui grinned and turned his eyes away to look at the vast continent. He took a deep breath. Well, it was a colorless and odorless gas. He didn't feel any aura of origin, but he could smell a strong, troublesome smell. The degree of trouble was estimated to be no less than the bad things they had encountered over the years. "Well, anyway, it doesn't conflict much with our original purpose," Hui muttered in a low voice. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. "What did you say?" "I said, anything related to the heavenly god of origin is a matter of life and death. Since you are ready to throw caution to the wind, I can't just leave you alone, right?" Hui folded his arms and shook his head helplessly. "Moreover, if you can really control the origin relic, it would be a great help to us and the world of order. With such a good thing in front of us, of course we have to go." "Well, that's what I mean," Yun Nuoshing said. "You came up with an excuse at the last minute, right?" "Hey, don't say it out loud if you know." Yun Nuoshing looked at him and sighed. He opened his palm and waved it wantonly in the wind. This trip came with Hui, but he had inadvertently found a new purpose for himself. Although he did not like it very much, collecting the origin relic was also a matter of life and death. He might have to risk his life every time. This matter had been decided, but he did not have a good idea as to how to proceed and how to collect the lost origin relic. The sealed origin relic was in the hands of the superpowers. Although it might not be a family treasure in his house, it was not something that he would simply show to others. Yun Nuoshing's eyes inadvertently swept over the little girl who was still holding his crystallized hand and looking at it. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times and he shook his right hand. "You've seen enough, there's nothing to see." Hee. The little girl covered her mouth and laughed a few times. She then tugged at Yun Nuoshing's clothes and swung it around. "Big brother, where's your ancient relic?" Yun Nuoshing turned his right hand over with his palm facing up. The purple origin energy surged rapidly in his forearm. Spots of light gathered along his forearm at the palm of his hand. A few inches above his palm, a light cluster appeared. The light gathered little by little, and a moment later, an object wrapped in light emerged. When the light dissipated, Hui and the little girl could see the object clearly. It was a white jade carving that looked like some kind of handmade jade. It was only 5 or 6 inches tall and the width of a palm. As for what it was, they couldn't tell at the moment. It was estimated that there was no way to tell in the future. This was only a semi-finished product. The carving stopped halfway. There was only a rough outline, and the outline was only half complete. Inside the jade carving, there was a ball of purple energy light. It was the origin energy that had just erupted. Even if it was slightly suppressed by Yun Nuoshing at the moment, we could still feel that this object was exuding an extremely huge and uncontrollable energy. It was like holding a sun that was about to explode. It's engraved with a powerful origin law and order power. As for how long it existed, I can't infer it, but from the origin law and order power it possesses, it shouldn't be a semi-finished product. Hui scratched his head in puzzlement. Other than this jade carving itself being a semi-finished product, everything else engraved on it was in a completed state. There was no such thing as a semi-finished product. As for why its surface was only a semi-finished product, it was hard to say, and he didn't dare to guess. After taking out this jade carving, Yun Nuoshing thought that the little girl would pounce on him and clamor to see it. He was already prepared to block her. However, the little girl just stood in front of him quietly. She raised her head and stared at the jade carving with her big clear eyes. She didn't say anything, and she didn't have the clinginess from before. She just looked at it very calmly. Her eyes became slightly deep, as if she was thinking about something. "Hey, come back to your senses!" Yun Nuoshing shouted. He saw the little girl's small body tremble. He said, "Don't stare at this thing for too long. Everything it contains is not something you can withstand." The little girl's expression became a little strange. "Big brother, why are you saying the same thing as Dad?" Yun Nuoshing, "Ahem, let's not talk about that with you. Let's talk about the original topic. How are you going to bring me to your house? The main point is, how are you going to explain such a big thing to your family?" Yun Nuoshing spread out his hands and placed the questions one by one in front of the little girl. He originally thought that he would see the little girl panic and be at a loss of what to do, but he didn't expect her to be so calm on the surface that there wasn't even a ripple. She even smiled at him. I have my own way. However, I need Big Brother to cooperate with me." The little girl grinned and jumped behind Yun Nuoshing. She hooked her arms around his neck and said with a smile, "It's not just for a while. I need Big Brother's cooperation later." Hearing that this cooperation came from the mouth of a little girl, Yun Nuoshing suddenly had the idea of playing house with the little girl in his heart. Moreover, he couldn't stop the idea from taking root and germinating. It made him uneasy. "What are you planning to do?" "Don't be nervous, Big Brother." The little girl jumped down from Yun Nuoshing's back. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Yangtian City in the distance with the other. The wind blew through her green dress and she exuded an imposing aura. "First, we have to return to Yangtian City. Second, they should still be there." And Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other. They weren't sure what this second was referring to. However, considering that the little girl had grabbed them and hurriedly slipped out as if to hide from someone, and was now preparing to slip back with an expression that said she wanted to stir up trouble, they were afraid that she was going to make an example out of someone. Perhaps this person was related to that second. The little girl laughed for a while. Suddenly, she stood in front of Yun Nuoshing and looked at him seriously. She put her left hand on her chest and bowed. She said to Yun Nuoshing, "This little girl is Jishuin. Big Brother, please take care of me." Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered slightly. This girl had restrained her headache-inducing liveliness. When she was serious, it was as if she was a different person. Just as he was thinking about that, the little girl who had finished speaking suddenly smiled playfully at him, causing the image of an elegant and dignified lady that had just appeared in Yun Nuo's star to crumble into pieces. Yes, it made him inexplicably think of the group of little girls at home, which also gave him a headache. To deal with them, he would rather go and fight with the underworld. Cough, cough. In that case, this deadly journey will begin from now on? Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He chuckled and said in his soul, "Guess how many lives I will have to play with?" The little angel frowned and said reproachfully, "Don't say such terrible things." The sky gradually darkened. Yangtian City, which had gone through a great storm, returned to the surface order, but there were undercurrents surging in the dark. Under the early evening lights, there was some unfathomable darkness. The bright stars in the sky dimmed their light. The lights between the many prosperous and splendid buildings drove away the remaining darkness of the night. People on the streets and alleys were discussing the great storm they had seen today. There was an ordinary-looking mansion located in the northern part of the city. Other than the fact that it occupied a relatively large area, its decorations and luxurious decorations were not on the same level as the buildings beside it. At this moment, there were 3 figures sitting in the courtyard. There were also some figures standing in the shadows in the corners of the courtyard, as if they had silently blended into the darkness. The 3 people sitting in the courtyard were the white-robed young man and his 2 companions who had appeared earlier today. "Second uncle, we still haven't found any traces of those people. I'm afraid they have already left Yangtian City and gone somewhere else." The young man sat on a stone chair and said softly to the white-robed young man, "Why don't we spread out and look elsewhere?" The young man sighed and leaned on the table. "Why are we looking for them? Why don't we go back?" The white-robed young man looked at the young man and shook his head. To be precise, he wasn't looking for them. He was looking for the other 2 people. When the ancient relic exploded in the stone workshop of King's Palace in the afternoon, the other 2 people probably stayed in the workshop to deal with the ancient relic. They quickly dealt with the ancient relic when everyone present was wrong at first glance, second glance, and third glance. Apart from being shocked, he also had some other thoughts. However, he judged that they didn't have enough people on this trip, so he didn't make a big fuss when looking for them. He was still waiting for reinforcements. "You're looking for them because—" The young man was about to say something to the young man when the air suddenly became silent. Everyone was stunned and their expressions changed. When he turned his head, he saw the white-robed young man suddenly stand up. His entire body was surging with energy. "May I know what business you have with us?" Seeing the white-robed young man's appearance, the people hiding in the shadows all came out with a swoosh. They were fully armed, but the white-robed young man waved his hand and told them to leave. People of this level came in the middle of the night. They didn't know if they were friend or foe. They couldn't be of any use. "You guys go in first." The white-robed young man stretched out his hand and dragged the young man who was still covered up. He waved his hand and threw him into the living room. The young man pondered for a while and nodded. He flashed into the living room and closed the door and windows. After everyone left, the white-robed young man spoke again. "Can you come out and see me?" Buzz. In the courtyard, a huge energy reaction quietly appeared. The space wriggled, and the white-robed young man's expression turned serious. When he came back to his senses, 4 figures had already appeared in his sight. They seemed to have been there from the beginning, but he didn't notice them until now. None of the 4 had any intention of hiding themselves. All of them showed their true faces. He had already seen 2 of them this afternoon. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 4, the white-robed young man was a little nervous. None of the 4 had a weaker aura than him, especially the 2 he had just seen. He felt as if he had fallen into an abyss just by looking at them. "Friends, may I know why you've come in the middle of the night?" The white-robed young man's face turned serious. He slowly cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "When the 4 stood together, all the experts in the Yang Sky City wouldn't be enough to deal with them. Coming in the middle of the night to find them really made his heart beat wildly." Pfft. The 4 of them had strange expressions. Suddenly, there was a delicate laughter, which made the white-robed young man slightly stunned. This familiar voice. He was in a daze. Suddenly, a petite figure emerged from behind the black-robed woman. She smiled at him and said, "Second uncle." See if my intuition is accurate. Tell me if it's accurate or not. Hui shouted in his soul. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. From the little girl's unfinished too, she guessed that he was from her family. She didn't expect this guy to be right. Jing Yuanji looked at the white-robed young man and also responded, I just saw you today. I didn't expect you to be from this little girl's family. Your aura doesn't feel like it. Their appearance is a little similar, Min said. The white-robed young man looked at the petite figure that suddenly appeared and was stunned. He pointed at her in a daze, then pointed at Yun Nuoxing and the other three who looked helpless and depressed. He opened his mouth for a long time before squeezing out a sentence, Yen why are you, Little sister slipped out again. It's over. When I get home, Father will definitely spank my butt into 8 pieces. The young man who had been hiding in the living room and observing the situation in the courtyard through a crack exclaimed. He quickly pushed the door open and ran out. He pulled the little girl and ran back. Why did you run out again? It's too boring at home. You all ran out to play. Why can't I come out? The little girl muttered. She waved her small fist and punched the young man's stomach in dissatisfaction. While he was in pain and relaxed, she ran back to Yun Nuoxing's side and made a face at the white-robed young man in the courtyard. The white-robed young man's gaze swept back and forth between the little girl and Yun Nuoxing. For the time being, he put down the idea of his niece being abducted by 4 experts of unknown origin. He held back his words and looked at Yun Nuoxing suspiciously. May I know who you are? Second uncle, let me tell you. The little girl shouted cheerfully. She pulled Yun Nuoxing and the others to sit down at the stone table. Then, she chattered with the white-robed young man about what happened today. In the end, she concluded with a sentence, Big Brother is very powerful. Second uncle, I plan to ask Big Brother for help. At first, he only used a bitter smile to deal with the slightly awkward situation. However, when the little girl mentioned the last sentence, all of the embarrassment on the white-robed young man's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at the little girl with a slightly serious and heavy expression. You? How can you casually talk about that matter? Big Brother can help. The little girl swayed her small feet with a disapproving look. She pulled Yun Nuoxing's long hair and swung it back and forth. She said very indifferently, That's not a secret. Don't others know that there's something wrong with that thing in our house? That's what they say. Anyway, second uncle, you've tried all kinds of methods in the past few years, but it's useless. The white-robed young man's face stiffened. That was indeed the case. They had a special method to deal with that ancient artifact, but as time passed, the seal and the ancient artifact itself were slowly becoming unstable. There was almost no effect in sealing it again. If they left it in an unstable state, it would definitely be difficult to deal with it. However, if they wanted to deal with it, to be honest, they didn't have any methods. Even fourth brother was a little anxious when facing that ancient artifact, let alone them. He guessed that the other families were in the same situation. They couldn't seal it, and if they threw it out, it would be another disaster for the Cloud Continent. They could only use all kinds of methods to forcibly suppress it. The degree of danger was no less than burying a powerful time bomb in their own backyard. Speaking of which, when everyone else in the family was in a terrible fix, it was this little girl who really went out to ask for help. From the little girl's clear eyes, he could see the firm confidence in her. Vaguely, he seemed to see the shadow of his fourth brother. It was really similar. Speaking of which, although this little niece of his was only 13 or 14 years old, her mind was so active that they couldn't understand it. She was like a little devil running around and causing trouble in the ice domain. This was also very similar to fourth brother when he was young. Let's put it this way. Second uncle naturally believes what you said, but the implications of this matter are also very big. I have to discuss it with your father before I can make a decision. The white-robed young man hesitated and said with a bitter smile. Although he did have a little idea when he sent people to look for them, at this time, when the little girl brought them in front of him, he couldn't be in a hurry to agree. Hui and the others hadn't said anything. At this time, they suddenly glanced at him and said, "We are very busy. If the little girl didn't ask us to stay, we would have already slipped away. So, you'd better hurry." This wasn't nonsense. After confirming that Yun Nuoxing was going to make a move on those origin relics, their time seemed to be a little tight. The origin relics in the ice domain and whatnot, in fact, it didn't matter to them whether it was earlier or later. Even if the little girl didn't lead the way, when the time came and the seal broke, the other side would explode, and they would naturally be able to find them. The white-robed young man and the others should be the anxious ones. The white-robed young man was about to nod when the little girl couldn't sit still anymore. She jumped down from the chair and dragged Yun Nuoxing to the side. "Oh, second uncle is really dragging his feet. Big brother, come with me. I'll show you something else." Speechlessly watching the little girl lead Yun Nuoxing and the others to the backyard, the white-robed youth sighed and took out a purple talisman from his bosom. "Fourth brother, I've found Yen. But I've also found a few people." Chapter 1600. Shadows shrouded the spacious guest room. The energy crystal suspended in the air emitted a weak and gentle light, illuminating the space within a radius of 2 meters. The scattered light shone on the table, illuminating some books and an ancient map displayed on it. The bright sun was blocked outside the window, not bringing much light to this guest room. The atmosphere of the night still lingered in the room, lingering without dispersing. Gently closing the heavy book in her hand, Yun Nuoxing yawned. She reached out and pressed a place on the quaint map, leaving an energy mark. She turned her head and looked at Hui, Jing Yuanji, and Min, who were still trying to flip through the books. Then, she looked at Ji Shuyan, who was lying on the table and sleeping soundly. She rubbed her eyes and carefully carried the little girl to the soft bed behind her. After covering her with a quilt, she continued to bend over the table and continued to draw the quaint map. The ancient map depicted the overall appearance of the Cloud Continent. It was originally just an ordinary map, but now Yun Nuoxing and the others had left energy marks on it. Behind each mark there was a story and a past. But in the eyes of Yun Nuoxing and the others, it symbolized an ancient relic or a futile effort. Information and intelligence were time-sensitive things. Once it left the recorded time, there would be a deviation. The information and intelligence recorded in these ancient books had been in the past for at least 100 to 1,000,000 years. She did not know if the information recorded in these ancient books would still be effective in the present. But this was already the most systematic information that they could grasp at the moment. It directly showed the location of the origin relic. If an outsider wanted to grasp all the information about the local world at once, they had to take down the core of the world or swim around in the depths of the concept layer of the rules. These two things were now well protected by the world itself. If they wanted to crack it, it would inevitably cause a huge commotion, so these two methods would not work. They could only use the stupidest method to do it. As for how these books came about, it was all thanks to the little girl who had stayed up with them all night until she finally could not take it anymore and fell asleep on the table. It was very easy for the little princess of the ice domain to come into contact with this kind of information, but Yun Nuoxing was slightly surprised that she had been collecting this information from the beginning. The little girl herself was also very interested in the origin relic, otherwise she would not have collected such detailed, outdated information and this ancient map. When he thought of the little girl holding his crystallized right hand and looking at it non-stop yesterday, there seemed to be some kind of secret, as if there was some kind of reason for her expression. He was a little curious as for why Ji Shuyan would share all the information that she had painstakingly collected. It was indeed part of their reason. He only said that they were collecting these things all over the world. As for Ji Shuyan's own reasons, he was still unclear. There was something that was hard to say. He could see this, so he didn't say anything. If Ji Shuyan needed anything in the future, he would help her. It shouldn't be too difficult. Lord Feng, why don't you go and rest? Jing Yuanji left a mark on the map and saw Yun Nuoxing yawning non-stop. She could not help but walk over and whisper to him. Ha! The yawn stopped abruptly. Yun Nuoxing covered his mouth in a daze. Only then did he realize that he was already feeling a little tired. He was also a little stunned. After staying up for an entire night, he, who was at the pinnacle of source power, was still exhausted? This can't be, this is impossible. Then his gaze fell on his crystal-clear right hand that was reflecting the light of energy. After a moment of daze, he suddenly realized that the source power was still processing his hand. All the processing power of his body was hanging on his right hand, and it was hanging in the background. So for a while, he did not realize that he was almost dog-tired. Yawn. It's okay, I can still hold on for a while. Yun Nuoxing smiled at Jing Yuanji and continued to organize the massive amount of information that poured into his mind. Yesterday, I glimpsed the vague meaning of the existence of the cloud continent from the traces of this continent. I feel a little uneasy. I can't stop now. I don't want to be in a hurry to deal with trouble when it comes to me. Jing Yuanji was silent for a while after hearing the words. She sat down beside him and continued to organize a lot of information. I really want to poke through the seal of the conceptual layer of the rules with a stick. Hui rolled his eyes and threw a book into Yun Nuoxing's hands. His whole body slumped against the wall. I haven't read for many years. It actually reminds me of sitting in the Guardian Temple and busying myself with stamping. Oh my God! You call that relaxing? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said faintly, one stamped for a period of time, and the other stamped for a period of time. The information that could be passed to you at that time was some higher-level information. Later, if you hadn't found a way to get I Ching and Qing Jun to help deal with it, you would still be stamping now. Do you believe me? Hui, who had just slumped against the wall, spat out a mouthful of soul energy and fell to the ground. After getting rid of the last stack of heavy books, Yun Nuoxing and the other three all breathed a long sigh of relief. The four girls in his soul also breathed a sigh of relief. So much information was poured into his brain all night, and he was not the only one who felt uncomfortable. Even the four of them also suffered. Then, this is the result of an entire night's work. The four people from Yun Nuo's star sat in front of the table and stared at the map with a serious expression. The ancient map was engraved with hundreds of energy imprints, covering every corner of the cloud continent. When the four of them saw it, their faces immediately became serious and a little dark. Not long after, their faces turned completely dark. These hundreds of imprints. Don't tell me that there are hundreds of origin relics? Yun Nuoxing was the first to react. Her face turned green. The result of sorting out the intelligence and information for a night was actually such a terrifying information presented in front of him? Collecting an origin relic already took half of his life. If these hundreds of origin relics were to be smashed one after another, he was afraid that he would die here. Could he give up on this damned mission now? It shouldn't be that bad. Hui shook his head. His eyes swept across the entire map. There can't be so many origin relics. Probably there aren't that many of them. There are so many imprints on the map, and some of them may be traces left behind by the same thing. Because of the passage of time, we can't distinguish the situation among them, so we can only mark them all on the map. Then we have to check them one by one? Min said and looked at Yun Nuoxing. You have the origin energy. Don't you have a unique way to accurately find them? Yun Nuoxing shook his head. As he spoke, he took out the origin relic. The origin relics are in a state of dormancy. They only release a very small amount of energy. In this case, even if I have the origin energy, I can't accurately find where they are, unless the dormancy is broken. Just like the situation when I dug them out yesterday, I woke them up and they released a huge amount of energy that allowed me to accurately sense their location. Hui thought for a moment and raised his head. How about you try a flood of information? You want to blow the cloud continent into smithereens, right? You really know what you're doing. You want to press the cloud continent into the void, right? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Looking at his awkward and confused face, he helplessly explained. I knew you were going to say this. I've already prepared the answer in advance. The origin energy. Including the amount that I can use accurately and reluctantly, there are a total of 69 types. Twisting them into a single energy, releasing a shock wave of law energy, turning it into a flood of information that sweeps across the entire cloud continent. All the origin relics related to these 69 types of origin energy will suddenly go berserk. Yun Nuoshing said. He gritted his teeth and forced the purple origin energy to squeeze out a little energy from his body and injected it into the white jade sculpture. The purple energy inside the jade sculpture was suddenly stimulated. It bloomed with a light that was 100 times more dazzling than usual. It was as if a moon had descended into the room, dispelling all the darkness. At the same time, an extremely huge amount of energy was released. Hui and the other two's expressions changed. They immediately prepared to defend themselves. Withdraw. Yun Nuoshing was just showing off. At this moment, she shouted softly and quickly suppressed the origin energy. The purple light that was still flashing crazily and growing dimmed all of a sudden. The surging energy also gradually weakened, allowing the three of them to breathe a sigh of relief. There's actually such a huge reaction. Huey's expression was solemn. The energy released by using the information torrent to sweep across the entire cloud continent was countless times greater than the energy released by Yunhua planet. Just a little bit of origin energy was enough to cause such a reaction in the origin relic. When the information torrent swept across, it was likely that the origin relic of the entire cloud continent would go berserk. When that time came, the origin energy and the origin law would explode together, causing the non-order energy at the bottom to move. An endless violent war between order and chaos would break out in minutes. The cloud continent would no longer be needed. They would still have to repair it for others next year. Yun Nuoshing put away the jade sculpture and looked back at the little girl who was still sleeping soundly. She then turned back and said, I still haven't figured out the reason and meaning of these origin relics' existence, but they will have a huge reaction to the same origin energy as them. It can even be said that they are rioting. Their reaction to the origin energy. How should I put it? It's not the kind of desire that lacks energy. The origin relic does not lack energy. It's more like the energy they encounter is the origin energy, so they will have some kind of special reaction. It's just like when the two of us activated the pillar of creation. So, we've come back to the question. What did the heavenly god of origin and the others set up in this world? They used a large number of primordial relics to do something important. By the way, how far have you analyzed that primordial relic? Ugh, I've asked for nothing. Hui smiled bitterly and slapped himself. He was asking the obvious. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. He had just used his energy to stimulate the origin relic, and there was such a big reaction. How would he dare to use more energy to analyze it? Not using the origin energy would not cause the origin relic to change. Ordinary energy could not affect them. But using the origin energy, the reaction looked like it was about to explode. Jing Yuanji picked up the ancient map of the cloud continent and looked at it for a while. So, we can only confirm it one by one? Yes, before the information is updated. Yun Nuoshing nodded helplessly. It was a tough job. They were now picking up keys all over the world. After picking up the keys, they still had to open the door and then touch something that might be very dangerous. Just picking up the key was enough to kill them. God knows if there would be worse things later. The map has been sent to everyone. Hui gave the map to Xing LV and the others who were causing trouble all over the cloud continent through the soul seed while the two were talking. He asked them to look for the place where the energy marks were while they were tearing down the king's palace's subhalls and energy wells. The best-case scenario is that every energy mark has an origin relic. The worst-case scenario, because of the time limit, this information is fake for the time being. They are all no longer in the same place. Hui said. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched when she heard that. She shook her head and said, "No, it's all bad news for me." The three of them could not help but smile bitterly when they heard that. It was bad news even if they found it, because they would have to risk their lives. If they could not find it, then they would have wasted a night of information. This news was not worse than the former, but it was still uncomfortable. The four of them were silent for a while around the table. Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief, took the map, rolled it up casually, and threw it into the pendant. Speaking of this map, he remembered another thing. When he mentioned this, he thought of Xing LV. Now, let's hand it over to Xing LV and the others first. We don't need to confirm it all night, and we don't need to search all over the world to look for another origin relic. Maybe we can find something better. His cheeks twitched after he said that. Or rather, I hope the situation can be better. Hui looked at his arm that was reflecting the light of the energy crystal. His expression was slightly heavy. The crystal in your hand is still there. Don't you need to solve this part first? The crystallization is just because the energy of the origin is too strong. I'm constantly pressing it into the origin mark. But I can't rush it. But it won't have much of an impact. Yun Nuoxing looked at his arm and shook it up and down. Suddenly, he teased himself. I wonder how much it would be worth if I broke it and sold it. Hui and the others were speechless. Judging from this joke, this guy's heart was so tense that it had become a thin line. It was the kind that would break and go crazy at any time. Let's go. We'll go to the ice region and take a look. They seem to have prepared the teleportation items. We shouldn't need to waste time on the road. Yun Nuoxing carried Ji Shuyan on his back and tied her hair. Then, he let out a sigh and led Hui and the others out of the guest room and into the courtyard. The white-robed young man had gotten up early in the morning and was preparing for the return journey. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. His gaze suddenly flickered. When he saw Yun Nuoxing and the others coming out of the room, he couldn't help but smile. However, when he saw the little girl sleeping on his back, his smiling face suddenly stiffened. Last night I talked to her about the ancient relics. Seeing that she was talking happily, I didn't interrupt her. Unknowingly, the sun had risen. Yun Nuoxing explained before the white-robed young man's expression changed. Seeing that the white-robed young man's expression had eased, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he continued, seeing that she was very curious about the ancient relics, but not like the curiosity of ordinary people. Do you know anything? Yen is still very concerned about the ancient relic. Even now, she's still looking for it. It's been years. After listening to Yun Nuoxing's simple explanation of what happened last night, the white-robed young man couldn't help but sigh. His expression was a little helpless. However, he just shook his head and didn't say anything. It seemed like he didn't want to talk about it. Yun Nuoxing and the others saw this and didn't ask anything. They simply changed the topic. I don't care too much about your family matters. I've already received the reward that the little girl promised me. Now it's our turn. Hearing this, the white-robed young man's expression froze. He looked at Yun Nuoxing for a long time. He stared at the pair of black eyes for a long time but couldn't see anything. Then, he nodded. It's my duty. I've also reported to them last night. If you don't have any other urgent matters, shall we go now? Let's go. Yun Nuoxing shrugged her shoulders. The white-robed young man nodded and called in the direction of the hall. The little girl, her second brother, and the other three quickly brought people out from inside. They glanced at their little sister who was sleeping behind Yun Nuoxing. Then, they looked at the four people with a strange gaze. After a long time, they withdrew their gazes and communicated with their eyes. The white-robed young man set up the talisman array used for teleportation in the courtyard. The style and energy circulation were different from the array that Yun Nuoshing and the others knew. Just the weave and structure alone were very different. However, the energy that was used to circulate it was still the power of space. This was the only energy that seemed to be required by a teleportation array. Stand properly. Don't use any energy during the teleportation process. This time, the distance is a little far. The weak energy disturbance may cause the destination to be far away. The white-robed young man reminded them. Then, he clapped his hands together and formed a hand seal. The blue talisman paper placed in the four corners of the talisman array suddenly ignited with flames. After a burst of crackling sounds, the talisman paper burned out. The talisman array under their feet also emitted a burst of light. The surging power of space wrapped the group of people in it. Then, they disappeared in an instant. The ice domain was located in the extreme north of the cold winterland. It was also the northernmost place of the Cloud Continent. However, the original name of this land wasn't Cold Winterland. No one remembered its original name. Now, it was only called the Cold Winterland because the ice domain guarded this place. In the place that was covered with ice and snow all year round, there were many ice and snow mountains that pierced through the cloud. Looking down at this ice domain from above, it was like looking at a sword tomb made of ice. In the center of the ice domain, where the largest ice sword was located, was the door to the ice domain. Phew, this door is really grand. A group of people appeared on the ice domain along with the flow of silver-blue spatial energy. Yun Nuoshing looked over and saw the huge mountain peak that was like the king of 10,000 swords. At a glance, she saw the purpose of its existence. It was a door that stood in the middle of the ice domain. It was the door that led to the most magnificent and most sacred place recognized by everyone in the Cloud Continent. Although its appearance was a huge blue-black mountain peak that stood on the ground and pointed to the sky, it was a bit unsightly. Even the ice and snow couldn't leave many marks on it. Seeing the strange expressions of the white-robed young man and others, we hurriedly covered Yun Nuoshing's mouth and said in her soul, "Feng, if your mouth is itchy and your eyes can't control it, just say it in your soul. Don't say it in front of others." Yun Nuoshing scratched her head awkwardly. "I'm used to it." The white-robed young man, who originally wanted to open his mouth and say a few words, instantly felt that there was nothing to introduce after hearing Yun Nuoshing's words. She had already seen the door and found the place. It was impossible for him to point at the door and make up some trick. Anyway, the four of them weren't ordinary guests. They weren't here for sightseeing. Thinking of this, he relaxed a lot. He led the group to the front of the largest ice mountain and took out a jade pendant. He pressed the jade pendant on the mountain peak in front of them. A strange energy wave spread out. The space at the bottom suddenly distorted slightly. Slowly, a huge twisting vortex appeared. Then, an open passage appeared in front of them. They could see some mirrored scenes and buildings behind the door. "Everyone, please." The white-robed young man smiled at Yun Nuoshing and others. Then, he took the lead and walked into the teleportation space. The collision made the space door ripple, and then it disappeared. Yun Nuoshing and others didn't care, and followed him into the teleportation space. As a burst of light bloomed, they couldn't help but squint their eyes. After a little adapting to the strong sunlight, they slowly opened their eyes. Then, they couldn't help but say, "Oh." What appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing and others was still a world made of ice and snow. The bright sunlight hung on the horizon. It didn't feel like winter at all. What they saw in front of them was a palace and buildings hidden in the ice and snow. It was self-contained with the surrounding environment. In a farther place, there was a towering ice mountain. Extremely long ice and snow stairs surrounded the ice mountain all the way to the top. At the top of the ice mountain, there was a magnificent temple made of energy. Under the scorching sun, it revealed an endless feeling of laziness. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He was sure that he didn't feel wrong. The magnificent temple was filled with some kind of popular psychic power. It seemed to be some kind of spiritual sustenance. It was still a distance away from faith. It should be very sacred, very majestic and grand. But he could only feel a sense of laziness from it. And this wasn't just his feeling. Looking at Hui and others' strange expressions, he could tell that they definitely felt the same way. Seeing Yun Nuoxing and others' strange expressions, the white-robed young man laughed dryly and scratched his head. It wasn't just them. When the others entered and saw the magnificent temple for the first time, they also had the same expression. Fourth brother's dignity has been swept away once again. The white-robed young man sighed and shook his head. That's not right. He doesn't seem to have any dignity. Chapter 1601. The space in front of them was only a part of the vast and boundless world of ice and snow. It was just a facade. The lines of the space continued to stretch out into the distance. Their existence revealed the size of this space from the side. It was definitely not as small as it appeared at this moment. On the snowy mountain, under the scorching sun, the spectacular temple, with a special symbolic meaning, gave off a strange feeling of laziness. Although it exuded some majesty, there was no way to offset the strange feeling. It was also because of the strange atmosphere that Yun Nuoxing felt a warm sense of belonging that belonged to the people around him. It was a feeling that overflowed from the bottom of his heart. When he saw the temple, he felt like a wanderer who had wandered out for countless years had returned home. Although it was a little strange, this was something made by someone else, so Yun Nuoxing couldn't say anything. She tried her best to suppress her mouth full of complaints into her stomach. Her pretty face was red from holding it in, and she pretended that nothing had happened. Under the endless blue sky, clouds hovered in the same place for a long time. They did not dance with the breeze. They hung in the sky like a sticker, casting a permanent shadow on the snowy land below. The cold wind blew past Yun Nuoxing and the others who were standing on the ice mountain for a long time. The few of them who had been standing in the same place for a long time came back to their senses. Although it is also a self-contained space, this space is not rooted in the real world. It is more like it has been teleported to a different space through the gate. I am afraid it will be quite difficult to find its original body in the real world. Yun Nuoxing could not help but look at the self-contained space out of habit. He then said to Hui and the others in his soul, however, the degree of spatial compression, energy, and the reconstruction and circulation of the power of laws are not particularly advanced. Although the circulating energy is several times stronger than the outside world, according to the situation of this space itself, it should be far from the upper limit. By the way, the defensive measures of this space were quite good. There were many defensive things surging with a huge amount of energy, such as the formation buried underground, some high-energy reactions in some buildings, and some hidden in the space. Wait a minute, such a grand array, why did it feel like they were prepared to deal with them? Even if they were vigilant against uninvited guests, they did not have to be so vigilant, right? While Yun Nuoxing was looking at the space with a high standard, Hui was looking at the world with a normal gaze. They were standing on an ice peak that was dozens of meters high. Behind them was a teleportation gate that did not have any energy, so it did not move. They appeared at the edge of the ice peak. Standing there, looking down, they could see the whole world of ice and snow. In the distance, there were rows of glaciers and ice peaks, like layers of barriers protecting the snowy plains below. Halls and tall buildings were scattered all over the snowy plains, like small mountain villages in a world of ice and snow, all gathered together to form a small town. They could see many figures coming and going on the snowy plains. Many powerful auras could be felt from some distant glaciers and ice peak. There were strong people lurking in the dark, and at the same time, observing them. Obscure gazes were cast on them from all directions. Hui glanced at the white-robed young man. He probably attracted a lot of attention when he sent the news back last night. Dealing with ancient relics was a big deal even for the ice region, so it was reasonable that so many people would pay attention to it. He patted his face and thought that there should be no problem. Before going to Yangtian City, he deliberately changed his appearance. There should not be any life on the cloud continent that could see through his real face. Please follow me. After occupying the teleportation point of the ice peak for a while, the white-robed young man smiled faintly and took the lead to fly out of here. Yun Nuoxing also withdrew his strange gaze and looked at Hui and the other two. They all followed unhurriedly. There was some kind of pressure entrenched in the space. Yun Nuoxing was familiar with these gazes. They were sizing her up, but there was no hostility so far. However, most of these gazes fell on her, probably because she was carrying Ji Shuyan on her back. In the hidden space, there seemed to be a spiritual communication going on in the dark, talking about something. The temple in the ice region looked very close, but as Yun Nuoxing said at the beginning, this space was not as small as it looked. As they kept moving forward, the space was also extending and expanding little by little. The main body of the temple should be in a deeper part of the ice region. The snowfield, ice field, and glaciers were not as small as they looked. Oh, we're home. When Yun Nuoxing was quietly looking at this space, the little girl lying on her back suddenly woke up. She looked around in a daze and recognized the familiar scene. She could not help but murmur, "We just went out for a short time and we're back again. Next time, we have to go out for a longer time." The group of people could not help but smile bitterly when they heard the little girl's words. The white-robed young man's body swayed a few times, and he almost fell from the sky. He looked depressed and speechless. Every time the little girl ran away, he was the one who went to find her. The two of them played hide-and-seek on the entire cloud continent and ran everywhere. It was not easy for him to catch this playful little girl. If he did not meet these four people this time, he might have to wander outside for a while before he could find the little girl's trace. Thinking of this, the white-robed young man could not help but look at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing also looked back at them. Her eyes said, "It doesn't feel good to be led by the nose by a little girl running around the world." The two looked at each other, sighed, and shook their heads together. About 10 minutes later, Yun Nuoxing and the others landed in front of the shrine. The white-robed young man was about to say something when Ji Shuyan jumped and pulled Yun Nuoxing forward. "Oh, second uncle, it's too troublesome to be so polite. I'll take them directly to father." The white-robed young man was speechless. While he was stunned, the little girl ran away with the four people. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was really, the little girl led Yun Nuoxing and the others as they ran quickly through the temple. In an instant, they passed through the front hall and arrived at the backyard. Behind the temple was a forest covered in ice and snow. Moreover, these unknown trees all had a sharp aura. At first glance, it was as if they had seen the ice sword tomb at the entrance of the ice domain. However, it was a version that was 100 times smaller. Walking into the ice forest, the little girl's footsteps slowed down a lot. Yun Nuoxing continued to let his spirit wander in the void subconsciously, spreading out in all directions at will. After a while, the spirit that spread out stopped spreading and all extended forward. After passing through the ice forest and arriving at the edge of the ice mountain, there was a figure standing there with his hands behind his back, slightly tilting his head to look at the sun. The pinnacle of origin. Yun Nuoxing whispered in her soul and narrowed her eyes slightly. This was the first pinnacle of origin that she had seen since she came to the cloud continent. Just from her senses alone, she could tell that this guy was a little special. If Jing Yuanji and Min wanted to deal with him, they might have a hard time. However, compared to the two of them, there was still a big gap. This was the first time she had seen such a situation after wandering in the void for so many years. Even the distorted clan did not have such a special model. While Yun Nuoxing was sizing up the other party, the figure standing at the edge of the ice mountain suddenly paused as if he had sensed something. The breeze that was swirling around his body quietly stopped. He slowly turned around and his gaze met Yun Nuoshing's across the ice forest. Just like how Yun Nuoshing was sizing him up and felt a little surprised when he met Yun Nuoshing's gaze, he also felt a little surprised. Even though he quickly regained his composure, that shock was still caught by Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and simply greeted him first. Yo! Beside him, Hui, Jing Yuanji, and the others all covered their faces and sighed. This guy's way of greeting had not changed at all. Was it really necessary to start greeting from a few hundred meters away? Seeing Yun Nuoshing raise her hand to greet him, the other party was also stunned for a moment. He smiled faintly, turned around and walked a few steps to the side. Yun Nuoshing understood. She waved her hand and led the others to the edge of the ice mountain in a flash, facing him directly. The appearance of the person in front of them looked to be only 23 or 24 years old. Of course, this appearance usually could not be used to measure one's real age. He was tall and had a faint smile on his handsome face. His shoulder-length black hair swayed gently with the breeze. He wore a casual and loose robe like an ordinary young man. Perhaps it was because of his own energy, or because he had been in contact with this environment for a long time. His deep black eyes glowed with a faint blue light. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom of it. If one looked carefully, they would find that the little girl and him had some similarities. The little girl, who originally had her own plans, was about to do something. However, when he suddenly appeared here, she was stunned for a moment. She was a little depressed as she patted Yun Nuoshing's waist. Then, she turned around and looked up at the smiling young man in front of her. She said, "Stupid dad, I'm back. Yun Nuoshing and the others." This tone was really, "Tsk, forget it." Anyway, it was someone else's business. They could not say anything. The young man's face also stiffened. He shook his head helplessly and squatted down to pat the little girl's head. He said dotingly, "Yen you're being naughty again. You don't have time to accompany me anyway. It's not like the house is closed. I just went out for a few rounds." The little girl pouted with her cheeks puffed up. It looked like a little girl complaining about her father, who was busy with his career and had no time to care about his family. Oh, this was a little girl. When she complained, her pretty face turned red. It made Yun Nuoshing feel that she was just a little girl who was being ignored at home and was trying her best to get people to pay attention to her. She was just acting coquettishly to her father. He was already familiar with this feeling. After all, he had taken care of her before. Forget it, forget it. I don't want to talk about it. If I continue, I feel like I'm going to split open. He originally wanted to have a good chat with his daughter. However, there were outsiders present. The young man did not want to delay for too long. He patted his little daughter's head and stood up to look at Yun Nuoshing and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "Second brother has already told me the details. You're here to help seal the ancient relic, right?" "Oh, that's right. However, there are still some small differences. Do you need to hold a large meeting and then a small meeting to discuss with the people in the clan?" Hui said casually, "Although the ancient relic is not something useful, it's still a matter of great importance. Originally, it should be like this. However, you are people brought back by Yen. Naturally, you don't need to go through those complicated steps. Although this little girl is naughty, she has her own standards and guidelines. You can rest assured." The young man smiled. His gaze faintly swept towards Yun Nuoshing. He kept feeling that there was something out of place about this person. "I wonder what method the few of you plan to use to seal the ancient artifact?" Cough, cough. "There are some things that I have to say first." Yun Nuoshing coughed softly and lowered her head to look at Jixuan. Seeing that she nodded solemnly and cast a firm and trusting gaze at him, she said, "I have a way to solve the ancient relic. However, it's not a seal. However, the result will be the same. That is, the ancient relic will no longer have any influence on you. Yun Nuashing stammered and swallowed the second half of her sentence. Because all the influence will be transferred to me. Naturally, it won't have any influence on you. The young man's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he said, in other words, you can take the ancient relic away and seal it again? Remove all future troubles forever. Hui nodded. This seems a little incomprehensible. The young man frowned slightly. Looking at Yun Nuashing and the others, he did not seem to be joking. Perhaps you have come into contact with other ancient relic. However, the ancient relic that we're sealing is different from others. Using the power of heaven and earth, we can seal it in one place forever. After that, there's no way to move it again. That will break the power of heaven and earth and the power of rules that are being applied to the ancient relic to seal it. You don't have to worry about this. You'll know when you see it. Hui waved his hand and grinned. Suddenly, he pulled Yun Nuashing's right hand and rolled up his sleeve to show the crystallized arm to the young man. The latter's expression changed slightly. Contaminated by the energy of the ancient relic. No, the ancient relic is sealed in your body? Is this the method that you're talking about? It's so convenient to talk to smart people. Hui smiled and nodded. When he saw the young man's expression that was as deep as a stagnant pool, he waved his hand and explained, Hey, don't think of us as some strange, evil people. Indeed, just letting you see this scene may make you think of something bad. However, this is not a fearless sacrifice. We won't sacrifice anything. It's just a small sequela. You'll recover after a period of time. It can be as short as a few days, or as long as a few years. There are some limitations. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. Hearing this, the young man reluctantly accepted this explanation. That's good. Although the sealing of the ancient relic is the most important thing, I don't want to put anyone's life in it. Since you have a way to deal with it, I won't say anything more. Come with me. The young man waved his hand and carried the little girl who was still mumbling with her head lowered. He led the way and went deeper into the space. Yun Nuashing glanced at the deep space, nodded and followed the young man. Do you know anything about the ancient relics? The ancient relics that were sealed by us or located all over the Cloud continent. The young man suddenly said, What we're looking for is the truth of this matter. These ancient relics are not randomly placed on the continent. Hui shrugged. However, to be honest, we haven't found anything. It's a piece of dusty ancient history that is difficult to touch. Even if we want to blow away the layer of dust on the surface, it's very difficult. The exploration of history and ancient relics has actually been going on for countless years. Such things have been happening since ancient times. However, after a long time of hard work, we've only found a way to suppress the rioting ancient relic. The young man took a deep breath and talked with Yun Nuashing and the others. Going back in time, hundreds of millions of years, or even longer, it's hard to say who was the first person who tried to get something from the ancient relic. Perhaps it was an instinctive desire for power, or perhaps it was greed. He or they reached out their hands to the ancient relics that were floating all over the Cloud continent and even the lower continent, trying to control them, trying to get some lost power through them. To the life on this continent, the ancient relics are equivalent to another lost piece of history that no one knows. That's why there's a lost power? Hui thought of a direction from these few words. That's true. These pieces of history are buried very deep. Basically, no one knows about it. However, this matter was courting death from the beginning. In that long time, the ancient relics were not as crazy as they are now. They were uncontrollable, sensitive, flammable, and explosive. In that period, the ancient relics were like some kind of decoration that was integrated with the Cloud continent itself. They quietly existed in the place where they should exist until they were touched. At first, those who wanted to get power through the ancient relics did get their wish, and got a part of the powerful energy. That kind of power was enough to make them stand above everyone at that time. Min noticed that there was something wrong with his tone. Moreover, according to the development of this kind of plot and her understanding of the origin of this mess, when she followed Yun Nuoshing around, she made a bold guess. After that, the ancient relics went out of control and became what they are now? That's what it became many years later. But it's about the same. The young man nodded and looked at the place where there was a flickering light in the depths of the ice domain. He said, at first it did let them get a lot of power. But later, the ancient relics that they controlled suddenly went out of control. At the same time, there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. I didn't dig up the details of what happened exactly. I only know that it was a very rapid collapse. That powerful force completely became an object that only existed in the history books overnight. As for what happened at that time, it was completely unclear. There were many speculations later, but none of them seemed to be reliable. Therefore, this part was not recorded in the ancient books. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed. The origin relic went out of control and exploded. If that was really the case, it should have turned the entire cloud continent into dust and become a land of death. But at that time, the loss of control only caused the rapid destruction of a behemoth. Where did the excess energy go? It couldn't be that it was held back by itself, right? I don't understand. If there are remnants of the scene left behind, I might be able to understand something. In the history that I've been looking for, this was at the very beginning. I also saw some clues in the later event. It seems that this was the beginning of this matter. In the later history, there were many incidents where the ancient relics went out of control. Hui pondered for a while and snapped his fingers. Everyone in that period was messing with the ancient relics, so they all went out of control at the same time. The young man shook his head. The loss of control and collapse of the ancient relics did not happen at the same time. It was something that happened frequently over a long period of time. It continued until recent years, about 70 to 80 million years ago. Everything calmed down and no longer went out of control. But if someone touched it, there would still be a very big movement. The ancient relics that were suppressed in the hands of others at this moment were the results of careful research on the ancient relics in these tens of millions of years. But even so, only a very small part of the ancient relics could be successfully suppressed and sealed. More of them are still lurking in every corner of the cloud continent. The origin of chaos has also left a heavy mark on this place. Yun Nuoshing muttered in his soul. The origin of chaos is indeed worthy of its reputation. Min nodded in agreement. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, Hui suddenly shivered and revealed a bright smile. He patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Hey, don't worry. We're here to deal with this matter." "It's easy for you to say that." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes fiercely. "It's not your life that we're playing with. Don't you feel any pressure?" No. I also feel a lot of pressure. If you go up and cause trouble, I have to help you deal with the aftermath, including taking care of your daily life in the future." Yun Nuoshing was speechless. This guy is cursing me. I'm sure. The last few sentences were said in his soul. The young man did not hear it. He only heard Huey's bright laughter. After that, he could not help but laugh. "I didn't expect that there would be such selfless people like you in this world." "Well, cough cough. You can just take it that way." Rao Shui could not help but blush. They had a certain purpose. However, it was harmless to the Union continent. Now that they were going to subdue the origin of chaos that had gone out of control, it was indeed a big matter for the Union continent to get rid of harm. It was just that it would hurt someone's body. Don't feel embarrassed. It's easy for you to say this, but after all, it's an ancient relic that left behind a cruel disaster in the long river of time. It's definitely not as easy to deal with it as you think. Outsiders might just be watching the show, but I've studied the history of that period in depth. I know more than anyone else. Those who dare to face the ancient relic are very brave and fearless people. At least, I'm not at that level yet." The young man smiled silently. He tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others. He slowly said, My name is Ji Hanshao. If you need any help, just let me know. At least when dealing with the ancient relic that we're in charge of, we'll spare no effort to help." Hui smiled when he heard that. This is a serious matter. Naturally, we won't be careless. If there's anything we need help with, we'll definitely not be courteous. Chapter 1602. The deepest part of the ice region was also the place where 80% of the energy in this space gathered. Countless energy flows floated from anywhere in this space and gathered here, turning into a vast and majestic scene, a whirlpool covered in ice and snow, a world-shaking snowstorm. However, it was different from ordinary snowstorms or tornadoes. When such scenes appeared, the sky was usually dark, and the sun and moon could not be seen. The man-made energy snowstorm in front of them was formed under the scorching sun. There were no extra dark clouds, only a pillar formed by the snowstorm that supported the heavens and the earth. It was a storm that was localized to a precise radius of 100 miles. Using the power of the rules of the entire space, and letting all the energy flow through here to form an ice storm is considered a good method to suppress an ancient relic. Hui and the rest stood outside the storm and looked at the huge storm pillar that was formed by ice and snow. They could not help but smack their lips. However, whether the method is good or not is one thing, whether it works or not is another. At this level, I'm afraid it's still not enough. The energy has already weakened to this extent. Ji Hanshao shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand, and the energy in the entire space moved according to his will, continuously strengthening the power of the ice storm. Previously, the power of the storm was far beyond the range of 100 miles. The speed of the energy weakening is beyond my imagination. I'm afraid, the loosening of the ancient relic's seal has accelerated. Yun Nuoxing's gaze landed on the snowfield below. Thousands of miles away from the ice storm, there were still obvious traces of the wind and clouds. Furthermore, the traces were relatively recent and could not have been left for a long time. They might have been left behind within 100 days. In other words, this part of the ice storm had weakened by more than 100 times within 100 days. Based on the current situation of the ancient relic through the ice storm, it was already on the verge of breaking free. In less than 100 days, the seal will be completely removed. At that time, all the arrangements and energy you left here will become a path for its energy to spread. The ice region might shatter in an instant, Yun Nuoxing whispered. It's about the same time as what I predicted. Ji Hanshao did not find it strange and nodded. Recently, he would come here every day to observe. It could be said that he was watching the ancient relic unseal itself bit by bit. The ancient relic can't be sealed forever. The ancient relics cannot be sealed forever. Sooner or later, they will come back to life. The only way is... Yun Nuoxing's cheeks trembled halfway. He really did not want to say the last sentence. The only way is to use the energy of the same origin, that is, to use the origin energy to touch them and let them stabilize again. They will return to their original state when they were placed on the cloud continent. They will return to their original state when they were not touched by greedy people and had not been tampered with. However, these precise steps were not completed by him. They solved it themselves. He was just a catalyst that provided energy. His role was to make the origin relics come back to life. However, he was manually awakening them. The process was gentle and would not make them angry when they woke up. Let's go in and take a look, Hui said to Ji Hanshao. The latter nodded and waved his arm that was wrapped in ice and snow in front of them. Their figures flashed and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the center of the storm. Endless wind and snow swept past the ice and snow clouds beside them. It was as if they were watching a mountain rumble past. This scene reminded them of the tribulation cloud storm. Back then, they felt the same when they were in it. However, this ice storm lacked some meaning. It lacked the destruction of rules, the tendency of chaos, and the collapse of order. It was not as spectacular, all right, they were not here to look at the scenery. If this ice storm evolved into the tribulation cloud storm, it meant that the origin relic had broken free from all the seals and started to assimilate and erode this energy storm. Inside the storm, at the center of the entire ice storm, where the energy focused, the surrounding scene had already shown abnormal distortions. It was as if the entire space was being crushed and crushed. Everything, rules, and order were all crushed into ashes and then rolled into a storm that gathered at the center of a black hole. The scene of bursting energy and destruction that appeared from time to time in front of them was such a scene. The last time they saw such a fragmented and bizarre phenomenon was in the God Destruction Storm. Yes, it was when they were swept into the storm and blown to death more than 100 times. The gathered storm, the gathered energy is mixed with the leaked origin energy and origin rules from the origin relic. Because of this, the storm has changed. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered. Her spirit carried a part of the origin energy and carefully touched the storm from a distance. When the first seal was broken, the origin energy might have started to leak. However, it has only evolved to the most serious stage now. With the origin relic as the center, the surrounding 100 meters have been completely replaced by the origin rules. It's already that serious? Hui was a little shocked when he heard this. His eyes flickered a few times. Can you handle it? It's hard to say, but the little girl is right. In this situation, the origin relic is much weaker than the jade statue. The energy output is in a gentle state. Perhaps the situation is not as serious as imagined. Yun Nuoxing fell silent as she spoke. Her expression was a little stiff. I guess. Hui. Can this kind of situation be measured by guessing? Are you being forced to risk your life, or do you enjoy the process of risking your life? The situation might be more serious than imagined. In less than 40 days, your suppression method will completely lose its effect. Yun Nuoxing turned to look at Ji Hanshao and said, 40 days. Ji Hanshao was shocked when he heard this. He looked from the outside to the inside. Good heavens, they had been gone for 60 days. If they were closer, would they only have 10 days left? Yun Nuoxing nodded. The situation is a little more troublesome than I imagined. Do you have any extraterrestrial black stones? Ji Hanshao was about to take something out when Ji Shiyan beat him to it and took the jade pendant from her waist. Here, there's one inside. Yun Nuoxing smiled and patted the little girl's head. She took the jade pendant and looked inside. However, she shook her head and stuffed it back to the little girl. There's nothing that I need. Take a look inside. Ji Hanshao handed over a green bracelet. Looking at Yun Nuoxing's contemplative gaze, he said, If there's nothing suitable, it's not too late to look for one now. There's still time anyway, there's no hurry. After checking the space inside the bracelet, Yun Nuoxing sighed softly and shook her head. Do you have any white extraterrestrial black stones? Ji Hanshao was slightly taken aback and fell into deep thought. This really hasn't. Currently, we haven't found a fixed location for the chaotic outer space stone. Furthermore, 5 to 6 pieces of chaotic outer space stones have appeared on the cloud continent before, but they didn't receive much attention because they didn't have much use. Therefore, although this thing is very rare, it's not worth much. No one is willing to know too much about this thing, but it has a miraculous effect when used in a remote area to cheat people. It's a good idea to use it in a remote place. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Why are you so familiar with it? This, cough cough. Do we need the help of a chaotic extraterrestrial black stone to suppress an ancient relic? Ji Hanshao coughed dryly and changed the topic without blushing or skipping a beat. Yun Nuoxing looked at him strangely and nodded. If the energy contained in that extraterrestrial black stone is the same, it can indeed be used to help. Then I'll... Ji Hanshao was about to turn around and do something, but Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and stopped. She said, It's not a big deal if you don't have it. It's just a little precaution. How about this, use all the arrangements you left here. If you don't use them now, you won't have a chance to use them. Also, the center of gravity of this space. I can feel that the center of gravity of this space is here. You have to move it away now and make sure that all the energy stays here. The more energy, the better. Yun Nuoxing paused and muttered in her heart, "The main thing is that I'm afraid that the origin energy won't be able to hold on when we run out of energy and will come back to torment me. Instead of letting them torment me, why don't I torment this space? Also, you just have to do your best to maintain the defense outside. Don't come in. If you're affected, you might be in trouble." Ji Hanshao nodded. Seeing that the little girl wanted to go over, he quickly pulled her back. "Yen don't go and cause trouble for others. What's going to happen here later isn't a joke. Go back quickly." The little girl snorted and shook her head to shake off his large hand. Her small figure flashed and quickly hid behind Jing Yuanji. She made a face at Ji Hanshao. "I'm not going back. I brought Big Brother here. I have to ensure his safety. Everyone! You're just a little girl. When the storm blows later, you'll be gone in the blink of an eye." Ji Hanshao was slightly startled when he heard that. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. Jing Yuanji thought that he was worried about the little girl's safety, so she said, "Don't worry. The little girl will be very safe here." Ji Hanshao's expression stiffened and he scratched his cheek. "That's not it." "Oh, it's nothing. Don't mind it. If you want to stay here, just watch obediently. Don't cause any trouble for them." The last sentence was directed at a certain little girl whose face was filled with unhappiness and could not be coaxed. Ji Xuan wrinkled her nose and waved her hand nonchalantly. "Humph, what trouble can I cause? Stupid father, you should leave." Pfft. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly covered his mouth, but half of his laughter still leaked out, allowing everyone here to hear it. Ji Hanshao looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and retreated while sighing. This little girl is getting more rebellious as she grows older. After Ji Hanshao left, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She let out a low groan and released all the suppression in her body. A gust of green energy burst out from her body like a hurricane and formed another huge storm inside the ice storm. It almost collided with the ice storm's wall. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing had made his move, Hui and his men retreated a distance and set up the divine barrier. Just in case, they even took out the guardian's shield. He saw that Yun Nuoxing was surrounded by a green storm, and even his eyes were dyed with a rich green color. He couldn't help but say, "Why does it look like the origin energy's movement is bigger this time?" "It's probably because Sir Feng has been suppressing it just now." Jing Yuanji stared at Yun Nuoxing nervously and said, "When he saw this ice storm, Sir Feng had already started suppressing his energy. It's probably because the origin energy has been restless since then." The three of them looked at each other and started to use their own energy to set up their surroundings in tacit understanding. Min suppressed the turbulence in the void, Jing Yuanji maintained the stability of the space, and Hui. He was a meat shield. Just in case, he was also prepared to take a beating for Yun Nuoxing. When the green storm formed, the origin relic that was suppressed by the ice storm suddenly moved. The core that was covered by a ball of ice and snow showed signs of melting. It floated under the tearing force of the two storms, like a lonely island reef in the storm waves, swaying as the waves and wind hit its body. Whoosh! Just rush over and catch it. Didn't we do the same thing yesterday? In the spiritual world, Little Angel and the others, who were already prepared to resist the typhoon, were now nestled in the mansion in the center of the spiritual world to set up a defense. Yuan Kong could not help but mutter when he saw Yun Nuoxing ready for battle. "How can it be that simple?" Yun Nuoxing replied with a wry smile, "The origin energy that I encountered this time is also something that I can't control. According to probability, the origin relic that I encountered on the Cloud Continent has a 50% chance of having the origin energy that I can't control. Let's not talk about it for now. Anyway, I'm going to start." You guys be careful. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and rushed toward the core of the ice storm that was covered by ice and snow. As he suddenly approached, the latter suddenly shook violently in the ice. Cracks bloomed on the ice, and green energy burst out from the cracks. A vast and terrifying energy that seemed to have accumulated for countless days was also surging inside, making Huey's heart tremble. He had a bad feeling. Not good, this movement, this energy, I'm afraid it's going to. Boom! As if the air suddenly exploded, a green energy hurricane suddenly burst out from the core of the ice storm. In an instant, it occupied the entire space inside the ice storm. The ice storm that was hovering in the surrounding 100 miles was suddenly dyed green by the green hurricane. At the same time, the color of this energy was reflected in the entire world through the ice crystals. The entire ice storm suddenly shattered, and the hurricane that was like a wild beast crawling out from the ground instantly replaced the ice storm's position. In just a few breaths, it expanded to an enormous scale of 1,000,000 miles. Then, a green energy beam burst out from the center of the storm and shot up to the sky. Ji Hanshao, who had just finished his task and instructed the others, was about to return to the depths of the ice region to check on the situation when he suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. A terrifying heavenly might accompanied by a low pressure filled every inch of space in the world, causing his expression to change abruptly. This is... what the F***ck? As soon as he raised his head, he saw a green hurricane that was wildly expanding. In just a dozen seconds, it had swallowed up the depths of the ice region, expanding to a width of 1,000,000 kilometers. The sky also became abnormally dark in an instant, as if it was the dark sky before a snowstorm. Silhouettes who sensed the abnormal movement suddenly opened their eyes and rushed out from the snow, the residence, and the temple. In a breath's time, they appeared around Ji Hanshao. The white-robed young man was also among them. They all stood around and looked in the direction of the abnormal movement. Then, they collectively inhaled a breath of cold air. "Come down quickly!" Ji Hanshao hurriedly shouted. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously obeyed the order. However, they seemed to be a step too late. A terrifying heavenly might suddenly press down from the sky, causing everyone to hold their breaths. The gloomy aura was like a huge beast standing in the sky overlooking the entire world, causing them to be unable to breathe. They hurriedly retreated a distance before they felt better. "Fourth brother, what happened? Are you all right?" The white-robed young man hurriedly came to Ji Hanshao's side and looked into the depths of the ice region. He suddenly seemed to have understood something. Could it be? "I'm fine. Let's not talk about this first. Quickly get everyone above the origin level to come and support us. Stabilize the ice region," Ji Hanshao shouted. The white-robed young man nodded solemnly. His wide sleeves swept towards the sky, an array of energy rushed into the sky and suddenly exploded, turning into a huge energy pattern. It was a snowflake pattern formed by a diamond-shaped crystal and a longsword. Everyone in the ice region who saw this pattern was stunned. More figures rushed out from other parts of the ice region. Their bodies were surrounded by rolling auras. They seemed to have been in closed-door cultivation previously. At this moment, they responded to the call and quickly came to Ji Hanshao and his brother's side. Then, like the first batch of people who came, they all gasped when they saw the hurricane and their teeth almost fell out. "Region leader, what happened?" The depths of the ice region. This energy. This movement. TSK, could it be an ancient relic? But didn't they say there were still 100 days? Ji Hanshao waved his hand fiercely. "I'll tell you about this after this. Right now, follow me to protect the ice region with all our might. Don't fight the hurricane head-on. As long as it was stable, it would be fine. If it continues to expand, we'll retreat." "Yes." Following Ji Hanshao's shout, thousands of energy rays burst out from all corners of the world. They merged into an invisible energy in the sky and entered the space. Then, like energy veins, they spread to every corner of the space and turned into ripples that dissipated. They quickly stabilized the turbulent ice region and formed an even bigger square barrier around the green hurricane. They did not dare to cover the top, as that was equivalent to fighting the hurricane head-on. If they fought head-on, they might be instantly pressed into the void and ravaged. As thousands of strong people exerted their full strength, this space was completely isolated. The violent energy that was pressing down on them was also isolated in the square ice region. The turbulent ice region calmed down and the wind stopped. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Just as they were about to ask Ji Hanshao why this happened, the latter, who had been staring at the barrier, suddenly had a change in expression. He widened his eyes. The ice barrier in front of him suddenly released a ray of green light, causing his face to turn pale. Crack! The sound of something breaking was exceptionally crisp. A crack that was 10,000 feet long and 10 feet wide suddenly appeared on the barrier. The green hurricane seemed to have been accumulating for tens of thousands of years, and was fighting to be the first to come out of the crack. A gust of wind blew everyone back a few meters and their faces turned pale. F***CK? Ji Hanshao shouted. Just as he was about to continue strengthening the defense, the space barrier trembled violently. A monstrous and irresistible energy burst out of the sealed space. The 4 energy barriers instantly shattered, and the entire ice region rumbled and shook. The green hurricane swept across thousands of miles. The energy light pillar was like a ray of light that caused the entire ice region to lose its color. Only the green light illuminated this space. It was exactly the same as what they saw at the Sovereign King's palace. Everyone, step back. Work together and form a large array. Sacrifice all the talismans to me. Just protect the main space of the ice region. Release the other spaces. Ji Hanshao shouted and gave the order. Then suddenly, the entire world cleared up. The wind stopped and the snow stopped. The sun shone brightly. There was no longer any green hurricane. Everyone. Chapter 1603. It was as if time had stopped in an instant and became blank for a period of time. It was also as if the scene had been eaten by something. Or perhaps it was simply an illusion. In short, the moment they came to their senses, it was a sunny day. The white snow had covered the mountains with a white furry hat. The sun was shining down from the sky. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. If it wasn't for the large traces left behind by something on the ground, Ji Hanshao and the rest would have really treated the storm as an illusion. Now, the entire space was quiet and the occasional breeze made everyone's hearts tremble slightly. Second brother, bring some people to check the situation in the ice domain. Ji Hanshao, who had recovered after a while, immediately ordered the white-robed youth. I'll go take a look. The white-robed youth nodded and turned around to bring some people back to the front of the ice domain. The rest of the people followed the order and spread out to every corner of the space to check the situation. Ji Hanshao waited for a while at the same spot before heading towards the depth. Rumble. The air was still reverberating with the dull sound of the energy that was so dense that it could almost materialize and collide with the air. The green energy remained in some spaces and from time to time, it would condense the surrounding energy to form a weak whirlwind. It would circle around a few meters before quietly disappearing. The origin energy could not be dispersed in the void. It could only spread between heaven and earth as much as possible and let the pure energy slowly assimilate it and dissipate it. All the strange phenomena that appeared in this space with a large amount of origin energy left behind were caused by this process. If one did not come into contact with it, they could treat it as energy fireworks and watch it. However, whether one was in the mood to watch it was another matter. In the center of the remaining whirlwinds that were more than 100 feet tall, a thin layer of golden energy barrier emerged from behind the whirlwinds. Hui carefully poked his head out from behind the shield that was the size of a city gate and looked outside carefully. Then, He turned around and gave a thumbs up to Jing Yuanji and the rest. No problem, everything is calm. When the words fell, Hui also put away the energy barrier and the guardian shield. Jing Yuanji looked at the place where Yun Nuoxing was before the energy explosion. At this time, it was wrapped in a dense cyan whirlwind. It was as if the vast energy storm just now had all condensed in that mass. The dense energy turned into a barrier that blocked their vision. Feng is fine. There's nothing wrong with him. He can feel that everything is normal. Don't worry too much. Hui saw Jing Yuanji's worried look and chuckled. Although he said so, he was the first to fly over. Jing Yuanji and Min looked at the guardian who hurried over with panic written all over his face. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Whose mouth is more honest between the two of them? By the time Jing Yuanji and Min brought Ji Shiyan to the green wind ball, Hui had already circled around it a few times. He couldn't see through the wind wall. He wanted to use his energy to cut a hole, but when he thought about how he was almost pushed into the void bathhouse by the origin energy, Hui shivered and gave up on welding the detonator. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Feng! Feng! Say something if you have something to do." "What's the matter?" "I'm busy." Almost in the next second, a response came from their souls. It sounded quite energetic, which made Hui and the others breathe a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're fine. This time, you really feel fine." Hui breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said bluntly, "Phew. I just want to see if you're dead." "It's good that you're not dead. Why don't you come out?" "Yun Nuoxing. I'm fine. You can get out now." Okay, I won't bicker with you. I'll come out in a while. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I don't want to bump into you when I'm tormenting this energy." Yun Nuoxing's long sigh echoed in Hui's mind. It was full of helplessness and some hidden bitterness. Hui couldn't help but laugh dryly. As they spoke, there was a surge of energy explosion in the sky. The few of them turned around and saw a figure coming from the sky quickly. When he saw them, he paused for a moment, went around the area with the remaining energy, and landed beside Hui and the others. Ji Hanshao first glanced at the uneasy little girl. When he saw that she was fine, he then looked at Hui. "The commotion just now was really big. I thought the ice region was going to collapse. Is that person okay?" "He's okay probably." Hui crossed his arms and laughed dryly. "Probably? Phew, he told us he's fine, but there's something wrong with him. He's not on the same level as us. He said he's fine when he was half dead. He said he's fine when he was half dead. He said he's not dead, and when he was about to die, he said, 'Do you believe that I'll press you into the void right now and hang you up to beat you up?'" The green wind ball suddenly exploded and Yun Nuoxing's anxious voice came from inside. Hui saw that she was angry and quickly shut up. He threw Ji Hanshao a look that said, "See, I was right. He's still energetic." Then, he continued to transmit his voice. "However, everything depends on how he looks when he's out. Before you see him, you can't be sure if he's fine or not." Ji Hanshao, okay. Perhaps it was provoked by Hui's words of whether he's dead and whether he's half dead. After a minute, there was a huge movement from the wind ball. It expanded violently and suddenly shrunk until it was only the size of a person. Then, the layers of wind barriers began to dissipate layer by layer, revealing the treasure hidden inside. Hui and the rest went forward to take a look. Then, their eyes widened in shock. It was still the same person, but this situation seemed to be more serious than they had imagined. There was a dark green energy crystal that stuck to Yun Nuoxing's right face and pierced towards the back of his head. It was as sharp as a blade and could barely be seen from his collar. The dark green energy crystal spread from the right side of his face to his neck and below. There were even 3 crystals on each of his left and right shoulder blade. They were 1 meter long and were exposed to the air through his robe. They looked like crystal wings. In addition, there were signs of energy surging and flashing inside the crystal. Just from the visual point of view, it was quite beautiful, but when he looked at it from the surface, he was clearly of very normal, great beauty. But in the next second, he became like this. Thinking about it, it was a little scary. We and the rest were stunned for a while, but they were all people who had seen great storms and waves. They could still adapt to this situation. Instead of being frightened, they were more worried. Jing Yuanji had already gone forward to check on Yun Nuoxing's situation. Ji Shuyan was really frightened. She covered her mouth and suppressed her scream. Hui reached out and touched the wings on Yun Nuoxing's back. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. It's mutated, isn't it? 2 cross-shaped veins popped out on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. Oh, my origin has exploded. While Yun Nuoxing and the rest were fooling around, the little girl was deep in thought. She hurriedly pulled Ji Hanshao to the side and asked in a low voice, "Stupid father, didn't you tell me that this ancient relic doesn't have that much energy? Why is Big Brother's erosion more serious than the one we encountered in Yangtian City?" This. Ji Hanshao was also a little stunned. That ancient relic had been sealed before him. Logically speaking, he should be the 3rd generation keeper. Logically speaking, it had been sealed for so many years. There should be some weakening of energy. Furthermore, based on the information that was sent back, this ancient relic should not be as powerful as the one that appeared in Yangtian City. However, from the results, the latter crystallized Yun Nuoxing's forearm, while the one they sealed probably crystallized a quarter of her body. This shouldn't be. Logically speaking, it should be. Before Ji Hanshao could finish speaking, the little girl tugged at his sleeve and shook it hard. She looked as if she was angry. I'm not listening. Isn't this like how I tricked Big Brother to come here and harm him? Stupid father, quickly think of a solution. Ji Hanshao smiled bitterly. Even if he was asked to think of a solution, he would not be able to think of one in such a short time. Tens of millions of years had passed in the Yunduan continent, and no one could guarantee that they could solve this problem. Who was he? He did not think that he was much stronger than those people who had appeared in history. But even so, don't worry, I'll think of a solution. Ji Hanshao nodded and walked over with the little girl. He cupped his hands solemnly at Yun Nuoxing. Thank you for your help, but your erosion is quite serious. Why don't you let me? Oh, you're talking about this. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and touched the crystal on his right cheek. He blinked his eyes. At this moment, his right eye was dyed with a faint green color, as if there was a gust of wind in his eyeball. Fortunately, the excessive accumulation of origin energy did not cause any damage to his body. It only overflowed temporarily, so he did not go blind. It's become strange. But there's no problem. It'll be fine after some time. You don't have to waste your time looking at me or thinking of treating me. It's useless. Ji Hanshao was slightly stunned. The little girl could not hold it in any longer and quickly came out. She blinked her green eyes and stared at Yun Nuoxing. Are you really okay? It's not good for me to lie to you. This is an unforeseen event that happened to me. Yun Nuoxing smiled and patted the little girl's head. He raised his head and said to Ji Hanshao, "Although I've discussed this with the little girl before, I'm here to help you solve this hidden danger. Oh, actually, I have something else that I need your help with. After all, we're all alone and haven't thought of how to show our faces." Ji Hanshao nodded. "Young friend, please speak." Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself for a while and deliberated for a while. He wanted to say something tactfully, but he felt uncomfortable being too polite, so he directly said, "The ancient relics in the hands of the other forces, can you get them out or bring me over to collect them? What about the other forces?" He was mentally prepared to hear anything and thought that he would hear something shocking. However, when he really heard it, Ji Hanshao was still stunned. This was not shocking, it was something that would cause a great upheaval. He pinched his chin and lowered his head and thought. If this was difficult, it probably wasn't too difficult. The existence of ancient relics was indeed a hidden danger to everyone. Be it ice domain or the other superforces, they were very careful when dealing with these things. They were afraid that they would get angry and destroy their homes. If it weren't for some reason, they might really throw the ancient relics out. Now that there was someone who could help to get rid of them, logically speaking, they would definitely raise both hands in approval. However, there was a small reason that became a barrier originally. There was a reason why they were in charge of these ancient relics, such as inheritance, ancestral heirloom, mission, and so on. The ancient relics in the hands of the superforces were not considered to have been sealed in recent times. The oldest one could be traced back to 50 to 60 million years ago. Due to various reasons, they had been sealed until now. However, recently, the signs of the ancient relics rioting seemed to be more frequent. Even the ones that were sealed were a little restless. This was the case for the ice realm. It was hard to say if the other forces would be in a similar situation. As for the other reason, that was hard to say. Countless years ago, there were people who wanted the power of the ancient relic. Now, there were also people who had the same idea. Although it was a minority, there were definitely some. However, he could not be sure who had the same idea and who did not. Yun Nuashing and the rest were shocked when they heard this. It's true that the desire for power is an instinct, but this desire is pointing at the wrong place, isn't it? This stupid thing has already caused a disaster once. How dare they act so recklessly? Can't they weld more detonators and saw more light bulbs? Ji Hanshao shrugged helplessly. Although the disaster has passed, this matter isn't strictly prohibited. Furthermore, even if there's some kind of agreement, you can only stop them on the surface. Their hands and feet are on someone else's body, and the things are also in someone else's possession. How can we stop them from doing what they want? Taking risks out of desperation and constantly courting death is a good traditional virtue. Everyone takes one step at a time like this, courting death. I admit that. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Looking at the entire void, the human race was the race that courted death the most. They ate bread and lava and used the void as their bed. These were not just words. There were real cases. Furthermore, the more they touched on things like taboo, do not come near, do not flip through, and other things, the more energetic they would be. Even he himself was always courting death. These were all traditional skills that had been passed down. So, Ji Hanshao shrugged helplessly. After all, the thing is sealed in someone else's place. We can't say anything about what they want to do. Anyway, the matter is right there. If they succeed in courting death, they'll seek their own destruction. If they don't succeed, they'll just have to work harder. How can the traditional art, that has lasted for countless years in the long river of history, be completely annihilated now? The people below are the same. Otherwise, they'll waste so many resources every year just to suppress a worthless lump of rock. Their hearts will cough. Yun Nuashing looked at him strangely. How many years have you been courting death? Ji Hanshao scratched his head awkwardly. The little girl tugged on Yun Nuashing's clothes and said, Father researched it for 1,000 years. Later on, he caused a small commotion. After that, he was forcefully stopped by Mother. Mother said so. Cough. Ji Hanshao coughed violently and turned his head away awkwardly. Yun Nuashing and the rest gave him a knowing look. So it was not that he did not seek his own death. It was just that after causing a small commotion, he was forcefully cut off. When I looked at it just now, I did feel that the ancient relic seal was very loose. The traces of time washing away are only a part of it. The bigger part. Yun Nuashing's eyes turned and looked at the embarrassed Ji Hanshao. She did not need to say the rest of her sentence. Luckily you stopped first. Otherwise, I reckon that it would have broken the seal even earlier. By then, no one would come to save you. Look at our phone. He's always courting death and has never been surpassed. Hui shook his head and said in their souls. Yun Nuashing said, You're itching for a beating, aren't you? Why don't we go to the void and spar for a while? I'll go with you. I'm now supported by two great origins. This time, I can definitely push you into the void and bombard you for an hour. No, I was wrong. Ji Hanshao scratched his face awkwardly. After a while, he recovered and thickened his skin as if nothing had happened. I know I'm on the right path. Since I didn't cause any big trouble, let's just pretend that nothing happened. As for the others, I'll try to communicate with them for you. It's probably impossible to contact all of them for you, but I should be able to help you solve a part of it. Alright, that's all for now. As for the rest. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered. We'll see about the rest. Hearing that he did not seem to want to give up, Ji Hanshao was also very curious. You're looking for ancient relics. I'm afraid it's not just. I'm just asking out of curiosity. If it's not convenient to say, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Yun Nuoxing and the other three pondered. After exchanging glances with each other for a while, Hui suddenly laughed. Of course, there's another purpose. It's just that it's not convenient to tell you now. You'll know in the future, if there's a chance. Alright, there's not much time left. We'll leave first. We'll come back to the ice region to take a look after a while. Hopefully, there'll be good news. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and casually opened a teleportation portal at the side. Just as he was about to walk in, a voice behind him made him stop. Big brother, wait. Yun Nuoxing turned around. Ji Xuyen was fumbling for something on her body. After a while, she took out a crystal-clear snowflake from nowhere. It seemed to be a crystal made of energy. Inside it, there was a slightly chaotic energy. While he was analyzing it, the little girl placed the snowflake in his crystallized palm. Then, she raised her head and bared her teeth at him. Oh, be careful. Yun Nuoxing smiled and patted Ji Xuyen's head. He stood up and exchanged glances with Ji Hanshao. The latter nodded. The ice region is indebted to your sect. If there's anything, you can come and find us. As for that matter, there should be good news after the twilight season is over. You guys have to be patient and wait. Yun Nuoxing smiled. He turned around and waved his hand. Then, he walked into the teleportation portal with Hui and the others and disappeared from the ice region. Watching Yun Nuoxing and the others disappear, the little girl lowered her head and mumbled, Oh, I'm going to be bored again. I'll find a time to sneak out and play. Ji Hanshao could not help but smile bitterly. This girl was always restless at home and always wanted to sneak out. He patted his younger daughter's head and said, You gave him your heart blood? The little girl turned her head and mumbled something that could not be heard clearly. However, it seemed that he had given it to her. Ji Hanshao shook his head helplessly. He carried her and walked towards the shrine. Silly girl, this time, lie down obediently and rest for a while. Don't think about sneaking out before you recover. Ji Xuyen pouted. However, she knew that she was being willful again. This time, she did not resist and nodded obediently. Chapter 1604. In a place very far away from the ice region, in the sky above a golden ocean covered in yellow soil, signs of space distortion appeared. A few figures slowly walked out of it, and the dazzling sunlight that suddenly entered their eyes made them squint with a cry of surprise. Looking far into the distance, one could vaguely see a faint green color on the ground. This yellow soil was not completely desolate. Occasionally, there would be some large unknown birds flying across the sky, like wild geese flying across the sky, bringing with them a few sharp cries. But generally speaking, this was still a place where birds did not lay eggs. The scorching sun shone on this yellow soil, causing the ground to appear distorted like waves. It was clearly the season of dusk, but the sun was still working hard. Speaking of seasons, there were 3 seasons in a year in the Yunduan continent. The season of spring rain, the season of dusk, and the season of recovery. Each season had 3 months, and a month had a total of 65 days. The change of seasons seemed to be quite long. As for the season of dusk, based on Yun Nuoxing's understanding, it was about the same as the autumn and winter in the celestial realm. In most places, the sun was in a lazy state, lazily casting down some sunshine, and every day it was leisurely and quietly waiting to get off work. In the second month of the season of dusk, it was said that many places would fall into a state of extreme cold. At that time, endless ice and snow would cover most of the Yunduan continent, and it did not seem to be a situation where the seasons were delayed due to geographical differences. This was the same as the celestial realm, probably because they were both created by the god of origin. There was a huge difference between the 4 seasons on planets that were more normal in the eyes of most people. Based on the current situation, the cloud continent was the same as the divine realm. It was a huge flat continent that looked like a floating island. However, due to the problem of composition, things like the sun, moon, and stars did not actually exist. Instead, they were images that existed in response to a certain rule engraved in the concept layer of rules. The appearance of the real sky could be observed at night and day, but if one wanted to touch it in reality, it was impossible to do so. And since there were rules like the sun, moon, and stars in the concept layer of rules, it was not surprising that the people of this world knew about these things. What made Yun Nuo feel strange was that since no one wanted to touch these things, it was probably the result of a certain rule taking effect. Well, he digressed. In short, it was the first month of the season of dusk, and it was just the middle of the month. The temperature should have dropped on a large scale, but for some reason it was a little late this year. This was what the little girl told them. Where did we teleport to? We came out and saw this place where birds did not lay eggs, and his cheeks could not help but tremble. God knows. Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and said righteously, we just randomly found a coordinate and teleported. Currently, we don't know where we are. Teleporting is risky, so we need to be careful when driving. Everyone was speechless. This guy simply put the blame of being teleported to an unknown place on himself, and he even looked so righteous. Damn it, we already told you not to act cool when you go out. Can't you just find a place with beautiful scenery and teleport? Why did you have to open the teleportation gate so casually and turn around to leave? Damn it, you haven't even found your destination yet. Sensing the 5 resentment in his soul, and the 1 resentment in the real world, Yun Nuoxing quickly coughed and looked around. Ahem, be a little more casual. Who knows, we might go to an unexpected place and encounter something unexpected. Ouch! Hui retracted his hand that smacked Yun Nuoxing's head and said in a bad mood, you just want to act cool, don't quibble. Let's go to the side for a walk. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and was about to find a place to fly forward. Suddenly, he froze and opened his right palm. There was a cold, crystal-like snowflake lying in his palm, which made him exclaim softly. This was given to him by Ji Shuyan before he left, and he did not have time to see what it was. A souvenir that the little girl gave you before she left? Hui picked up the snowflake curiously and looked around. His eyes flashed as if he could see through the snowflake and see something strange. I have a strange feeling. This energy crystal should be a kind of creation of rules with an abnormally high level of rules, and this aura, this energy aura. Feng, take a look. Yun Nuoxing took the snowflake and put his hands on top and bottom of the snowflake. A pure white light emitted from his hands, and his eyes flashed with a complicated energy light. Hui and Jing Yuanji quietly waited for the analysis result. Just as they were about to take out a map to study where they were, he got the result faster than they expected. His face was full of shock. I can't analyze it. Huey's eyes also widened. If even Maple couldn't figure it out, then it might be because of its special characteristics. But the problem was that both of them couldn't see through this thing at this moment. Then the matter was a little serious. This thing probably came out of nowhere. Just by looking at it, there is some kind of rule, power, and order that is above us in it. Yun Nuoxing raised the sparkling snowflake and pointed it at the sun. Silver light surged in his eyes. But if you think about it this way, isn't it strange? The aura of this snowflake is the aura of that little girl. Yes, she made it herself, and even we can't analyze this thing. Huey's face trembled violently. That little girl can't be the origin heavenly god, right? The reincarnated origin heavenly god? But she hasn't awakened yet? You said that she hasn't awakened yet. If she hasn't awakened yet, how can she have that kind of rule power and order power? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. The soul carried everything. As long as one could withstand the scouring of reincarnation, everything retained by the soul would be awakened because of the countless reasons for the recovery of memories. He himself was a very good example. That is, memories stimulated the awakening of the soul, but in the process of the soul's reincarnation, the most serious scouring was the memory. Even if he used all kinds of methods, he dared not say that the memory retained in the soul at this time was absolutely 100% of everything that he had experienced. However, since he had used all kinds of methods to preserve those memories would not be completely destroyed. They would just be frozen more firmly, and it would be difficult to recall them. But to say that she hasn't awakened yet, that girl doesn't seem to have that level of aura of rules and power of order. Hui dug his ears and fell into deep thought. Do you have any guesses? Yun Nuoshing nodded. The little girl has always been looking for the ancient relic, but as for the reason, she herself is unwilling to say. Her second uncle and her father also won't say. We can only guess that she might have encountered something related to the ancient relic, and then something. Anyway, that's what it means. You mean, this kind of chaotic rule power and order power that overrides us comes from the ancient relic? Yun Nuoshing sighed softly and confirmed. Then she frowned. Based on what we see now, the ancient relic that the little girl can come into contact with should be the origin relic in the ice field related to wind. But after I took over control of the origin relic, I didn't feel that she has much of a definite connection with it. I don't get it. Hui tugged at his hair. After pondering for a while, he yelled and quickly threw these brain-burning questions aside. Speaking of which, what does the origin relic you just received look like? Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. The origin energy surged in her body. The 3 pairs of crystallized wings behind her flowed with the surging light of energy. The crystal on the right side of her face flashed as well. Hui felt goosebumps all over. You do look a little scary like this. I don't want to either. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. The origin energy was too huge and her body could not hold so much. It would take a while for the mark of origin to take back the same kind of energy that had been separated from her for a long time. So she could only put them outside her body and condense them into energy crystals. By the way, those energy crystals could be detonated. Then there was another condition. At this moment, 1/3 of his body was covered in crystals. Why did he look like a suicide bomber who could hug the enemy at any time? Forget it. It was a little scary just thinking about it. The way the relic of origin appeared was the same. It seemed to dissipate in the body and the mark of origin. Now, to make it appear, it needed to gather energy and then squeeze it out of the body little by little into the palm of the hand. A green whirlwind blew and swept in all directions with rich energy. An ancient thing appeared in the palm of Yun Nuoshing's hand, a bell, a copper tongue, and a small piece of talisman paper with complicated patterns hanging under the copper tongue. There was also a green tassel tied with a string on top of the bell. These 3 things were combined. Rao Shui could not help but shiver. Isn't this just a wind chime? Yun Nuoshing's face also shivered. The previous one was a half-finished jade carving. Everyone was speechless. These origin relics looked too ordinary, so ordinary that it made one's hair stand on end. If it were not for the fact that they really had a huge amount of origin energy and origin laws, they would not look out of place in the commodity store. But since they had that kind of energy, no matter what they looked like, they could only keep them safe. I never thought of this. We could not help but smile bitterly. If these origin relics were some weapons engraved with energy patterns, or anything else, he could accept it. But these they looked like everyday things. Can't imagine. Yun Nuoxing's memory flashed across her mind. That origin world, that continent of origin, if it was complete at the beginning, should have been relatively peaceful, very peaceful and serene. At that time they did not even use any weapons or combat equipment, or rather, because of this, these everyday things were more normal, although it was somewhat strange now. Perhaps the heavenly god of origin gave too many people the impression that he held the power that no one in the entire Great Yuan realm could match, and that he was the kind of person who held the power of life and death in the Great Yuan realm, including the only heavenly god of origin that he knew the most, the god of destruction. Perhaps the first impression in his mind was the image of him holding a weapon and guarding the Great Yuan realm? Because even he himself was a little puzzled when he saw the origin relic. Like he felt that it should not be like this, but it was the truth. He also thought of the appearance of the worlds that the heavenly god of origin and the others had existed in. Perhaps that was their original appearance, and it was just a coincidence that the void changed. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered for a while. She clenched her hand and the wind chime in her palm returned to her body. She looked at her arm that was covered in purple crystals, and her gaze flowed through her body, following her arm to her shoulder. From there, green energy crystals began to appear, spreading to her entire back and right side of her face. Needless to say, she also felt that it looked quite scary. Lord Feng. Just as Yun Nuoxing was a little concerned about her own appearance, Jing Yuanji suddenly called her name softly, causing her to turn her head. She just happened to see a pair of jade-like hands approaching her face. She subconsciously narrowed her eyes, and when she opened them again a moment later, she saw that she was putting something on his face, allowing the energy to leave her body. From a third person's perspective, she discovered that it was only half a mask, a winged mask flowing with the colors of the galaxy. After a few adjustments, it wrapped around the right side of his face, and the spike-like crystals were also hidden under the mask. It's done. Jing Yuanji took 2 steps back, looked at her masterpiece, and nodded in satisfaction. Hui suddenly sighed, patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder, and said with a distressed expression, "Feng, in a few days, I'm afraid you'll have to wear a cloak and a full mask when you go out. With the extent of the crystals covering you, you'll turn into a crystal in a minute. When that time comes, it won't feel strange to move you to the square and become a crystal statue." Yun Nuoxing. Performing in my spare time? That's a good idea. Hui laughed. Min also walked forward and touched the crystallized wings on his back. They were actually 3 1-meter-long crystal spikes that pierced out from his shoulder blades, evenly pointing at 3 places: the top, middle, and bottom. Won't it be difficult to move if your body is half crystallized? It won't be affected at all. I won't feel like there's an extra layer on my body unless I touch it directly with my hand. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. There wouldn't be a situation where his joints couldn't turn or his movements would be hindered. All right. Min nodded and handed the map in his hand to him. I took a look around while you guys were chatting. This should be the Buyan land. There's a feature in front that should be unique to the Buyan land. Min pointed into the distance. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked up. On the yellow earth more than 10,000 miles away, there was a cluster of bloated volcanoes. The sky over there was covered in black smoke. The black smoke drifted out for thousands of miles, blocking the sun and the moon. Just the volcanoes alone seemed to take up a lot of space. It reminded him of Mount Fanyan in the realm of the gods. Then, he looked down at the map. As expected, there was a cluster of volcanoes on the Buyan land. I didn't see it anywhere else. The Buyan land. On the map, the realm of winter was like a protruding letter that protruded from the border of the realm of the clouds. It happened to be at the bottom left of the realm of winter, and its territory was about 1/3 larger than the realm of winter. Probably because the realm of winter was covered in snow all year round, its area wasn't particularly large. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but want to say that it was too weak. Look at our North Ice Realm and South Ice Realm. That's the usable life area of half of the realm of the gods. That's what you call a place covered in snow all year round, guarding the north and south of the realm of the gods. Ahem, I digress. The large area of yellow earth they were in was close to the realm of winter on the Buyun land. The volcanoes were far away from the realm of winter, close to the north of the Buyun land. It was a very easy landmark to recognize. As for the nearby yellow earth, there seemed to be a city about 1,000,000 miles away from them. It just so happened that there was a symbol of an origin relic near the city, so they could go and take a look. Shazhou, the city I just mentioned, was located on a lot of green land, and the yellow earth could only be seen from afar. However, it was named like the city in the desert where Big Sister Bai lived. At this moment, in a mountain forest that wasn't too dense, Yun Nuashing and the others were descending from the sky. They could already feel the quiet aura when they first entered the mountain forest. Other than the desolation, there was also a bit of desolation. There were many life auras here, but most of them were lazy, probably due to the influence of the sun. If the map is not wrong, it should be around here. Yun Nuashing put down the map and looked around. The four of them spread out their god souls in tacit understanding, and then naturally, they did not sense anything. Even Yun Nuashing, who had more than 100 kinds of origin energy, could not sense the dormant origin relic, let alone Hui and the others. Of course, it was expected that they could not find it. They had no way to confirm if there was really an origin relic here. Let's walk around and take a look. If we're lucky, we might find it. I'll go over there. Hui waved his hand and squeaked, and then rushed to the side of the mountain forest. Then I'll go to the north. Min also left a sentence and disappeared into the void. When Jing Yuanji was about to look for it, Yun Nuashing grabbed her arm, sighed and looked at her with tired eyes. I haven't finished talking. There's no need to go. It's just a dream to find the origin relic with luck. We don't even know what this origin relic looks like. How are we going to find it? If it's a tree or a branch, it's hidden in this mountain forest, and we won't be able to recognize it even if it's right in front of us. Jing Yuanji. That seems to be the case. Seeing that she understood immediately, Yun Nuashing nodded happily and pulled her to the side. Well, then let's go this way. Jing Yuanji was stunned. Lord Feng Yu, we still have to find it. Don't talk, come with me. Yun Nuashing grinned and waved her hand vigorously. Seeing that Jing Yuanji kept looking at her with a strange gaze, she finally couldn't help but mutter. The main thing is that, if we meet someone later, look at me. I'm afraid that I'll scare them away at first sight. How can we not keep a normal person by our side? Jing Yuanji heard her and smiled bitterly. That was the truth. But it was true. Moreover, Lord Feng's current state was actually quite unsettling to them. It would be good to stay by his side and look after him. The four of them went in 3 directions and quickly circled around the mountain forest that covered tens of billions of square meters. In this 30 to 40,000 miles long and wide mountain, part of the place was bare, as if left behind by some creatures. Closer to the south, it was bordered by a lush forest that looked much more comfortable. The two were separated by a river that was more than 10 meters wide. Even the feeling in the air would change after crossing the river. However, the lush forest on that side seemed to have deviated from their destination. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji circled around there once or twice before returning to the more desolate side. We didn't find anything. Oh, you're talking nonsense. Yun Nuashing replied to Hui with an indifferent expression. Although we carefully used origin energy to explore, we didn't dare to use too much origin energy in the end. There were no results to speak of. We can't keep searching like this. Hui hung himself upside down on a branch and sighed. It would be good if we could at least know what the origin relic looks like. Min replied expressionlessly, it should be something that can appear in the mountain forest that looks man-made. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at her. Then, she looked at the pile of garbage that was 2 to 3 meters high to her right. Her face was full of shock. Is this why you're picking up garbage in the mountain forest? Min's pretty face trembled violently. She nodded with a slightly twisted expression. God knows what she was doing this morning. Hui thought for a moment. He jumped down from the tree and rummaged through the garbage for a while. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He shouted at Yun Nuoxing, phone after the Void Demolition Office, the Void Cleaner, and the Void Movers. We might have to be forest rangers for a while. Yun Nuoxing's breathing stagnated. Her heart skipped a beat. She stared at Hui with a twisted and ferocious face. Her voice sounded more or less like she was gnashing her teeth. If I bury you here, will there be a guardian that's not so crazy next year? Hui shrunk his neck. I'm such a sunny and handsome person. If I'm gone, I won't be able to find another one. I'm wrong. Don't do it. Yun Nuoxing stared at the guardian whose brain was always floating in the void with a broken face. After a moment, she sighed helplessly. Speaking of which, it seemed that they would really have to hang in this mountain forest for a while. He lowered his head and looked at the map. His godly soul swayed in the sky and overlooked the geographical location of this place. The location was correct, but it was still a little difficult to find the origin relic buried here, or to find evidence that it wasn't here. It seems that we really have to live here for a while. Yun Nuoxing looked discouraged. She gently kicked the stone beside her with her right foot. The whole ground trembled, and a large number of birds were startled. Hui and the others laughed dryly. He even omitted a part of the sentence. If they lived here, they would have to search this mountain forest inch by inch. They might even have to. Well, just like what Min did. Void Forest Ranger. See, you suddenly shouted in the spiritual world. Yun Nuoxing was so angry that her head tilted, and she almost fell to the ground. Even if you want to experience the various forms of life, you shouldn't do it like this, right? Where did all the pretentiousness go?